Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Today in the land of fire, in the village hidden in the foliage, or the wife of Hagakuren Sata, was no different from other autumn days. Shinobi were on missions. Ordinary people were strolling or hurrying somewhere, and children were shouting and playing with each other. But for two residents of this village, this day was supposed to be the happiest of their lives. After all, today was the day their firstborn, their son, their legacy, would be born. As the stars began to appear in the sky, in a cave near the village, beneath several powerful barriers and the protection of several Umbu platoons, a beautiful woman with blood-red hair and blue eyes tinged with violet was giving birth. She was the Hime of the Uzumaki clan, and also the last representative of the main line of this clan, the second Jinchuriki of the strongest of the nine-tailed demon fox. Her names were Uzumaki and Kushina. There were two others, Yandai Mihaka, Minatan Mikaz, who was her husband, standing nearby, supporting his wife and the work of the seal, and Sarat Abibiwaka, the birth attendant, who was the Sandai Mihakaji's wife. Sarat by Hirozuna, the red-haired one, writhed on the delivery table, screaming and sobbing, but she knew that after this, she would see her joy, her miracle. The one she would love more than life itself, loved only 10 months of her pregnancy. Why 10? You ask. A Jinchuriki's pregnancy is 10 months. A few minutes later, the firstborn's agonizing cry filled the cave. It was a baby with eyes like his mother's, 6 stripes on his cheeks, 3 on each side, like a fox cub, and hair the color of the sun with streaks of red. Minata, holding back the nine-tailed seal, was overjoyed at the birth of his son, but something kept him from fully enjoying the moment. An exhausted Kushina smiled and looked at her child in Bivak's arms. A cry from the cave's exit distracted them from contemplating the infant. A second later, the child was in the arms of a stranger in an orange mask. Well, hello, Namika Minata, the stranger greeted, holding the baby. Give me my child back at once, Yan Daimi shouted. Give me the fox, and your child will be safe, the masked man said, still calm. Kushina, hold on, Minata whispered and rushed at the enemy. At that very moment, the mask maker tossed the baby into the air and rushed forward. Minata picked up his son and teleported with Horatian to the country house. A second later, an explosion erupted from the baby's blanket, but Minata still managed to save herself and her son, who had escaped the house moments before the explosion. Meanwhile, the mask maker was pulling the fox from the newborn's mother. Kushina is due to give birth today. Minata, my wife, and my personal Umbu squad will help protect him, and then they will execute the plan. I stood in my former office and looked out at the evening village. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. But a second later, the air grew heavy. And a couple of moments later, the nine-tailed beast itself appeared in the center of the village. As I began to destroy everything around me, I quickly changed into my armor, and the Umbu Sandaimi-sama appeared before me. The nine-tailed demon fox appeared in the center of the village. What are your orders? The Umbu reported to me. Evacuate all civilians and children. All shinobi of the rank of higher Chun are to hold off the demon fox until the Oyandame arrives, and then we will help seal it. Carry out, Yanbu shouted, and he disappeared into a whirlwind. A wave of tremors and explosions reverberated throughout the village. A roar was heard and an explosion thundered. Panic filled the streets of Kanahi, and the nine-tailed demon fox crushed the people it hated, crushing everything in its path. I summoned the Monkey King Enma and commanded him to transform into a sturdy staff. With the staff and the support of my village's shinobi, I managed to push the fox closer to the outskirts. Suddenly, the demon growled, concentrated its tails near its muzzle, and began to create a technique of unimaginable power, the kind only a few had been lucky enough to witness and survive. And the next moment, it launched itself toward the cliff with the Kagi faces. I thought it was the end, but apparently Minata appeared and relocated the technique, which exploded 10 kilometers from the village. We continued to hold off the nine-tailed demon until it was crushed by Minata's enormous summoning toad, and they all relocated outside the village. I gathered 2 squads, and we ran to Daimi's aid. Almost half the village was destroyed, many were killed, and even more were wounded. But that day, all of Kanaka recognized the unimaginable power of the natural disaster known as the nine-tailed demon fox. After the explosion in the country house, I relocated home as Hiration, left my son in his crib, and went to fetch Kufshina. Having teleported to her, I found her pale, chained to the columns, and the seal was broken. Apparently, the fox had already been pulled out. Kushina, what happened? Where is that guy in the mask? I asked my wife. Nod, where is our son? She asked me. He's in the house. I gave her the answer and teleported us into the house. Having laid her down next to her son, I felt strong jolts and heard the roar of the nine-tailed fox. Immediately after that, I quickly gathered the necessary equipment. But before teleporting to the image of my face on the mountain, I heard Kushina's words. How I love Teb. My sunshine. Having teleported with Hiration to my mark on the mountain and seeing the raging demon fox, held back by Sandami and the others, the fox apparently noticed me and decided to attack with its most powerful attack. It released a huge dark ball of concentrated chakra in my direction. When he was almost at me, I used Jakunki, or a space-time barrier technique. Hiration Darai, which absorbed the attack and transported it far beyond the village to one of my Jutsashiki marks. At that very moment, my jug attacked me. When I dodged his attack and counterattacked, my hand passed through him. The next moment, he touched me and began sucking me in. But I used Hiration and transported myself to a ruined country house. It seemed to be some kind of space-time technique performed by him. A few seconds later, my opponent was already in front of me. Who are you? I asked him, and he only laughed. He then replied, I'm nobody, but you can call me a shadow of the mistakes of this musty village's past and your own. He then attacked me. We fought for several minutes, and then I noticed a glowing Sharingan beneath his mask. Are you an Uchiha strike? I asked him, and he chuckled a little again and replied, you can call me by that name, but that knowledge won't help you anymore. And the battle continued. He hit me several times, and my blows passed through him, and I decided to go head-on at the last moment. Before he almost reached me, I moved to my kunai. Throwing the kunai with the mark at his head and starting to create a Rasengan, I rushed at him. He did the same. The kunai I threw had already passed through his head and was flying out behind his back. At the last moment before he touched, I moved to the kunai and drove the Rasengan into his back. Immediately I set up a contract suppression Fuzatsu, breaking his control over the fox. I moved to the village to help in the fight against him, and there I saw a half-destroyed village. Having summoned a Gomanta to hold the nine-tailed fox, I moved myself with him outside the village, and then teleported home for Kushina so that she could help me seal the fox. Kushina, I will need your help in the fight with the fox now, and take our son with you, I told her. I was besotted. But my son was lying next to me, and I was glad of it. He was sleeping, curled up in a ball at my side, holding my red hair in his little hands. He was so cute and tiny. Oh, curled up like this with my red hair in his hands, he looked like a little whirlpool. I decided to name him Naruto and promised myself at that moment that I would do everything and kill anyone to protect him. Minata teleported to us and asked us to help him. Kushina, I will need your help in the fight with Lisuma now. Take our son with you, said Minata. Okay, darling, but why do you need Naruto? After all, he needs rest and silence now, I answered him, not knowing what to do. I'll tell you when I get there, Minata answered monosyllabically and, taking my hand, he and his son moved to a clearing where the Ninetales was raging. Put a barrier here, quickly, Minata told me, almost shouting. Good. And she created a powerful barrier with her chains, simultaneously binding Melis. After that, Minata took Naruto and looked at him with a strange look that I immediately didn't like. After that, he walked a few meters away from me and, summoning an altar, placed our son on it, and then said, Naruto, forgive me for making you a Jinchuriki, if you can. But it has to be this way, he said, and my heart skipped a beat. Hearing this, I immediately looked at Minata with a murderous gaze, promising torture from all circles of hell. And his gaze was not at all empathetic, but extremely calculating. Minata, my scream could have rivaled even a roar. Bijou, in your name? Why do you want to make Naruto a Jinchuriki? You don't even have a clue what it's like to be a Jinchuriki. To live in universal hatred and contempt. And you want to condemn our son to this? My scream could have drowned out the fox again. I thought we would seal the fox back within me. He began to approach me with an indifferent look. But at that very moment, the Ninetales grew stronger and raised its paw over my child. I will not allow myself to be sealed again, the Kyuubi growled and swung its paw at Naruto. I will allow my son to be harmed, I screamed and immediately found myself between him and my son, protecting him. I looked at my sweet child and saw blood dripping onto him. It was my blood. Turning around, I saw the name. She pierced the nine-tailed beast's huge body with both of her. And at that moment, my child woke up. Naruto looked at me and began to cry, as if he knew we would never see each other again, and his cries were so loud and pitiful that they could be heard throughout the entire area. I was so upset that I wouldn't be able to see his first steps, that I wouldn't be able to raise him, that I wouldn't be able to laugh with him and bring him joy. I wouldn't hear his first words and wouldn't be able to hug him or scold him for his mischief, but he would be mischievous. I had no doubt about it. I so wanted to see him grow up, but he would be deprived of that. But at least I was able to protect him from death. Minatal began to perform hand seals. At that moment, I realized that I had come to hate the man I had loved all my life with a fierce hatred. Kushina, we don't have much time. Tell him what you wanted to say before you go, the Namikaze said to me, breaking into a cough. Naruto, first of all, I want to tell you that I love you, my sunshine, I said, tears streaming down my face. Son, forgive me for leaving you alone in this unfair world. We will always be with you, in your heart. Never give up and believe in yourself. Don't listen to anyone and don't trust anyone you doubt. Eat well to grow big and strong. Take a bath and brush your teeth. Try to study well. Ska coughed up blood. And also remember and try not to break the 3 vices of shinobi. Don't lend money. Don't spend all your money after a mission, save it. Don't drink alcohol until you're of age, and then don't overdo it, and be careful with girls. Especially with Kenichi. I hope you find yourself a girl like me, and also beware of the pervert Jiraiya. And one last thing. Don't forget, the children of the hidden whirlpool have always been strong. Naruto seemed to understand me and stopped crying. I listen to me very carefully and catch every word I say, blinking at the right moments. Although I'm more imagining it. Son, I wish you the same as your chatty mother. Namikaze finished performing the seals, summoning the Shinigami of the Uzumaki clan's patron to separate the Ninetales into dark and light parts. He would seal the dark part within himself, and he intended to seal the light part within Naruto. As he said, Finzutsu Seal 83, Minata said, Alice completely disappeared into the seal on my son's stomach, although some clot of darkness was sealed within the Namikaze as well, after which he collapsed backwards, and Shinigami-sama took his soul. I collapsed next to my son and with the last of my strength, began to form hand seals to impart to my sunshine the knowledge of our clan, which he will have access to when he turns 6, and to place a barrier on his consciousness from the pathetic bastards of this village. I already felt that my time was running out, but I hoped I would make it. Shinigami-sama P. Please, give me a little more time so I can finish. At that moment, I felt a small surge of strength to finish my plan. Thank you. Shinigami-sama. The barrier fell next to me, and Hiruzen Sanbwa immediately appeared. Hiruzen. I will die either way. I can feel it. I can barely hold on to say it. Minato wanted Naruto to be considered a hero who restrained the nine tails within himself to protect others. After that, I started coughing up blood, and my eyes felt like they were filled with lead and began to close. I looked at my sunshine one last time and hugged him with my hand, which had begun to cry again, and said, I love you. Naruto-chan touched her son's head, imparting knowledge and placing a mental block on him, and the Shinigami herself disappeared. Taking the child in his arms after a brief flash from Kushina's body and sealing her name, Sandaime ordered an Umbu fighter to convene a council of clans, elders, and Genin heads, while he himself went to the surviving residents. The council convened very quickly, surprisingly enough, and was reported to him. Entering the council chamber, where everyone had already gathered, he sat down and announced the beginning of the council. The council raised questions about the new Hokage and what to do with the boy. They decided to re-elect Hiruzen as the new Hokage because he had already held the position and had proven himself. But things were very complicated with Naruto. Danzo and the elders clamored for him to be sent to the root and made into an obedient weapon for the village, or for the fox to be extracted from Naruto and resealed into someone else. Most of the clan heads and genin challenged this decision, calling it foolish. Ashika Kuner explained that they would not find a new Uzumaki capable of holding the fox for long. The rest agreed, with the exception of Elder Danzo. Then came the question of the child's upbringing, where the Danzo-Raishin again wanted to send the child to the root. But the head of the Uchiha clan declared that he would not allow the son of his closest friends to become a mindless puppet of the root. If the other clan heads did not support him, then they could send their children to the root for brainwashing. And also, according to Minato and Kushina's will, he and his wife were to take Naruto in and raise him if anything happened to them. As usual, Bucha raised a fuss about the influence of the village's weapons and so on. It was decided that Naruto would live with the Uchiha clan for up to a year, after which he would be sent to an orphanage. He would be given his mother's surname. It was also decided not to tell Naruto who his parents were, as they had forbidden the disclosure of information about the new Jinchuriki, and his parents' close friends are forbidden from approaching him. After the meeting, the elders of the Sandaime Danzo went to the hospital to see Naruto, to plant a spell on the village's loyalty to the Hokage, to block his intellectual development, and to instill in him the dream of becoming Hokage before the boy was taken by the Uchiha. Afterward, they left, thinking everything was as planned. But thanks to his mother, the spells placed on Naruto were destroyed, and then the Uchiha took him. Thus ended that day. October 10th, the birthday of Naruto, the last prince of the Uzumaki clan, and also the beginning of his curse. A few days later, a farewell ceremony was held for Yonda Mihakage and his wife, as well as the rest of those who fell fighting the fox. The childhood of a demon. Secrets in the subconscious council of old men. 5 years have passed since the attack of the nine-tailed demon fox. The village has been rebuilt and everything seems to be back to normal. But not for Naruto. Those 5 years of little Naruto's life were pure hell. Except for his first year with the Uchiha clan head's family. There, he was pampered and cherished, cared for, and loved like their own child. Although, even at that young age, he was already a restless hurricane, just like his mother. He cried only when he needed something, and the rest of the time he crawled and tried to amuse himself and everyone else. A couple of times he even tried to stand on his own 2 feet, but when he turned 1, his life turned into hell. Enbohagi came and took him to an orphanage. He lived there until he was 5. Well, how did he live? He survived. It was in the orphanage that he learned the true nature of people. He thought so until the day he was thrown out of the orphanage. The 4 years spent in the orphanage made him realize that he was alone in this world and no one would help him, that he would have to survive and fight for every second of his life. During the first year, the nannies fed him and put him to bed, but they did so with utter disdain and reluctance. As he grew a little older, he began to notice the disdainful, hateful glances of the caregivers, and later, the children, who were forbidden to interact with him or play with him. The children adopted these attitudes from the adults, and from the age of 3, the caregivers began beating him for every little thing. Seeing the caregivers' attitude toward little Naruto, the children sometimes beat him too. And on the day he turned 5, he was kicked out of the orphanage. Afterward, Hokage gave him a small, dilapidated apartment in an old dormitory, dating back to the Shodai era, and a small monthly allowance for orphans, 10,000 ryo in total, and assigned him an umbu to keep an eye on him. Naruto survived every second. Constant scornful, hateful glances, pushes, and throwing bottles, rocks, and other things at him. Every couple of weeks, he was beaten by the villagers. And if he ended up in the hospital, no one even treated him, they waited for him to heal on his own. And that's how it worked out thanks to the enhanced regeneration of the Uzumaki clan and the Kikubi Jinchuri. He couldn't even afford decent clothes or food. Everywhere he went, he was chased away or the prices were inflated several times over. Because of this, he ate only processed foods and instant ramen. Not even 10 minutes went by on the street without him hearing someone calling him demon. Demonic blood. How do they keep you alive when you're already dead? And when he tried to go to the library to get some books to study, he was thrown out into the street, kicked, and called names again. If you think he was taught to read or write at the orphanage, you are sorely mistaken. He was taught to read, write, and count by Ayam, the daughter of Tuchi, the owner of Chiraka Ramen, whom he accidentally ran into while hiding from his bullies. They were the only people who treated Naruto well, sometimes even feeding him for free. All this time, he constantly asked himself and everyone else, why do the villagers hate me? What have I done to them? Why do they treat me like this? And in response, he received only beatings and contemptuous exclamations with hateful looks. Whenever Hokage asked these questions, he'd answer something unintelligible and send him away. And when he asked, "Where are my parents and who are they?" Hokage would only say they died the day the fox attacked and send him away again. And when Naruto asked him to take him to the library to borrow a book, he'd say he was busy. Naruto wanted to become a shinobi and was training. True, he wasn't having much success due to his lack of knowledge and the constant attacks from villagers who wanted to beat him up if they saw him training. And when he tried to protect a girl from the southern clans, he was beaten again. But even though he managed to protect the girl, immediately afterward her bodyguard gave him a good beating, telling him not to dare approach her again. A year flew by, and today is another day, October 10th, a day of remembrance for those who died in the battle with the demon and the victory over it, and also Naruto's birthday. He'd been beaten many times this year, even tried to drown and burn him alive last year. That same day, he'd been beaten several times, more severely than usual. He didn't want to leave his apartment, but he needed something to eat. Naruto sat and looked out the window, waiting for evening to come, so he wouldn't be so noticeable when he emerged. After all, no one in the village had such beautiful, captivating eyes, blue with a hint of violet. The stripes on his cheeks, each one a trifle, like a fox cub's. And the most unusual and noticeable thing was his hair. It was spiky, though only the lighter part. Half of it was the color of wheat, the other half the color of blood, and there were 2 even strands of blood-colored hair that framed the sides of his face and reached his nose. He looked like the sun at sunset, even as a baby. He only had a couple of strands of red hair, but every year they grew, and his hair became more and more manageable. The streetlights were already lit, people were having fun, and the sky was filled with beautiful stars and a large moon. Naruto smiled sadly and whispered, "Happy birthday, Naruto. Today he turns 6 years old." "Happy birthday, Naruto," I whispered to myself, looking at the night sky. Getting up from the windowsill, I walked out of the apartment, going out carefully, trying not to catch anyone's eye. I reached the Kurama's daughter. "Hi, old man," I shouted, flying into the room. "Hi, Ayami," I said, greeting the girl who came out of the kitchen. "Hi, Naruto, happy birthday." They congratulated me in unison. "Thank you, ooh," I shouted with joy. "I'll have 5 large portions of ramen." "It'll be ready soon," the old man told me. "In honor of your holiday, 2 portions for free," Telchi delighted me. And my eyes probably even started to glow. "Hooray! Ah!" I shouted and began to eat my food, finishing it and saying goodbye to Tiochi Ayami. I also quietly try to avoid all the residents. I made my way home through the alleys of Kanahi, but as I was almost reaching my apartment, I heard. "Where are you, demon?" shouted one of the 3 Chunin by the look of it. I immediately started to run, but one of them must have thrown a kunai at me, which cut my leg almost to the bone. That made me fall, clutching my bleeding limb. I thought I'd escaped from us. "Demon-born," shouted the second of them. Judging by their state, their stumbling legs and tongues, they were clearly drunk. "Hey, guys, we need to teach this degenerate a lesson," shouted the third of them. And the others supported his idea. "Why do you call me a demon? Why do you hate me? What did I do to you?" I asked them with tears in my eyes, and I tried to get up, but it didn't work. I started to crawl, but I got a strong blow to the head and fell face down on the ground, after which they started beating me, and all I could do was curl up into a ball and cover my head with my hands, unable to do anything else. The last thing I whispered before losing consciousness from the pain in my whole body was, "Mom, Dad, I feel so bad alone. Why? Why are they treating me like this? What did I do to them? I'm alone and I have no one." When I came to, I didn't understand where I was. It was a huge basement with dim light and ankle-deep water. There were leaking pipes everywhere, dripping water and dark branches from the main corridor. I got up from the floor on shaking legs and hobbled forward, I don't know where. Maybe I'll get out of here somewhere. And my body still hurt badly. After a while, turning into another tunnel, I came out into a huge hall with an equally huge golden cage, in the center of which hung a piece of paper with a Kansas seal, and behind the bars there was only darkness. Coming closer and starting to examine the cage, a slightly growling voice was heard from there. "Here you are, pathetic little human," someone said to me from the darkness of the cage. "Who are you?" I asked. But in response, only silence. "Where am I and what kind of cage is this? Answer me." This was said very quietly. But, apparently, the one sitting in the cage heard me and answered, "You are not worthy of knowing who I am and where you are, but you wanted to know who your parents are and meet them," this creature asked me. "Yes," I answered loudly. "I really want to know who they are and meet them." It was said quietly again. But the prisoner of this cage heard me again. "Do you see this piece of paper?" the creature asked. Why did I nod? "Take off this piece of paper. After that, you will see your parents," they said to me from the darkness of the cage. I felt a catch in his words, but I didn't care. I had been alone all my life and survived every second. And to meet my parents, I was ready to do anything. I went closer to the cage, but the seal was too high. "I can't reach it, it's too high," the prisoner informed. "I will help you," the voice from the cage answered me, and a whirlpool of water lifted me up, rising to the piece of paper. I began to tear it off, but it came off very slowly, and ink began to flow from my stomach, and pain pierced me. At the same second, someone grabbed my wrist and pushed me further from the cage. And from the cage, the fourth one growled in irritation. Come here, I will tear you apart. Pathetic, ___, I will devour you, the creature growled from behind the cage. And I looked at the man in front of me. He was a blond man with blue eyes and a white cloak with a pattern of red fire at the bottom, and on the back was an inscription embroidered, Yandami Hokage, I have no desire to communicate with you, fox. Naruto, let's move to a quieter place, said Yandami and snapped his fingers. The next moment we found ourselves on the shore of some sea, against the backdrop of a beautiful sunset. Fourth. Hokage, what are you doing here? You died 6 years ago. And how do you know my name? I bombarded him with questions. A father should know the name of his child. I am very glad to meet you. Naruto answered. Apparently, my father, and I am already in tears. I ran up to him and hugged him, starting to cry. He hugged me back and ruffled my hair. Naruto, why did you want to remove the seal, and how did you end up here at such a young age? There should have been a block here until the age of 12, my father said. I just looked at him, confused, but still answered, I was beaten, which is why I lost consciousness and ended up here. And then, wandering through that semblance of a sewer, I found a cage, and from there, someone told me that if I remove the paper, I will meet my parents, I answered him. So, in that cage sits the nine-tailed demon fox. Yes, he is very dangerous. I will restore the seal, but this is the last time. Next time, if the seal is broken, you will die, my father told me rather menacingly. And I just looked at him with tears in my eyes and dumped a barrage of information and questions on him. I have no reason to live, I said quietly. And Dad looked at me with a puzzled expression. Father, why did you and Mom leave me alone? Why did you die? Why did you seal me inside of me? Fox, you know what my life is like. I've been despised and hated since birth. No one talks to me. I'm constantly beaten, especially on my own birthday. I've even broken down into screams mixed with tears, like now, I'm just being beaten half to death for simply living. No, I'm not living. I'm surviving. I'm fighting for my life every second. I kept on crying. I started to get really hysterical. People are constantly throwing rocks and bottles at me and calling me demons, demonic spawn. They wish me death. They even tried to drown me and burn me alive. I live in a tiny, dilapidated apartment with almost nothing in it. I can't even buy normal food, let alone clothes. I'm simply starving. The only thing I can afford is boiled ramen. Can you imagine what it's like for me to live? Wherever I go, I get called names and thrown out. I can't even go to the library to learn anything. I can't even practice properly so I can defend myself later, simply because I don't know how to do it properly. And if I try, the villagers chase me away and then beat me. I don't want to live, Dad. I want to die to join you and Mom, so that at least somewhere I'm welcome, so that at least somewhere I can feel at least a bit of warmth. I said, already crying on my knees. I don't want to live. I want to die. I whispered again, barely audible. And my father only looked at me with a few drops of tears in the corners of his eyes and hugged me. Forgive me, son. I only brought my son pain and suffering. Forgive me if you can, he whispered, hugging me, but he was already slowly fading. Naruto, please don't give up and live for yourself and for Mom and me. After all, we gave our lives to save yours. I will try, I whispered. But how can I do this if I don't know how to do anything? I can't learn, I can't even eat properly. I don't have much time or chakra left, but I'll pass on to you the knowledge and techniques I have, as well as the location of our house and bank account number. Maybe it'll even be enough for some life experience. My father performed a few seals and touched my forehead, already disappearing, and I managed to hug him. Goodbye, Naruto, and be happy, my father said to me as we parted, ruffling my hair. Farewell, father, I whispered to him, and he disappeared. And they gave me his memories of his life, techniques, and property from his unit, after which I lost consciousness. The next time I woke up, I was in a beautiful hall with images of a whirlpool on the walls. In the center of the hall stood a large gate with the same sign, and next to it lay a letter. I immediately picked it up and began to read. Naruto, first of all, I want to tell you that I love you, my sunshine. Son, forgive me for leaving you alone in this unfair world. I will always be with you in your heart. Never give up and believe in yourself. Don't listen to anyone and don't trust anyone you doubt. Eat well to grow big and strong. Take a bath and brush your teeth. Try to study well. And also remember and try not to succumb to the 3 vices of shinobi. Don't lend money. Don't spend all your money after a mission, put it aside them. Don't drink alcohol until you're of age, and then don't overdo it, and be careful with girls. A special trait of a kunyu. I hope you find a girl like me, and also beware of the pervert Jiraiya. It so happened that on the day you were born, we were attacked, resulting in the sealing of the 9-tailed fox demon within you, and your father and I sacrificed our lives to save you and the village. The life of a Jinchuriki is very difficult, but try to live for yourself and for me, because I love you more than life itself. My sunshine, find your happiness. You are an Uzumaki, my little fox, just like me. We were once a powerful clan and lived in our own village, called Yuzashiya Gakurinosa, the village of the long-lived, or the village hidden in the whirlpool. It was located in Uzunaku, the unspoiled land of the whirlpool, but our clan and village were nearly destroyed, and those who survived scattered throughout the world. I was our clan's Kamiya and the last representative of the main line. Now you are the last representative of the main line. And also the last Uzumaki prince. With the last of my strength, I begged Shinigami-sama, the patron of our clan, to give me a few minutes to say goodbye to you and convey everything I wanted before I died. Behind this gate lies all of our clan's knowledge, transmitted mentally only within the main line. But to prevent you from becoming deranged by the overwhelming amount of information, I have blogged it so that you will learn about it when you reach 6 years old. The knowledge will be revealed to you as your abilities grow, for the same reason. Danger of brain strain. I have also placed a powerful barrier against mental attacks on you to protect you from the old freaks of this pathetic village. But it won't work forever. You have until you turn 12 to learn to protect your mind. I left a small gift in the 9-tailed seal. When you become strong and decide to repair its power, you will have to remove the seal. And one last thing. Don't forget, the children of the hidden whirlpool have always been strong. After all, we are scarlet devils. Remember, I love you, my sunshine, my little fox, and I always will. P.S. On the other side, all my possessions and their locations are described. P.S. Even before you were born, I placed a special seal that blocks the genes of our clan in you so that you would have fewer enemies. But by the age of 7, they should fully awaken, and the seal should disappear. I hope you are living well with my friend Mikatochik. She was supposed to raise you if something happened to me. While I was reading this letter, I couldn't stop sobbing and choking on tears. My mother loved me very much and gave her life for me. Even in death, she did so many good things for me that I simply cannot make her sacrifice in vain and betray her love. And I decided, I will live for both of us. I am happy to have such a mother. I will restore our great clan and our village. I swear, I thought about what to do next, how to get what is mine. And something also changed in my perception and understanding of the world, as if I had matured a couple of years, only mentally. It seems my father had managed to pass on some experience, and now he had passively matured me, I suppose. I'll have to try to fully understand what my father had passed on to me later. After a couple of hours, using my own experiments, I finally came up with my approximate actions and decided it was time to emerge from unconsciousness as soon as I wanted. I returned to the real world. Opening my eyes, I saw a white ceiling and smelled the hospital, and immediately noticed that I had begun to sense the presence of people nearby. Standing up and going to the mirror, I was a little surprised, because almost 80% of my hair was straight and the color of blood. Only on the top of my head was it spiky and the color of the sun. After looking at myself for a moment, I jumped out the first-floor window of the hospital and ran to my hut. But before I could reach it, a buoy grabbed me. We moved to the Hokaga's office. Earlier, I was sitting in the Hokaga's residence, signing more papers, and an explosion of incredible bloodlust ripped through the entire village. A few moments later, an Umbu appears before me and reports, "Hokage-sama. The Jinchuriki was attacked by Chunin from our village, rendering him unconscious from multiple injuries. Red chakra then surged around him, causing tails to form. After the fourth tail emerged, the flesh of the Jinchuriki began to disintegrate, causing profuse bleeding that mixed with the chakra to form an impenetrable shield. After the sixth tail emerged, all the chakra suddenly evaporated, and the subject was taken to the hospital with severe burns and wounds. The entire incident occurred within a minute. As a result of the Jinchuriki's rampaging and its subduing, about a dozen houses were destroyed, and the Chunin who attacked him, as well as most of the people near the Jinchuriki, were killed, he reported to me. Assign 2 squads to guard the Jinchuriki, and another 4 squads to deal with the aftermath of the incident and restore order to the situation. As soon as the Jinchuriki regains consciousness, bring him to me and convene a council of clans, elders, and genin." Yanbu, wearing a dog mask, ordered. "Hi, Hokage-sama," he bowed and disappeared into the Shunshin leaves. For several days, I dealt with the incident, and on the third day, around 4 a.m., the dog appeared in the office with Naruto in his arms, who, judging by his face, was very angry and displeased. We arrived in Hokage's office. I was in the hands of an ANBU member, and as soon as I saw him, I made an irritated, angry face. "What do you want from me?" I tossed him casually. "We need to talk, Naruto," Hokage replied, and I screwed up my face even more, but then replied, "Excellent." This was said with a level of contempt only in the presence of the entire top brass of this village, from which his jaw first dropped, and then his face twisted as if he ate something sour. "If you don't want to, then talk to the 9-tailed demon fox when he stomps around this village. Decide, and preferably quickly." I even sang, and he already began to twitch, but still said the dog. "The council has already been assembled." To which he received an affirmative nod. "Good, then warn me that I will soon appear alone, Shini." "Hi Hokage-sama," he replied, bowing and cheese in Shunshin. "Let's go, Naruto-kun," Saradabi Hiruzen muttered, grimacing. And then we went to the assembly hall. While we were walking to the assembly hall, I was finishing up my speech. It seemed to have gone well. Upon entering the assembly hall, quite a lot of people appeared before my eyes. Apparently, it was the entire top brass of Kanahi. As soon as we entered, everyone greeted Hokage, and when they saw me, they all grimaced. Well, I don't care now. But they are in for a lot of shocks. "Hiruzen, what are the village's weapons doing here?" asked the one-eyed, bandaged mummy. "We need to discuss the recent event." And he said that he would only speak in the presence of the entire top brass of the village, Hokage said, pointing at me. And everyone's faces grimaced even more. "Exactly. And if you try to kick me out, put pressure on me, or lock me away somewhere, I don't envy any of you." I sang, baring my teeth. "I don't think this village will survive the second coming of the 9-tailed demon fox." My grin grew even more impressive, and everyone present's faces reflected panic and horror. "How did you find out?" the elder asked, to which I merely shook my head, turning to face her. "Here today, I will ask the questions and set the conditions, and you will answer. And if I don't like something, you will see the fox again." "You dare threaten us?" half the hall yelled. "Think what you want, I don't care about you. But if I don't like something or they put pressure on me, you will see the fox again. And now my question. Hokage-sama. Who are my parents?" I already said that they were ordinary shinobi who died during the Ninetales attack 6 years ago. As usual, he lied. Eh ha ha ha. I just couldn't take another round of lies straight to my face. Okay. Then, if you've forgotten who my parents were, I'll remind you, and it's time for you to retire. Hokage-sama. My memory is bad. He visibly winced at the last part. And now I'll remind you who my parents were, and you'll listen to me and not interrupt. My mother was a member of a once powerful clan. The Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kushina, who was the last surviving member of the main line, the previous Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. And my father was the man you all know, Minato Mikaze Yonda Mihaka, also known as the Yellow Lightning of Kanahi. Well, that's refreshed my memory, you pathetic old farts, I growled. You don't have to answer. I don't care about you. You dared to desecrate my parents' memory. You also robbed and abused their child, hiding everything they owned, even their names, from me. Now I am the last representative of the main branch of this clan, as well as the last Uzumaki prince. Now let's talk about more serious matters. First, you will return to me all of my parents' property, which is rightfully mine, both movable and immovable. And if I'm missing even one scroll of techniques, a piece of land, Ryu, or the last rusty kyun, I will unleash the demon fox. Second, if you try to pressure me, intimidate me, or use force, I will unleash the fox demon. Third, if even one.ing resident of this village raises a hand against me, tries to throw me out, or inflate my prices, I will unleash the fox demon. Fourth, you will pay me 250 million EE in compensation for emotional and physical damages. For all 6 years of torment, beatings, and even abuse for hiding the truth about my parents and taking their property, which rightfully belongs to me because, according to their will, I was supposed to raise my daughter until I came of age, and you took it from me. You will also pay me 25 million EE annually for containing the nine-tailed fox, and if not, I will unleash the fox demon. And I know that if I release it, I could die. But I don't care. I have no one, and if I die, I'll at least kill all the freaks gathered in this village hall. I haven't lived, I've only survived. But from this day on, I will live for myself and for my mother, who sacrificed herself to save me. And if you try to attack, I will still release the fox demon. And one last thing. If any of you freaks and your lackeys try to control me with their eyes or influence me with other mental techniques, or try to suppress my will, or grab, knock me out, extract the fox, and so on, you will all regret it, for I have made a three-way contract between me, the fox, the Shinigami, and Sama, the patron of my clan. If anything happens to me because of this village, the great nine-tailed fox demon will be released by Shinigami-sama himself, who will help him destroy you within a couple of hours, and then he will return to me. So you can shove your Sharingan and other mental techniques where the light can't see. No one can fool Shinigami-sama, and he is watching everything. I'll wait a week. And if by the end of that time I haven't received everything that is rightfully mine and my compensation, you can write a will. Although it's unlikely many will survive, I finished. Everyone in the hall digested my speech with expressions of cognitive dissonance. To put it politely, I smirked, turned around, and headed for the exit. And at the door, turning my head, I reminded them, you have a week. Then I left and headed to Ichiraku for some food. After eating and picking a few beautiful flowers from a nearby flower bed, I slowly walked to the cemetery to visit my parents' graves, and then to my hut to sleep. The council hall after Naruto left. So what are we going to do? The head of the Nara clan, Shikaku Nara, was the first to speak. After the question, the silence continued for several more minutes. Any ideas? No one could have imagined that things would turn out like this, the Sandaime said long ago, having already put down his favorite smoking pipe. And you shouldn't have even thought about it. You should have done everything as Minato and Kushina wished. They're plotting to divide Naruto's inheritance between themselves, and make a weapon out of it for the village, said the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku. Now reap the fruits of your actions. The boy is embittered by everyone, and he doesn't care about anyone, even himself, to some extent. And I'd rather fulfill his conditions. We definitely won't survive the second coming of the demon fox, he finished. I agree with that too, Shikaku agreed. We won't survive another attack by the fox. And if the shinobi help him, no one will survive. So everyone involved in the embezzlement and confiscation of his inheritance. You'd better hurry and return everything that belonged to his parents, and as quickly as possible. And as for compensation, all the blame falls on the elders. Danzei vas Hikage-sama. You were all against the boy growing up in a family and love, and in an orphanage and on the streets, as a weapon of the village. And it was you and your Ambu who should have been watching over his normal life and education, which you failed to do or didn't wanted. So the compensation falls entirely on the four of you, and the 25 million a year for containing the fox will be divided among everyone present. This will be a fair decision. And I'm afraid that if anyone doesn't agree with my proposed positions, then we really won't survive for long, and by the end of the week, at least half of the clans of Kanahi will no longer live in this village due to fear of the fox. I propose a vote for the solution I propose to this problem. The head of the Nara clan finished and the voting began. Everyone present, with the exception of Elder Hikage and Danza, voted in favor. And why are you against it? He looked at the four elders. I think that if you don't fulfill him and our conditions, then within a week there will not be a single clan in Konoha, and it will be destroyed to the ground. Or are you no longer doing everything for the sake of the Skois and the preservation of our village? Shikaku asked them, and the others looked at them with incinerating glances. We agree, the elders and Doza's Hikage agreed through gritted teeth. Then let's hope Naruto-kun gets everything he demanded by the end of the week. Shikaku finished. The meeting is over, Hirogen announced and left with Danzo and the elders. Everyone else began to disperse after them. The house of the head of the Uchiha clan. 3 days had passed since the incident with Naruto. I was very worried about him, because he is the son of my best friend. And a few hours ago, a council of the village elite was convened. I heard the door opening and my husband entered the house. Good evening. How did the council go? I asked my husband. And his face showed apprehension, surprise and nervousness, which is very unusual for the imperturbable Uchiha. He just went to his office and called me to follow him. When I entered, I heard him say very tensely. Mikata, after all, Naruto's fate was supposed to be decided there after the incident. But what happened at the council, no one expected this, my husband said. What could have happened there that you came home so upset? Is Naruto okay? I asked Fugaku. Yes, but for the council. Together with Hiruzen, Naruto has arrived, he answered me, and to my question, which wasn't mine, he continued. What happened next shocked not only me but everyone present. What happened there? Why are you in such a state? He just looked at me with an unreadable gaze and began. First, he asked, apparently once again, who his parents were. I gave him the standard answer, and he just laughed. I didn't understand why, but from the look on my husband's face, I could tell I would soon understand. Then he decided to remind everyone present at the council who his parents were, and then said that he was the last member of the main line, and also the crown prince of the Uzumaki. I was shocked by this, but what followed shocked me even more. But at the same time, I was happy for Naruto. Then he started threatening us and making demands, my husband said. He demanded all of his parents' property, movable and immovable, which was rightfully his. And for living and surviving like an animal for 6 years, he demanded compensation in the amount of 250 million ryo, as well as an annual fee of 25 million ryo for containing the fox demon. He also accused everyone of depriving him of family happiness and love, since he was supposed to grow up according to his parents' will. And if anyone in this village tries to pressure him, threaten him, etc., he will break the seal and release the nine-tailed demon. Even if it kills him, he will release it too, to take revenge on everyone. He gave a week to give him everything he demanded. And if something is missing, he will break the seal, and at the end of the week our village will see the second coming nine-tailed. My husband graduated. I think he has every right to do this for the way he was treated and for depriving him of everything he should have had since birth, but was deprived of, and I am very happy for him. Finally, he will be safe. Well fed, clothed, and the old men will leave him alone, at least for a while. And at Kushina's house, no one will bother him at all. But how did he know about all this and even that he was supposed to be raised by our family? I asked. No one knows. Apparently, something happened while he was unconscious under the influence of the fox's chakra, Fugaku answered me. After that, we talked a little more and went to dinner. Equal to a year before the Academy of Young Assassins. Its first day equal. The next day after the council, Hikage called me. Well, rather politely asked me to come to his office through the Anbushniki and handed over the documents for all the real estate. It was a small block with a dozen two-story houses, a large three-story mansion, and a masked temple. It was located closer to the outskirts of the village. All the houses were incredibly beautiful and decorated with various patterns and symbols of my clan. But it was strange that not everything was in perfect condition, even though they had stood unattended for many years. Then I realized that all these drawings on the houses weren't just decoration, but concealed various kinds of seals. The houses were red and black with some green and purple, apparently the clan's colors. As I understood from the documents, this was the Uzushi embassy in Konoha. Judging by the integrity of the buildings, the presence of items, money, and scrolls in the houses and temple, the area was protected by some kind of ward that only Uzumaki could enter, and was so strong that none of the old bastards could have penetrated it. Otherwise, everything here would have been plundered and destroyed. According to my father's recollections, my parents lived in a three-story mansion. Apparently, it was built specifically for the clan head. If only he had come to Konoha from Uzushi on business. Exploring my new home. Tears began to flow in the house, as if life had happened yesterday. It seemed like these were some kind of seal tricks again. A pot of food on the stove, a thrown blanket on a chair, numerous photographs of happy parents, even more of my pregnant mother. She was so beautiful. Long scarlet hair, perfect features, eyes like mine. Although, rather the opposite, and most importantly, her smile. A happy smile that made me want to smile myself. Upstairs, across from my parents' room, was my nursery, with a crib and a multitude of toys. They'd been so looking forward to my arrival, and the day of their happiness became their end. I spent the entire day looking through photo albums and exploring the house. In the evening, after yesterday's snack and some ramen, I returned home and decided to go to bed early. In my parents' room, their warmth and care seemed to be there. I lay down, curled up, but noticed a necklace on the bed. It looked like a large reddish crystal with a purple swirl symbol. I put it on and felt even warmer, and fell asleep. The next day, I grabbed a quick snack from the leftovers in the fridge, which hadn't spoiled a bit over the years. Apparently, thanks to Fuin, I continued exploring the grounds, found 4 training grounds, and also toured the other houses. After tidying up a bit, I decided to explore the rest of my house, which I hadn't had time to do yesterday. Several guest rooms and my parents' study. It contained a safe with 5 million worlds. A large cabinet with lights, equipment, and all sorts of other things. My path then led me to the basement, which had several rooms. One held various types of weapons and armor. The second contained several shelves with lights, equipment, and an altar for some kind of ritual. The third was a small, empty room, but it was completely covered in some kind of fun symbols, which I couldn't understand at the moment. The entrance to the fourth room was much deeper than the others. It was a huge underground training ground, 50 meters long, wide, and 10 meters high. After exploring the basement, I went up, grabbed some money, and went to the store for food and clothes. I stocked up calmly. They didn't even jack up the prices or try to chase me away. They just looked at me, as usual, with hatred and contempt. Apparently, all the merchants and other residents had already been warned about me, and the particularly reckless ones had been processed, both physically and mentally. Upon entering the house, I went to cook, ate a salad and some fried meat. Then I went to bed. The next morning, when I woke up, I realized I had never felt so good and protected as I did now that I got up and went to my morning routine and breakfast. After that, it was time to start training. First, I remembered what my father had passed on to me, knowledge of property, several sealing techniques, as well as Hirashin, Raishingen, and shadow cloning of myself and thrown weapons. He had also managed to impart some fragments of his life and several battles. Oh, I turned red as a tomato after one fragment of his night with Mom. Well, that'll give me experience for the future. I put his techniques aside for later, as they were too complex for me, and transported myself into my subconscious to my clan's library. As I approached the gates, they opened by themselves, revealing huge shelves of knowledge behind them. Everything was sorted and ready for study. After walking between the rows for a bit, it became clear that most of the knowledge was locked, just as Mom said. And what was ready for study was illuminated with a reddish glow. At the moment, the following knowledge was available to me: cooking, basic physical development and chakra theory for Uzumaki, the history of the Uzumaki clan and the world of shinobi. Uzumaki geography, etiquette, culture, and traditions. Knowledge of language and speech rules, not only ordinary language but also the language of the dead, on which the Uzumaki build their entire fun, as well as some knowledge of working with my memory and subconscious. It turns out that by delving into my subconscious, I'm delving into my soul. Uzumaki is a labyrinth. And the more complex the labyrinth, the easier the fun. Better protection of the mind from mental attacks and various types of mental overload. This makes it easier to think. It grows as your knowledge, mental flexibility, and spiritual growth grow. And it also depends on your innate abilities. There is a library room here with my memory. For it to be absolute, it's necessary to organize all the knowledge in the subconscious and ensure that all the information is remembered and assimilated in the same way, which is what I did for the next 3 days. Why did I only have 3 days for this? I simply had very little knowledge, and my life had been too short and almost monotonous to spend much time pre-remembering the memory of my 600 years. But I clearly remember all those who beat me over all those years, and they will pay for it with their lives. The next day, after pre-remembering, breakfast, and a refreshing shower, I finally took a shower with hot water. In the old hut there was only cold water, and not always. I made a training plan and began it. A short warm-up, half an hour of running, stretching, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and crunches. Then an hour of meditation, where I was supposed to feel the chakra, which happened almost immediately. Apparently, it was because of awakening the nine-tailed fox and feeding its chakra into my hearth a few days ago, then trying to feel its flow throughout my body through each chakra channel, and then resting. Now I eat and will continue to eat only healthy food. And my culinary knowledge helped me prepare it. I'll occasionally stop by Iraq, because the only people there who were kind to me were ramen. It's quite tasty and nutritious, but you shouldn't get carried away with it. After resting, I delve into my subconscious and study the knowledge available to me for 2 hours. After that, more training, dinner, and sleep. I trained on the training ground behind the mansion. The day before my appointed time expired, Hiruzen called me to him and handed over everything: scrolls, documents, and my parents' accounts. Now it's all mine. The next week was spent moving my belongings to the mansion, as well as checking them, including safe deposit boxes and accounts. Oddly enough, they gave me everything that belonged to my parents, which amounted to almost 2 billion ryo. Most of it belonged to my mother. Apparently, this was the money she was given in exchange for money and what she later managed to find in hiding places and received after Mita's death. 24 scrolls of various kinds, several trophies, and a few personal items. They even transferred 250 million Rio in compensation and 175 million Rio for 6 years of containing the fox and for the next year, since I'm already in my 7th year, which made me very happy. Apparently, they were very afraid of the nine-tailed beast's second coming. For the next month, I trained according to the same program. Only during meditation I began to channel chakra through the channels with the CHKH of expansion and expansion of the focus. At the same time, I was informed that in a year I would be entering the Shinobi Academy. Now, after the latest opening of the library block, my routine has changed slightly. In the morning, standard training, and in the evening, I practice throwing shuriken, kei, and shinban. Basically, I practice bokei jutsu. The next day, instead of bokei jutsu, I practice the persistent strikes of one of my clan's taijutsu styles. There are 3 of them: Calm Whirlpool, Unbreakable Whirlpool, and Devouring Whirlpool. The first is based on defense and counterattacks, the second on constant movement and pressure on the enemy, the third on attacks using the surrounding environment, and there are also 8 Kinzutsu styles. Shining Whirlpool is the primary style for all Uzumaki. The other 7 are named after the family of great swords for which they were created. They were forged by the clan's head several hundred years ago. Yes, these are the very swords that the 7 swordsmen currently wield: Kiri, Cubes, Hiramakarei, Kiba, Kabuta, Wari, and of course, Bari, Shibuki, and, perhaps the most powerful and fearsome of them all, Samayata. Moreover, all of these styles are geared toward combat using seal techniques and ninjutsu. I'm currently practicing the Calm Whirlpool Taijutsu style. A day later, I'll replace taijutsu with calligraphy lessons and drawing simple seals without the use of chakra. Calligraphy for correctly writing and composing symbols in kills, and then practice making light seals. A month and a half after learning the basic methods of chakra control, hand seals, fuin, and simple control, chakra control exercises were added to the morning training, along with practicing hand seals until they became automatic. However, without using chakra, they required holding a leaf with any part of the body, then several leaves, and then learning to move them around the body. All this was done with the help of chakra. After that, I repeated the same process with a heavier object. At first, the leaf would tear into pieces due to the excess chakra, but after a couple of days, I was able to hold it. After another 4 days, I was able to hold up to 8 leaves. However, mastering the art of moving 5 leaves simultaneously across my body took a week for the same process, but with a heavier object, it took another 2 weeks. Why did I spend so much time improving my control? It's simple. All Uzumaki have problems with control due to their large amounts of chakra. And for Jinchuriki, this problem becomes even more pronounced. The next step in improving control was walking on trees and vertical surfaces. I mastered it in 3 weeks. At the same time, I discovered basic knowledge of biology and medicine. Having begun studying them, I slightly modified the throwing targets. Now I throw different types of weapons at various acupuncture and vital points marked on the dummy. After some time spent studying the next available library section, my training in calligraphy and regular seal drawing moved on to the next stage of fuinjutsu. When drawing fuin symbols, the ink must be constantly and evenly saturated. But everything was drawn on ordinary rice paper with ordinary ink. To avoid, so to speak. Otherwise, any fuin, even the simplest, if drawn incorrectly, can cause a more powerful blow than any kibokuda. Another 2 months passed, only increasing physical exercise and expanding my existing knowledge. Having improved my chakra control, I began mastering the basic ninjutsu techniques for the academy. Kaori Minji mastered it within a week, but illusionary cloning was a complete failure. After spending a week and a half on it and seeing no results, I decided to give it up. It seemed I lacked the control to properly create illusions, so I decided to try the shadow cloning technique, which, incidentally, I mastered after 3 days. Following the clones, I learned the shadow cloning technique for throwing weapons in 2 days. I practiced these techniques during morning training. After learning the clones, my training changed and accelerated several times. During morning training, I performed physical exercises and trained in taijutsu. The clones, meanwhile, improved their chakra control and practiced iron throwing. In the evenings, I trained physically again, while the clones practiced with their hands. I never created more than 2 clones. This was to avoid negative effects and maximize the clone's efficiency. This training continued for 3 months, after which I began practicing the calm whirlpool style in morning training, and replaced it with the indestructible whirlpool style in evening training. At the same time, the clones began practicing creating real seals on chakra paper. Why clones? It's simple, to prevent my hands from being blown off in an explosion. If something goes wrong and the seal explodes, I still learn without a mentor who will constantly monitor me and prompt me at the right moments. I created simple seals, paralysis, chakra blockages or disruptions to its flow, sealing seals for food and inanimate objects. The principle of operation. I studied their structure and use in the library and in my subconscious. Everything is described there in detail, and most importantly, it's clear. Although even I, an Uzumaki, wouldn't have understood anything. At this pace, a month and a half passed. I could already calmly create seals and scrolls, which I trained in after their expiration. I replaced my morning training in the calm whirlpool style with the shining whirlpool style kenjutsu. I also began mastering water walking. There was a small pond on the block, and I practiced creating kibakufuta. Around the same time, I noticed that I wasn't receiving my orphan's allowance, and I intended to find out the reason. So I headed to the Hokage's residence. Walking through the village, I saw the same looks, imbued with hatred and contempt for me. But I paid them no mind. There were far fewer of them than before, even though I had become unaccustomed to them over the past few months. I only left the neighborhood once a week to buy groceries and a scrapbook. Plus, my appearance had changed even more. Entering the residence and going up to the top floor, I approached the Hokage's office. I knocked and heard, "Enter." I entered the office and watched Hiruzen, who was clearing away piles of papers, until he turned his gaze to me. I almost burst out laughing at the sight of his face. There was fatigue, confusion, and even disgust. But, having resettled himself, he said, "What brings you to me, Naruto-kun?" the monkey asked. He looked so much like him. And taking part of his clan's name, Saru, means monkey. I came to find out where my orphan allowance went. Hokage, I replied, looking at him with the same disgust he was looking at me. Either my parents came back to life, I got guardians, or I graduated from the Ninjo Academy, so they stopped paying me. I asked him affirmatively, and he grimaced even more, but answered, "Naruto-kun, you don't have enough money. You received the entire inheritance. Why do you need another allowance?" I just looked at him skeptically. "How much money I have and the rest shouldn't concern you. I am entitled to an allowance by law, which means you pay it on time," I answered calmly. "Or did you, Hokage, decide to rob me again?" With a slight smile and eloquence in my voice, I asked him a question, and his face twisted like a crumpled piece of paper from Raitun chakra. I hoped that this while surveying the group once again, I noticed the children's constant glances at the area between the clan and non-clan members. Looking there, I was very surprised. A little behind me, on a swing under a tree, sat a girl, gently rocking back and forth. She wore a red kimono with purple patterns, tied with a black obi sash. She had captivating blue eyes with a hint of purple, scarlet hair pulled back into a bun and secured with a beautiful hair clip, soft skin, and thin, barely noticeable stripes on each cheek, like a fox's. After observing her for a few minutes, I decided to ask my mother about her. "Mom, do you know who this girl is?" I asked my mother. "Who are you talking about, son?" she asked me. Apparently, she didn't understand who I was talking about. I was talking about the one sitting on the swing under the tree behind everyone else, with her lilac hair and red kimono. At that moment, a spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Sasuke, you've already found yourself a girlfriend." Mom, overcome with mischief and curiosity, decided to tease me, but upon seeing this girl, her expression immediately changed from happy to sad, and then tears began to flow. Mom, what happened? Why are you crying?" I started asking her and tugging at her sleeve. But she still didn't answer. "Mom, it's because of that girl," I asked again. "Mikata, why are you crying?" asked my father. She only pointed at that girl. "It can't be. It can't be her," my father said quietly. "Yes, Fugaku, it's not her, but she looks very similar. She is almost an exact copy of Kushina, only with stripes on her cheeks, even the clothes made of shards are similar," my mother whispered, sobbing. "Father, why do you have such a reaction to this girl and who does she look like?" After tactfully waiting a little, I quietly asked, "Sasuke, have you heard about the attack of the fox demon 7 years ago?" To which I nodded. "Your mother had a very close friend. Her names were Uzumaki and Kushina. She was the wife of Yonda and Mihakaji, and they died that day. And this girl looks very similar to her," my father answered me. And I just nodded understandingly. "Sasuke, son, if you find out anything about this girl, tell me at home." "Okay," my mother whispered. To this I just nodded. And at that moment Hokage appeared and began his speech. The old monkey appeared with the director of the academy began his propaganda speech. Before they started talking about the will of fire and other such nonsense, I almost fell asleep, while the other children, along with most of their parents, listened attentively. After listening to this nonsense for a bit, I decided to take a nap. And about their will of fire? I have my own will, just like everyone else, Uzumaki, Jin say, but they also have a will to live. I woke up when everyone was being let in for sorting, and I was the last one into the building. Next, I had to be sorted into classes. Mostly clan children were assigned to classes, and the rest were high. To be assigned to a class, you need to channel chakra into a special ball, and depending on the color that lights up, the examiners will assign you to one class or another. This ball determines the amount and density of chakra. There are 4 colors, red, blue, green, and yellow. When the lights are red and blue, the children go to class. When the lights are green, it glows red, and when the lights are yellow, it glows red if your chakra reserves and density are very high. Almost all the clan members' lights glowed red, some blue. And when it was my turn and I fed it chakra, it simply exploded. This shocked everyone, including the examiner's children. I was assigned to Class A, where I went. Entering the right classroom, I looked around and sat at an empty desk in the last row near the window until the teacher arrived. I noted that almost all the children in the class were clan members. After 15 minutes, the teacher arrived, but no one paid attention. After waiting a couple more minutes, he spoke. "Class. Quiet," he said in a commanding tone, and everyone fell silent. "Let's get acquainted. I am your supervisor and will be until you graduate, unless, of course, something happens. My name is Smart Hand. I hope we will become good friends. I've already introduced myself. Now it's your turn." Irika spoke so everyone could hear, then sat down at his desk. "Let's start with the front row. Come on, introduce yourself, and tell us a little about yourselves. Let's begin." Most of the people wanted to become strong shinobi Kenichi, although there were exceptions. The more interesting personalities caught my attention a little. A guy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle came out. "My name is Shikamaru, and I'm too lazy to continue," the guy said lazily and went back to his desk to sleep. Next came some fat guy. "My name is Akimichi Shoji. I like to eat well, especially chips. And I'm not fat, I have big bones." Limping over the chips, he told himself casually. "My name is Emanaka, and I like to care for flowers and arrange bouquets." The blonde introduced herself and returned to her seat. Next came a certain Sakura, apparently clanless. Her hair was pink, like sakura petals. Nothing else stood out. There was also Shinarami, a reserved guy, but he spoke funny. Hinata Hyuga, whom I once saved from bullies, was a little reserved, though very sweet, constantly shy and blushing, occasionally glancing at me. Next came a black-haired guy. "My name is Yuchio Sasuke. I love tomatoes, my family, and training with my older brother. I dream of surpassing him," the Uchiha said about himself. He looked at me throughout his short monologue and the entire walk to his seat. Then some guy in a jacket came out, laughing and saying something about dogs. His name was Kiba Inazuka. Then it was my turn. I came out almost silently. I had recently started mastering the skill of silent movement, and everyone looked at me strangely, with some kind of curiosity and anticipation, but this only applied to the children. Irika looked with hatred, Sasuke especially intently. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I have a dream and a goal, but for now I prefer to keep them a secret." He created a bit of mystery about himself, which pleased me very much. That was it, and right after my introduction, the dog owner jumped up and asked a strange question. Although, considering my appearance at the moment, that I now look very much like a girl, then the question is perfectly normal. "Naruto, but that's a boy's name," he said, surprised. "Yes, in case you haven't noticed, I'm a guy," I answered calmly. I was so upset that I'd yelled at the whole class, and I'd merely calmly reiterated what I'd said earlier. "Yes, I'm a guy," I repeated and returned to my seat. Then came Ruka's tedious speech, and after 2 hours we were dismissed, and I headed to Ichiraku, pondering the day ahead. What can I say? The first day turned out to be quite informative. I chatted a bit with a couple of people and learned that the academy was founded by the second Hokage. Each clan is required to provide several children for training. Almost everyone in my class is the heir to their clan, the future protectors of the leaf. As Irika ranted, Irika teaches lessons in a monotone that makes you want to sleep. This was confirmed by half the class, who drooled on their desks, and the rest either ignored him or chatted. I decided that after the first day at the academy, I'd show up here sometimes to avoid being kicked out. The rest of the time I'll train and study the knowledge from the Uzumaki library. It has everything about everything. Although how can they expel the village's weapons? That's a big question. After all, in that case, the assessment of this village's strength will drop. And how can it be otherwise, if the Jinchuriki, one of the village's main forces, doesn't even graduate from the academy and doesn't become a shinobi? So I don't need to show up at the academy at all, and on my own I will learn much more and faster. And I also won't be bored with my butt and hand. In short, I won't waste my time. Entering Iraq, I said hello. "Hello, old man." "Hello, I shouted a little. "I'm 5 servings of ramen," and they look at me and can't recognize me. "NN, Naruto, is that you?" they asked in unison. To which I laughed a little. "Yes, but doesn't it look similar?" I asked them with a smile. "It's just that you've changed a lot, Naruto," the old man said, and didn't come in for about a month. I had important things to do. I couldn't find the time, but I'll try to show up more often from now on, I said with a smile, and they smiled back. "In those clothes and with that haircut, you look a bit like a girl," I said with a twinkle in her eye. "Yes, I wanted to conduct an experiment, so I dressed like this. Actually, I even liked it a little. I mean, I look a lot like my mother now," I added more quietly, sadly. "And people on the street won't recognize me like this. I can avoid the disdainful and hateful looks." The last one said it more cheerfully. Dove said goodbye and went home. A new stage of training begins tomorrow. The house of the Uchiha clan head. After Sasuke was sent to the academy, my husband went to work, and I headed to the market. After shopping, he returned home, started cleaning, and then cooked dinner. All this time, that girl with scarlet hair couldn't get out of my head. She looked so much like Kushina. I hope Sasuke learned something about her. Just as dinner was ready, Sasuke and Fugaku returned. Sasuke was thoughtful and upset about something. After we finished dinner, I decided to ask. "How was your first day at the academy, son?" I asked Sasuke, who was looking rather lost in thought. "Okay, Mom, I got into Class A. Our teacher's name is Smart." First, we all introduced ourselves, and then the teacher gave an introductory lecture and told us about the academy's founding and what we would be studying. True, he spoke monotonously and not very interestingly. Most of the class simply fell asleep. Sasuke told us about his day. "Sasuke, did something happen to you? I thought you were upset about something," but he just looked down. I was also interested in the girl with red hair. I asked about her too. "Have you seen that girl with red hair?" At this, he looked even more disappointed, but still answered, "Yes, Mom, she's in my class," he said, "but she's not a girl. It's a boy." "Mom," he said very quietly. "Did I hear you right, or did he say boy?" "Say that again, son," I asked him. "It was a boy. Mom, his name is Uzumaki Naruto." At this phrase, Fugaku and I were stunned. After a while, Fugaku broke the silence. "He's changed a lot over the past year. The last time I saw him, he looked a little different," my husband said. "Half of his hair was red and the other half was blonde. It was sticking out. Now it's getting closer to a lamb and is even. He looks a lot like her," I said quietly. My husband just confirmed with a nod, and Sasuke sat there, not understanding what he meant by, "He looked different and looked like her." He asked his question. "Sasuke, I'm sorry, but we aren't allowed to answer that question," my husband answered. "Maybe you'll find out someday." "Okay, I still have to stop by work," my husband said, getting up from the table and heading out of the house. Sasuke sat for a while longer and also left. And I was left cleaning up and thinking about what happened to you, Naruto, and how your life will turn out from now on. I whispered. Equal. Time well spent equals. Sitting on Hokage Mountain, on my father's head, I reflected on the events of the last 5 years. And a lot has happened in the last 5 years. From the day I entered the academy, I trained constantly. I went to the academy once or twice a week just to check off the classes I did show up for, pretending to be asleep. For this, I sometimes received a reprimand from this hand. But I didn't care, while I was in my subconscious, studying the knowledge from the library and the Uzumaki. In my second year, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Only Sasuke survived. Everyone says it was Sasuke's older brother and Tatsu Uchiha who did it. And the Kanahi government shares this opinion. But all this stinks. One person wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. It's not even funny. He 100% had someone helping him, and far from just one person. And most likely, it was the very top of Kanahi, as rumors about the Uchiha had been swirling around the village for a long time. Apparently, they had seriously crossed the village's path, and they decided to quietly exterminate them. This is my personal opinion, though it's not supported by any facts other than my own speculation. And all this time, Kyubi. Oh, excuse me, Kurama was in a state of neargasm from exterminating the hated Uchiha, but that happened later, and up until a certain point, she tried to impose thoughts about her place on me, but I ignored them because I was still weak. And a few months after the Uchiha clan massacre, I finally met Kurama. Wandering through my subconscious, I decided to finally talk to the Nine Tails and, if possible, learn more about him, and perhaps connect on some desires based on the Konohi. And if that worked out, becoming allies or even friends would be very useful. Entering the room and seeing a huge cage, I approached it from a distance of 5 meters. Beyond the bars was only darkness. Last time he spoke to me right away, but this time he was silent, and I was afraid to speak first. I sat there for several hours until he finally spoke to me. The jailer appeared again. I heard a voice from inside the cage. "Break the seal or get out, pathetic human." This was said with contempt, fatigue and resentment in his voice. "Hello to you too," I said and fell silent for a while. "I wanted to meet you and maybe become friends. Well, or at least see eye to eye on the basis of place and hatred for Inoki and its inhabitants. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Naruto." "And what is yours?" I asked hopefully. "You are not worthy of knowing my name, get out of here," he growled at me from the darkness of the cage. "But I want to be friends with you, and maybe help you together, and you can help me." "And why don't you want to? Why are you driving me away?" I asked the question, although I did not expect an answer. "You are the same as the others. You drive me away and hate me, even though I have done nothing to you." "Why?" I whispered the last thing. "I just wanted to be friends or to agree on goals, and then take revenge on them all for my life and the death of my parents. Yes, I saw the moment of the attack in my father's memories. You may have killed my parents, but it wasn't really your fault. It was the villagers who were to blame for everything. And that Uchiha in the mask," I said more quietly. "Do you really want to be friends with me and get revenge on them all?" asked the voice from the cage. But it was softer than before. "But why do you need my friendship, and not just my power for revenge? I am the great and terrible nine-tailed demon fox." This was said very loudly, but with some hidden resentment towards everyone. "I really want to be friends with you and get revenge on everyone. And besides, no one has ever wanted to be friends with me, and everyone hates and fears me. They consider me your embodiment. Everyone hates you too. So I thought that maybe we could become friends and get revenge on them together," I suggested to the fox. "I don't think you're that bad after all. If I were constantly hunted and locked in a cage for decades, even centuries, I would hate everyone too and try to kill as many people as possible. You're not like other people, boy." That surprised me greatly. "Maybe we can become friends, and even get revenge, but I don't take your word for it." I began to overflow with hope at his answer. "I will only trust you if you open up to me all your thoughts, secrets, and soul. And then we will make a blood contract, only with a contract and a completely open mind, and nothing else." "But how can I do that?" I asked, surprised. "Come to the cage," the fox told me. Which I did. "Just be careful. Now hold out your fist." I extended my fist toward the cage, and a small fist lightly touched it. The darkness in the cage disappeared, and I saw her whole life. She apparently saw mine. Looking at her, I froze. Before me stood a beautiful girl, somewhat resembling my mother. She was about 17 or 18 years old, with long, scarlet hair, red eyes with vertical pupils, golden fox ears, black caps, and the same 9 ponytails. I stood there for a few minutes, looking at her. She just laughed at me, after which she asked, surprised, "By the way, my name is Kurama," she said giggling. "Very," I answered. But Kurama immediately became serious. "Even though I saw your life and your thoughts, I still can't trust you. It's time to sign a contract." And at that very second, a scroll with the clauses of the contract and Kurama already signed appeared in front of me. Having carefully read the contract, I didn't notice anything vague. There were only clauses about mutual assistance to each other and not causing intentional harm, both physical and mental. After I signed the contract, a bright flash illuminated us both, confirming the start of its action. "Do you like it?" Kurama asked, noticing my intent gaze and a very embarrassed look. "You're supposed to be a huge 9-tailed fox, and you're a girl with 9 fox tails and ears." Even more embarrassed, I continued, "You are very beautiful," I whispered uncertainly. and blushed even more, becoming the color of a tomato. I am pleased, she answered, and her cheeks also filled with blush. And how did you become like this? I asked uncertainly. Well, when your father wanted to split me into yin in halves, sealing the dark one in himself, and the light one in you, he made a little mistake. Or maybe he did it himself with wheat? I made a surprised face. She giggled and continued, I was originally Naruto's yuka. Later, Rikuta-san divided the 10 tails into 9 parts and sealed each of them. He sealed one of the parts in me, and I turned from a yukai into a huge, evil 9-tailed fox. Bijou, there are 9 of us. How I hate him now for this. When I remembered what he did to me, with anger Kurama growled. The 10 tails' anger clouded my mind and made me more aggressive. And people were constantly attacking me, wanting to seal me away. So, I wasn't split in 2, but rather separated and sealed the 10 tails' evil essence, while its power remained with me, allowing me to regain my original yoka form. True, I no longer remember what I looked like as a yoka, and I barely remember my life before the transformation. That's why my appearance is similar to my previous Jinchuriki. Like your mother, Uzumaki. And also, if I want, then I can take the form of a huge 9-tailed fox, but not now. I'm held in a cage, and my strength hasn't fully recovered for that yet. The whole story, I just blinked my eyes and listened to her every word. How do I open the cage? I asked hopefully. There must be a key, but you don't have it. At this point, I got upset, as did Kurama. Where could it be? I asked her. Maybe he knows. Probably your father's teacher. His name was Jiraiya, I think. And then I remembered the mention of him in my mother's letter. As soon as we find him, I'll let you out, I promise. Kurama smiled sweetly at this. I'll be waiting, she replied afterward. It's late. Go to bed. Naruto has already settled in for some warmth, said Kurama. By the way, did you know that the Uchiha clan was destroyed? Yes, I saw it in your memories, and I'm very happy about it. She said loudly, chipping. Why? I asked another question. I hate this clan. Myra once repaired me with his Sharingan. And on your birthday, it was an Uchiha who attacked your parents and pulled me out of your mother. And now it's time for you to sleep. Got it. Good night, I said and came out of my subconscious, thinking about everything Kurama had said. And then I fell asleep. Since then, she has constantly helped me in everything. In training, in everyday life, she shares knowledge, communicates with me, because besides her, I hardly communicate with anyone. But now I have no personal life at all, and no personal space either. She even hears my thoughts, but I'm not complaining. Over these 5 years, we have become very close, and I've gotten used to the fact that she can see and feel everything I see and feel. I've gotten used to her hearing all my thoughts and intentions, that all my emotions and desires are right there in front of her. Thanks to Kurama, I developed my sensory abilities and became an empath. Empathy is a really cool thing. You sense emotions, sense the intentions of others. If you wish. True, in the village it's a solid bouquet of hatred and contempt towards me. However, in moments like these, my fox's emotions are like a sip of water in the desert. I've never felt so much care, warmth, and excitement from anyone. Why am I okay with her reading my thoughts? Well, considering what she's been through. It's no surprise she set such a condition and signed a contract to establish her trust in me, and then we somehow got used to it. True, sometimes I think about seeing a psychiatrist. After all, the woman in my head sometimes drives me crazy. When I began to see her as a woman, I don't know myself, probably about a year ago. And when we realized we felt the same way, we began to communicate even more closely thanks to Kurama's knowledge of Rikuta Sennin's training and partial knowledge of his mother Kogoi's abilities, and on top of that, the knowledge of my clan. My subconscious has changed even more than before. Each exit from the labyrinth leads to a different part of the soul. Several huge minimers have appeared. One of them is the elemental world. It's responsible for the development of the elements. I've been developing them this way for 3 years now, but a predisposition to the elements is developing in my subconscious. And when I learn the techniques of these elements in the real world, then they will be given to me much easier. And if you achieve complete control over the elements, then they will hardly harm you. In this world, there are mountains from which mountain rivers flow in powerful streams, flowing into lakes. Lightning strikes the sky with peals of thunder and a strong wind blows, and in the distance, a volcano erupts with streams of lava. In general, all people have an affinity for the 5 standard natural elements, but only a few manage to develop them all. Affinity is the speed of development of the element. The easiest for me to conquer are wind and lightning, then fire, water, and the worst is earth. But I try to develop them all. The second world looks like a huge city, divided into 2 parts, in the center of which there is a tower. It is also divided, like the city in half, into the black Nilianton and the white Yang and Leton. At the top of the tower is the Ening sign. The Mayaton Eden, and the tower itself is filled with the multicolored energy of all 7 elements. This is my source of chakra. 2 sources emanate from here, the Iniyan, which I am constantly developing. And here, it's not the source of the chakra itself that develops, but its sources, that is, the energy itself, not the chakra itself, which is formed from the mixing of energies. When I first arrived in this place, there were about a dozen houses skewed toward the Yang side, and in the center stood a hollow pillar of energy. Apparently, all Uzumaki are skewed toward the Yang side. Now it's a huge city with high-rise buildings decorated with various patterns and beautiful streets. The more developed a particular source is, the more and more powerfully a particular part of the city develops. Kurama said that over time this place will only grow, and when enough Razuyutan and Aten have been developed, we will begin to develop Enmayaton. According to her, this is the path to biological immortality. The 3rd mini-world is my seal. Where does Kurama sit? I removed the appearance of the cage, and now it was a vast world with forests, fields of flowers, and a huge castle, which I created from Kurama's memories. And around the entire perimeter of the world is a chain of trees, marking the boundaries of the cell. We never met Atsureu. Following her instructions, I began to intensively develop my mind. I now have 3 streams of consciousness. The more of them, the more developed my mind is and the faster I think, make decisions, and process information. One stream is my conscious mind, and the other 2 are directed at inclinations in the subconscious. One sleeps, and the other trains with the elements, Intan, and Aten. Incidentally, Kurama uses his chakra to improve my body, expanding and strengthening my spittle, which also increases the density of my chakra. This process would be faster, but for that we need the key to the seal. Thanks to this, I have become even stronger, faster, more resilient, and smarter than my peers. So all muscle fibers have been replaced with pink ones. My internal organs and brain have been improved, my circulatory and nervous systems have been improved and expanded, my bones have become stronger and can bend slightly for greater resistance to damage. In my 3rd year at the academy, I met a guy named Lee. He seemed to have some kind of problem with his account that he couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, so he followed the path of taijutsu. He had a teacher who was a master of taijutsu, my Tagai. After a couple of sparring sessions with Lee, I asked him to introduce me to Guy when Lee brought me to him with a request to train. He, oddly enough, didn't say anything, but was even happy. As I understood, he's a good teacher and loves children. Lee is like a son to him. Since then, I've been going to their training a couple of times a week and perfecting my clan's taijutsu styles. I also met Yuhi Kurinai. She treated me like an ordinary child. We sometimes chatted about various topics, which I enjoyed. Given my lifestyle and the attitude of all the villagers of Kanahi, she even gave me lessons in genjutsu. The villagers aren't very friendly towards her either. As she said, this began after the destruction of the Uchiha clan. And she thinks it's because of her eyes, not because she has a crimson hue. A couple of months after meeting Guy, I started wearing weights. Though not heavy. Incidentally, I mastered all 3 styles to an above intermediate level, and I didn't forget about Kenjutsu. I also mastered Shunshin and Rasengan. I can easily create it with one hand, as well as Hiration, and I was able to climb a waterfall using chakra, which demonstrates my extremely high level of control. With this, I started to master illusory clones and genjutsu. Hiration took a lot of tinkering with. I completely mastered it and perfected it in a year and a half, taking into account other training. Naturally, I created my personal mark, Jutsushiki. It looks like the Uzumaki clan symbol, with 9 tails, slightly clockwise, arranged in a spiral from the center to the very end. And, of course, I refined this technique. All I had to do was change the connections of some fuin and add some extras here and there. That's all. Now I have no excess chakra when sealing and unsealing myself. No sound, no flashes, no chakra smoke. This technique is designed exactly like that. While I'm in the technique subspace, I'm weightless, and all my marks are all around me. By focusing on any one of them, I immediately know where it is. And the opposite is true. If there are a lot of marks, then I focus on a specific location geographically, and the mark closest to my target is marked in my mind. The subspace of this technique has a significant difference in the flow of time compared to the real world. By my calculations, it's 1 to several thousand. That is, in the real world, a second in the Hirashi subspace is worth several thousand. I also mastered Fuinjutsu and didn't just study it. I comprehended every coil, every symbol, every connection between them. I knew in detail what was needed for what and where it came from. In fact, only Uzumaki's brain was tuned to solving problems using fuin. Each fuin had specific logical blocks. Some had several variations of operation, others had different criteria for the fuin's progress. Basically, how do you set it up? That's how it will work. Currently, I can create any scroll and most seals for sealing inanimate chakra and living beings. The first type, used for sealing inanimate objects, is divided into 2 levels. The first is a single seal for small volumes. The second is a volumetric seal for larger quantities of objects. It has a built-in stasis seal, preventing the sealed item from deteriorating. Only shinobi can use them. To seal an object in a seal, you need to wrap the item you want to seal in your chakra. The second type is used for sealing chakra, for example, the kibokuta. Prison seals are used to seal shinobi techniques and their chakra. The accumulator seal, the seal of the 4 symbols, is used to seal powerful entities like bija, but I'm still a long way from creating such seals. The third type is used for sealing living beings. This seal has a special stasis seal woven into it, which doesn't stop all processes as usual, but slows them down several thousand times. That is, if you seal a living being in it, all processes will slow down significantly. And why is that? Because a regular stasis seal kills living beings with a 100% probability. I also learned how to apply seals with a single touch. To do this, you need to be able to burn away these fuin with a chakra so that the shinobi chakra system can interact with the seal, or other objects with the seal itself. I've almost finished learning 4-tier seals. There are also 5-tier ones. I can erect any barriers up to Rankin 2. I've mastered the spacetime barrier technique and the contract suppression seal my father used. But all of this still needs to be practiced repeatedly to perfect it. In the near future, I plan to learn the technique of applying fuin to the body, folding them into tattoos made with special ink. But I still have room to improve. After studying the previously mentioned sections, comes the section on fuin using blood, in which the slightest error or inaccuracy in the chakra supply will be fatal for both the performer and the blood donor, if they are different people. And then comes the pinnacle of fuin mastery. Writing without a surface, simply put, write in the air. And that's how the last 5 years have passed. Oh, and one more thing, I almost forgot. I quietly began to avenge my beatings, breaking away from my observers and, when no one is looking, grabbing my target and transporting them to my quarter, to the altar in the basement, and there my victim begs me to kill her. How could it be otherwise, when she, hung with a bunch of suppressive seals, is subjected to inhuman torture under Kurama's direction, and in the end we still give them what they want? Death, the body is sealed in a scroll, and then we create it. And today is my third attempt at the Ajinen exam. I've already failed it twice because of illusionary clones. No, I know how to make them and could easily pass the exam, but there's a different problem here. Twice already, when I start creating clones, someone has tried to disrupt my chakra flow while I'm creating the technique. This is very suspicious. After consulting with Kurama, we decided to fail all 3 exams and see what would happen after that. And at that moment, having failed my third attempt, and with someone else interfering with me, I was sitting on a swing near the academy, looking upset. Then Senshi Mizuki approached me. He, oddly enough, was trying to persuade the hand to count me as a passer. Although, thanks to empathy, I sensed his hatred for me. And something else, but I didn't have time to understand what it was. Naruto, let's talk, he said and walked away from the academy, and I followed him. We reached some rooftop and started talking. Naruto, don't misunderstand the hand. He wants you to become strong, and that won't happen if he's in your favor, he said, and I felt like he was lying. But I really wanted to pass the exam. I wanted to become a ninja, I said, pulling his leg with a sad expression. Then I can give you another chance to retake the exam, he said. This had already piqued my interest, so I feigned joyful surprise. But this must be a secret. You must infiltrate Hakagi's office, his personal library, and steal the scroll with the kenjutsu. If you learn the technique from there and don't get caught, you'll become a genin. I'll give you precise instructions on how to avoid being caught. Everyone there has been warned about your extra attempt, but you mustn't be seen by anyone, otherwise you'll fail the exam. Meet me at midnight on the outskirts of the village. There'll be a small shed there. So, what do you want from me? I said to myself, after conferring briefly with Kurama. I agreed and went home to prepare. This will be a good chance to copy the scroll with the kenjutsu and learn the techniques from it. And then I'll twist Mizuki and turn him in as a traitor. He explained in detail where the scroll was and how to bypass the signal fun, but there was no need. I could have neutralized them perfectly well myself. So, around 10 p.m., I set out, following all the instructions, stole the scroll, and headed to the meeting place. However, thanks to my sensors, I sensed that several people were constantly watching me. Akagi knew about the betrayal. According to Ku, they decided to test your loyalty. After all, you're a Jinchuriki, and that's often the case. I broke away from the observers a little, pulled out a new large scroll, and made a few seals. After 30 seconds, all the information from the original was copied to my scroll. I opened the original and found the shadow clone technique, so I decided to make a couple of clones to pretend I'd learned it. And now I'm sitting and waiting for Mizuki at the designated spot. And then Irika appears. Oh well, I copied the scroll, and it will serve as evidence. Gotcha, he shouted. They've already found me. Iruka-sensei. You were quick. I learned the technique from the scroll. Iruka-sensei. Now I'll pass the exam and become a ninja. He started acting like a fanatical fool. After all, everyone who learned the technique from this scroll will pass the exam, he shouted at him and made even more stupid facial expressions. What made you think that? I almost laughed at the look of surprise on his face, Mizuki Senshir told me. He said, where to find the scroll and how to bypass the signal seals, and also about this place. And if I do everything unnoticed and learn the technique, then he will count me as passing the exam, he shouted with a naive face. So you finally found this place, said Mizuki, who appeared, standing on a tree branch and holding a huge shuriken in his hands, and a second later throwing it at us. I dodged, but Iruka was hit. So that's how, I should have guessed, answered Ruka. Naruto, give me the scroll, the traitor shouted at me. Don't do this, Naruto, the wounded Ruka begged me. Naruto, give me the scroll. The traitor turned to me again. No one likes you in this village anyway. Everyone hates you. You probably noticed it. Do you want to know why? Mizuki tried again. No, don't tell him. That's forbidden, Ruka shouted. Okay, listen up, Naruto. Everyone was told to keep this from you. 12 years ago, the village was attacked by the nine-tailed fox demon. The most powerful demon in existence. And he was sealed by the Hokage Yandami. He killed many people from Ruka's parents' village. You will never escape this hatred, he shouted at me. And I pretended to shed a tear. Kurama helped. After all, he was sealed within you. You are the nine-tailed fox demon. That's all there is to it. I was surprised they could even come up with something like that. So give me the scroll, or better yet, come with me, then you can take revenge on everyone, said the traitor. No, then I'll have to kill you. Well, and you too. Ruka had already said this, after which two Fuma shuriken were already flying at us. I dodged the one flying at me, and the second hit Ruka. But the other one apparently wanted to push me away from the one flying at me and got himself caught. I was getting tired of this, so I decided to end it. Mass shadow clone technique, I shouted like a complete idiot. I crossed my fingers, naming the technique, and hordes of clones appeared in the clearing. I never understood the point of shouting out the names of techniques so the enemy would recognize them faster, or what. No, I understand that a mental message is needed for the technique, and a verbal formula simplifies it. But still, if you can't send a message without a verbal formula and you have to pronounce the name and the technique, well, at least do it in a whisper, and don't shout it for the whole neighborhood. I try not to pronounce the names of the techniques at all, but only use the mental message. While the traitor was surprised, the clones rushed to attack and knocked him half to death. Having finished beating the traitor, I glanced at Iruka. He was unconscious. Having sealed Mizuki in a scroll and, shouldering the arm with the scroll, disappeared into Shunshin. Leaving Iruka near the hospital entrance, I went to the Hokage's residence. Approaching the office, I knocked. After hearing "enter," I went in and saw the Hokage and Puruanbu. I've come for my reward. I told him straight away, without any greeting. You stole the forbidden scroll. What reward, traitor? One of the Umbu shouted at me. Apparently, he's trying to accuse me and demand something from me. Well, I'm not that naive, even though I pretend to be a fool. Shut up and listen to me if you don't know anything, I yelled slightly. Catch your scroll, old man. And I tossed him the scroll with the techniques. And I unsealed the beaten Mizuki of this traitor and pointed my finger at him. I suggest we interrogate him. It was he who suggested I steal the scroll under the pretext of retaking the exam and gave me precise instructions on how to do it. And before that, he was preventing me from passing this very exam. If you need a witness, then see his hand. He was present when this piece of junk was beaten, again pointing his finger at the traitor. And about the Umbu watching us, and me noticing them. I decided to keep quiet. It's not time to show off my abilities yet, and now I want to collect my reward for capturing the traitor. And I think I passed Najinan's exam. Isn't that right? I asked Hiruzen affirmatively. After all, I created the clones with which I beat up our traitor. Yes, consider you've passed the exam, the old monkey said, throwing it on my forehead protector. And we'll count catching the traitor as a mission from Rani. Come pick up your reward in a couple of days. And tomorrow, report to the academy for team assignments by 11 o'clock. In the office where you studied? Okay, then I'm going, I'm already sleepy, I replied and went home. Waking up the next morning around 9 o'clock, I took a shower and had breakfast. I decided to skip morning training. I got dressed and decided to look at myself in the mirror. A guy of about 14 was looking at me and looked about 155 centimeters tall, with a rather cute face. I liked it because I looked like my mother. With long and scarlet hair just below the back, and 2 long strands hanging down in front, framing the face on the sides. The hair, by the way, became an even richer scarlet color over the past 5 years. Blue with an iridescent color, purple eyes and 6 barely noticeable stripes on the cheeks. Rub on each. I was wearing black Shinigami shoes, the same shorts with scarlet stripes on the sides. A black t-shirt with a rather large clan mana on the back and a smaller one on the sleeves. I decided not to. He hung his braid around his neck and headed to the academy. I walked into class and immediately felt a dose of negativity and hatred directed at me. I understand adults' hatred of me, but why instill it in children? Although I don't care, I've always wondered how these people can praise the fourth and his wife while hating their child. And before, they used to bully, beat them, and inflate their prices. Oh well, they don't interfere with training, and that's fine. I've already taken revenge on many, and I have enough good relations, pleasant feelings, and atkarama with Hinata. At that moment, I received a charge of warmth from her and a bit of jealousy. I sat down in my seat and waited for her hand. Some were initially surprised what I was doing here if I'd failed the exam 3 times. But they didn't come up to me and ask. I wonder who they'll assign to watch me? Certainly not Private Janine, most likely someone who, in their opinion, can suppress the power Jinchuriki. Here comes the hand. Good morning, class. Congratulations again to everyone on passing the exam. But don't get too excited, you are just graduates of the academy, Genin. The lowest rank ninja are divided into teams of 3. Each team will be assigned a designated mentor. I will now announce the team lists, said Ruka. Period. Team number 7. Uzumaki Naruto. Hara no Kura. A slight sigh was heard from the pink-haired girl. Uchiha Sasuke. And now a joyful cry from her and a sad sigh from Sasuke. Mentor Hatake Kakashi. He announced our team and continued naming the rest. And now the team mentors will come and pick you up. 3 hours. We waited for him for 3 hours. True, I almost immediately lay down on my desk and plunged into Kurami's subconscious. And I came out of it, sensing the approaching source of chakra, and at that moment I regretted it. It was the monster who unraveled and jumped around Sasuke and read something loudly. But then Sensei came in, looked us over and delivered his verdict. I don't like you. I'm waiting for you on the roof. And he disappeared into Shunshin. I did the same. Appearing next to Shinsei, I noticed surprise, which he managed to show with one open eye, but said nothing. 5 minutes later, the rest of the team arrived. Let's get acquainted. Tell us about yourself, what you like, what you don't like, what you dream about, and so on, he said lazily to Sensei. Set an example for us, Sensei, said Sakura. Okay, my name is Hatake Kakashi. My dreams and desires are none of your concern. I don't like a lot of things. I love a little more. Now you. And he nodded to us. But he didn't tell us anything about himself except his name. This miracle of nature flared up again. Sasuke and I just rolled our eyes, and he began. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have a dream, but I do have a goal. To kill one person. Is that all he said? And Sakura just looked into his mouth and thought incomprehensibly about something. Now you go, Sensei poked Sakura. I'm Sakura Haruno. I love one person and the look on Sasuke. I dream of marrying and looking at Sasuke again. But I don't love Naruto, she screamed. Now you nodded at me, Sensei. You're kind of strange, Sakura. We've never even spoken and only seen each other a couple of times, I answered her calmly. Okay, I began lazily, twisting my words. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to restore one place and see the whole world. My goal. I have several. First, to surpass my ancestors. Second, to become a worthy heir to my great clan and find survivors of Uzumaki. I smiled dreamily and looked up to the sky. Sasuke and Sakura stared at me in bewilderment. And Kakashi was just surprised. What clan? Sakura shouted. If you ever hear me or my clan addressed like that again, you'll die, I said calmly, smiling sweetly. But my kuna on her neck didn't gel at all with my sweet smile. And which clan? The clan of Scarlet Devils, of course. I smiled bloodthirstily and continued. The Uzumaki clan. They're an ancient and powerful clan, but they were almost destroyed because the whole world feared their power. And while Konoha mentions clans like the Shinju and the Uchiha, and my clan has been forgotten by everyone except adults, in the rest of the world, many still fear the mention of the Uzumaki. And if you compare the fear and power my clan inspired, the Uchiha and Shinju clans don't even come close. In the entire history of the Shinigami world, only 2 clans were as powerful. The Uzumaki and Atsutsuki clans. True, the Atsutsuki clan was forgotten hundreds of years ago, but you must have heard of the Dosnina River, or whatever it was called. Atsutsuki Hagoromo finished his monologue, and Sakura paled slightly. Sensei, you've heard of these clans, right? Yes, Kakashi answered monosyllabically and continued. The Uzumaki were a powerful clan. They had their own hidden village, but it was destroyed during another war. People born into this clan had gray hair. They were allies of the Konoha, and their whirlpool symbol is still embroidered on the vests of our villages Jonin and Chunin. And they were nicknamed the Scarlet Devils because when the Uzumaki entered battle, only rivers of blood and no survivors remained after them. The one-eyed man decided to explain. And Sakura turned even paler, as did Sasuke. The Avenger even looked at me with interest. And not like I was retarded. I will continue. I like to train and learn new things, and I don't like a lot of things. I get that from Kurama. Excellent. So, we have met. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. at training ground number 7. You will have another test. Don't have breakfast, or you might throw up, said the one-eyed man and disappeared into Shunshin. See you tomorrow, I said and, using Shunshin, found myself near the entrance to the district. And then home, after which I laid down to rest. Looks like tomorrow will be a rather interesting and challenging day. Kakashi's test and the fate of the genin The morning started with an alarm. That immediately earned me an irritated scream from my subconscious. You see, I don't let you sleep like a chicken, even though it's already 9 o'clock. Well, since Kakashi was 3 hours late yesterday, I decided to be late today. Although I doubt he'll show up on time. I got up and went to take a cool shower. What would I do without one in the morning? I combed my long hair and braided it. A thought flashed through my mind, why does Kurama like to bury herself in it so much? Although I like it myself. Especially lying down or burying myself in her hair and ponytails. And from the depths of my consciousness, a rumbling particle of warmth came. I wanted to discuss today with her, but she seemed to have fallen asleep. After breakfast, I went to the training grounds, and on the way decided to think about the test and the information I received from my clone. And after yesterday's meeting with the team, he went to the Sassy in his quarter. He found nothing of value there, except for numerous empty houses with traces of blood and struggle inside. Only one house was clean. The one where Sasuke lives. The entire building, which had once held weapons, scrolls with techniques, and so on, was almost completely empty. All that remained was what hadn't been taken out in time, stolen, or simply unneeded. Only the archives were almost untouched. But even there, all the valuable or important papers had been taken. And all these facts confirm that the Uchiha and CHZ massacre involved not only Uchiha and Tachi, but also Kanahi's top brass and Umbu units. Furthermore, quite a few senior Uchiha corpses have disappeared, as the number of graves in the cemetery and the names on the memorial to the fallen are inconsistent. And the number of Uchiha and Shizoku members at the time of the massacre differs by several dozen. And the most important question is where so many adult Uchiha corpses went, most likely with the awakened dojutsu. Everything else the clone learned from there was that there were reports on various missions, some details about the Uchiha themselves, including their relationships with certain clans, including the Uzumaki. But I learned several new interesting facts about my clan that I hadn't known before. And what did the Uchiha think of us? They considered us a clan of traitors, but they were still wary of us because of our reputation. In their notes, the Uchiha described us as follows: "We value our clansmen very much and treat each one as a member of the family. And we have a semi-relationship with beauty, and we exalt them as goddesses. And if clansmen were kidnapped, especially women and children, then rivers of blood flowed," which was true. From the library, Uzumaki knew that in Yuzushi there was a festival called Saisho Mengetsu, or the first full moon. Such a festival was held once a year. In the spring, it was the time when life begins to flow around. Nature takes a deep breath. This is what all the Uzumaki rejoiced at, praising the new flowering of their lives, comparing themselves with the world around them. This was part of our Jinsei sure will to live. This festival was accompanied by an abundance of dancing and music. And the main thing at this event were, Yurini was gifted by those dancing in the night. All of them were Uzumaki women and girls and could become Arinadare only after 21 years old. They were all highly revered in the clan, and their status was comparable to that of Unzutsu masters of the highest order. According to the Muchiha record, about 200-odd years ago, a third of the clan was slaughtered by the Uzumaki for kidnapping a dozen Uzumaki women and children and wanting to make them their concubines. The irony of this incident compared to the present day is that it was done at night, closer to dawn, when the guard was changing, and the guards are very tired, and the attackers have a significant advantage, just like in modern times. Only now there are only a few Uchiha left, not 2/3 of the clan. There were also several references to our vitality and endurance, the incredible abilities of Fuini, and they were also very afraid of our bijou chains. And there were also some references to the destruction of Yuzushi, which were not in the clan library that my mother gave me before she died. It turns out that Yuzushi was attacked by an alliance of Kuma and Kiri, supported by several small mercenary villages. The village fell, but the alliance suffered over 75% casualties, while Uzumaki and Shizoku fell only due to sabotage from within. After that, I began to wonder who could have carried out the sabotage. After all, judging by the records, Yuzushi held the line for about a week, and their ally, Kanaha, never came to their aid. Considering that, given that Kurama could only be sealed within an Uzumaki, as well as the clan's enormous influence and wealth, the simplest conclusion can be drawn. Yuzushi betrayed Kanaha. I will definitely find out everything and punish the traitors, but later. First, I need to get stronger. What about a test? Kakashi will most likely want to arrange some kind of duel to test our abilities. I don't plan to show him all my skills and abilities, of course, but I don't want to lose face either. So, I'll fight him in taijutsu and kenjutsu. I'll try to lure him into traps using mediocre barriers and Fuinski Bakufuta, which the clones will start making. As soon as I arrive at the training ground, and then I'll act accordingly. I arrived at the training ground around 10:30 and immediately created several clones to make traps. Meanwhile, in the clearing near the training posts, Sakura was taking out her beloved Sasuke-kun, and when she saw me, she started yelling at me. "Why are you late? Where were you?" She yelled even louder, so loud they couldn't hear each other. "Are you completely out of your mind, Uzumaki?" I was starting to get fed up with this. How has Sasuke been putting up with her all this time? I'm almost certain they arrived at the time Kakashi had set. I moved behind her and pressed my shikunai to hers. One more word and you'll lose your head, I whispered into her ear, then scorched her neck with my breath. She screamed but didn't dare flinch. This will be a lesson in good manners for you when dealing with me, Sakuri said, approaching her ear again, after which he cut her shoulder-length hair. And it was down to the middle of her back, especially since Kakashi hadn't arrived yet. So you could say I arrived on time. After that, I sat down on one of the pillars and began to meditate, not paying attention to those around me. Yes, killing a teammate was a little out of keeping with the propaganda of Hiruzen with his universal friendship. But under Tabarame, such things happened, especially between clan members and those without Nova. And this would be another step on the path of a true prince of the Uzumaki clan. Sakura has shown her attitude towards me more than once, although I haven't done anything to her during my entire time at the academy, and publicly at that. And I will also show everyone clearly what happens to those who dare insult members of the Uzumaki clan. And the clan Shinobi would be on my side, because the clan's Kanahi, especially among the Hyuga, this is a fairly common practice. Killing and punishing those who insult or smear my clan, and especially the head prince or Hime. So next time, Sakura will lose her head. I'm tired of warning her. Kakashi showed up at 11 o'clock, and Sakura got worked up again. You're late, Sensei. Pink-haired Emma started screaming. Sorry, a black cat crossed my path, and then I had to help Grandma cross the road. Our Sensei Cyclops talked his way out of it. Let's begin the test. I have 2 bells. Your goal is for everyone to take a bell. But Sensei only has 2 bells, and there are 3 of us, Sakura stated the obvious. To which I rolled my eyes. Yes, this test weeds out 1/3 of the students. One of you will go to the academy. You have until noon to defeat me. You need the desire to kill me. So, here we go. Kakashi gave us the go-ahead. We disappeared from the clearing. Sensei took out a book and started reading. I wasn't planning on attacking him first, and I wanted to see the team's skills, so I began watching. Sasuke decided to attack first. The thrown shuriken were easily parried by Kakashi, and then he used taijutsu. Not a bad level for a Jinin, but he's a far cry from the students of GA, and for Kakashi, it's a piece of cake. A couple of fireballs and nipples underground. One head sticking out. After that, Sensei put Sakura in a genjutsu, which knocked her unconscious, though not before letting out a shrill scream. I wonder what he showed her there. Overall, it was weak. At least, I didn't expect anything from Sakura for Sasuke. She's not clan-related, after all. And whose idea was it, exactly, to put her on our team? At that moment, Kakashi tied Sakura to a pole and walked out into the center of the clearing. Apparently, this was an invitation for me. A few minutes later, I stepped into the clearing and stopped a few meters from Kakashi. Why not right away? The clones had simply finished their work and given me all the necessary information. Only now did I finally decide to attack instead of hiding. And why now? He asked lazily. As for why I stopped hiding now? I'm here to defeat you, or at least try to. After all, it's hard for genin fresh out of the academy to hide or run from a genin, and defeating one is even harder. But in this case, we have no choice. He looked at me like I was stupid, but also understood my words. As if to say, you can't hide, but you can't defeat me either. I decided not to delay and attacked. Jutsu of the unbreakable whirlpool style began to appear. He did everything slowly at first, but with each blow he increased the speed and power of his blows, so that after 1.5 minutes of fighting, Kakashi hid his book in his pouch and used both hands to duel me. I, of course, had much less experience than he did, and my physical parameters were even lower than his. But I had the element of surprise. During my next attack, 2 clones ran out of the forest and attacked Kakashi, giving me the opportunity to close the distance between us and draw my katana with several kunai with bokufuda attached to them. Then the clones jumped back, and the kunai I threw exploded near Kakashi. He was stunned and slightly grazed. Apparently, he jumped away from them out of habit, out of distance of a standard explosion. But bokufuda shirts are many times more powerful than ordinary ones. So he got to work before he came to his senses. My clones close in on him. And at the last moment, I swap in one of them, the one in a better position. I deliver a slash with my katana. Kakashi managed to use her treachery. But a second later, to my right, in the woods, one of my traps exploded, and I followed in that direction. Although Kakashi wasn't hit, her clothes were singed, that I quickly attacked him myself. The clones I'd created on my way to Kakashi helped me drive him into another trap. He expertly parried my attacks with his kunai and dispelled some of the clones. And when he noticed 15 clones rushing at him at once, while I stood aside, he launched a moderate fireball at them. After dispersing the clones, I blocked the technique and sealed it in a special scroll, immediately sending it back to Shin's. He was very surprised, but managed to dodge it. But I still got my way. I closed in on him and delivered a couple of blows, then switched to a clone. Kakashi landed in the center of the sealed area, immediately activating the barrier, and the explosive tags inside, which were set to explode upon activation, detonated, along with those attached to my clone. I relaxed a bit and almost missed the attack. I turned around in a split second and saw Kakashi. His clothes were pretty tattered, and he had several shallow wounds. His pouches were gone, but he was also very angry. And after I saw his hands folded in a gesture I couldn't understand and the phrase, "a millennium of pain," I was terrified that it was some kind of dangerous technique, and my body itself began emitting powerful ki to stop his attack, even for a second. At that very moment, I began to feel a strange sensation that I decided to give in to, and then my hair stood on end. My braided hair unraveled, dividing into 9 strands, and something seemed to be coming out of my back. 18 bijou chains, decorated with patterns and spikes, emerged from my back. Kakashi seemed to be frightened by this technique and was stunned by it, because he began to back away. But I didn't have much control over my body either. Yielding to the call of my soul, "Kakashi, sensei, where are you going?" And I bared my teeth. And Kakashi was still backing away. "Kakashi, sensei, you shouldn't run away, you really scared me, and that's not allowed, which means it requires punishment." And I said it in such a voice that it scared me a little. Kakashi already made a move to run, but before he could, the chains grabbed him. The next hour was pure hell for Kakashi. Kakashi experienced all sorts of things from my chains. 15 minutes after this began, I tore the bells from his belt, which were barely hanging on by the charred strings. And when he tried to announce the end of the test, I just smiled and said, "The test is over. And now your punishment, sensei, begins." And his punishment continued almost an hour later. When I felt that my chakra powers were running out, I finished the sitting. The chains retracted into me at my will, and I crouched near the post and leaned on it. Sasuke had already freed himself from the earthen trap and was watching me. And Kakashi, as well as Sakura, who had managed to come to her senses. Thanks to empathy, I felt the whole bouquet of feelings of these three. Father feels a desire for power and revenge, but even stronger, which is unusual for him. Fear of me. From Sakura, too, fear, but also anger, apprehension of me, shame directed at herself. She is ashamed of the fact that she did nothing and then she was afraid of me. Irritation, directed at everyone indiscriminately. Arousal? What's wrong with this girl? And finally, Kakashi, apprehension, fear, shame, nostalgia, a strange combination of feelings. However, after Kakashi more or less came to his senses, he approached us and began his speech. "So, my verdict. I've decided that none of you will return to the academy," he said, falling silent. "All 3 of you. Akura showed up, which blocked the ears of the three of us. Yes, all three of you will not be shinobi, Kakashi added. The thing is, you don't think like ninjas, more like children. Kakashi decided to explain. Just now I noticed that Sasuke's chakra became restless, a moment. And he attacked Kakashi. Just now, it was like that for Kakashi. Nothing, just like I said, Kakashi chuckled, pinning the Uchiha to the ground with his knee. Do you think this is a simple game? Why do you study then? You still don't understand why these tests are necessary. Teamwork. That's what determines whether you pass the test or not. PF broke out in me. I completed your task and took the bells from you. And teamwork, do you even know what you're talking about? For there to be teamwork, there must at least be trust. But even that between not with us. A stupid, completely useless fool who sometimes tries to yell at me or hit me, but it won't happen again. I looked at Sakura. She swallowed, and the Uchiha was the object of her affections. But our young Avenger has become very arrogant, considering everyone and everything inferior to him. Oh, yes, I forgot about you, Sensei. I know a thing or two about you too. A man who is bored with everything, your look speaks for itself. We are not the first team you have rejected as your apprentice, setting up stupid tests with a trick. You are known as a copy ninja, and also someone who in the past put the mission above his comrades, someone who was willing to sacrifice them for the sake of fulfilling his duty. Something prompted you to change your views on the world. Since you even decided to pass on these views to others, I finished, and then added, I refuse to trust my life to an Avenger who puts his own priorities and goals first. And a fool in love, a bummer to anyone but myself. And regarding the exam, I think we passed it anyway. At least two of us will seriously lose the village's standing on the world stage if everyone finds out that Sasuke and I didn't become shinobi. And now I'm going home, after which I teleported as Shunshin to the nearby forest, and from their home with the help of Hiration. I had lunch, trained, had dinner, showered, and headed to bed, and then to the subconscious to sleep in the arms of such a beautiful kitsune, and not alone, pure pleasure, and when she also bestows such emotions on you. All in all, a wonderful feeling. By the way, we've been sleeping like this, in the subconscious, for about 1.5 years now, which pleases both me and her, but without any excesses. Entering the room, I saw my fox with a smirk, looking at me. What? I asked with a quirky expression. Well, you worked hard today and awakened the chains, Kurama answered. When I sat down next to her and continued, when you were bullying him, I sensed nostalgia in his emotions. So I think he was comparing you to your mother, Kurama said, placing all 9 tails on my lap, tugging them gently, clearly hinting that I should pay attention to them. Well, I wasn't really pretending. I was genuinely scared by what he tried to do, I replied, stroking my kitsune's tails. Speaking of the bijou chains, I feel like I can use them at any time. As I understand it, they're based on manipulating Aten with a bit of Inton. It turns out to be chains. These are full-fledged Myoton techniques. And all Myoton techniques are very powerful. Now it's clear why few people awaken them. However, it's unclear why it was Uzumaki men who awakened them so rarely. I said the last thoughtfully. Kurama giggled at that. By the way, Kurama began. Now that you've awakened the circuits, it's time to master them, Anton. You've already mastered its Inton tone sufficiently. So leave the clones here and redirect both of your streams into them. This will combine the first 2 actions and continue your development. It will also increase the efficiency of your streams of consciousness. But you're still a long way from mastering Anaton perfectly. Little fox, I'll be receiving information in real time. I didn't like that very much. I can currently use 3 streams of consciousness, but as a rule, I only use 1 in real time. You need to develop your mind. Soon you'll be able to open a 4th, and then a 5th stream. Your brain will be able to handle them. So, for the next couple of years, you'll need to strain your mind and constantly do different things. Simile pushed her vagina apart. But when I entered a couple of centimeters, I felt a barrier in the form of a hymen. I just looked at her with slight surprise, but decided that she did it especially for me. I entered her as carefully as possible so as not to hurt too much, but she still frowned and let out a small cry. I decided to wait a little and give her time to get used to it and recover from the pain. After a minute, she nodded weakly and began to move her hips, letting me know that I could continue. At first, I began moving inside her slowly, but after a couple of minutes I sped up, and Kuza became even louder. I was at the peak of bliss from Mayako. She was similar from me, too. I pressed myself to her nipple and began licking. And when I bit down lightly, she dug her claws into my back and pressed her tails hard. To fall asleep like this every day, and that ponytails could easily replace a blanket, and sleeping under them was more than pleasant. Today, Kakashi was supposed to conduct bell tests for his team. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the last Uchiha. Sakura Haruno, clanless but showing promise, and Uzumaki Naruto. Almost nothing has been known about him in the last 5 years. Well, we'll see. I'm tuning Chartour Shinsei to the view from the 7th training ground. Where should the late Kakashi go now? A very useful thing, I thought, remembering how I used it to spy on the women's baths. As Hokage, I'm supposed to know about all the threats, especially those facing expectant mothers. Yes, that's right. After all, children are the future of the village. And who gives us that future? That's right, women. And they need to be kept a close eye on. At that moment, none other than Danza entered the office. He greeted me and sat down on the chair next to me to watch Team 7's exam. I fill my favorite pipe with tobacco and look forward to the spectacle. How young, inexperienced genin will try to defeat an elite jonin. Ah, youth. Judging by Danza's expression, he's thinking the same thing. Here it begins. That's it, we hide, and after a few minutes, Sasuke starts attacking. Good taijutsu and bukizutsu. Knows the fireball technique. All in all, not bad. But he fell into Kakashi's trap and is now offended. Then Sakura was caught in a genjutsu and lost consciousness, after which she was tied to a pole. Well, she'll learn something later. Now Naruto comes out, and he and Kakashi have a conversation, after which he joins the fight. Highly skilled in taijutsu and kenjutsu. Knows some fuin and barrier techniques. Makes quick decisions in critical situations that he's planning his fight well, even managing to catch Kakashi out a few times and lure him into his traps. Then Kakashi creates some kind of barrier, which triggers powerful explosions inside. Kakashi's been thoroughly battered, and it looks like his favorite book is destroyed, because he's furious and, moving behind Naruto, is about to unleash a millennium of pain. But what happened next made me drop my pipe and my jaw drop. Moreover, glancing at Dan's, I saw a similar situation, and his one eye was wider than ever. The next hour was pure poison for Kakashi. And we watched it all with a certain nostalgia. After all, his mother used the same method to drive crowds of people around the village. There was also the time she almost killed Jiraiya when he spied on her at the springs. My student was very close to death then, because halfway through the process, Kushina joined Tsunade. Eventually, Naruto stopped and sat down on the ground, leaning against one of the pillars next to Sasuke and Sakura. I turned off the orb and began to enjoy my tobacco. Hiruzen, Uzumaki, we need to do something, Danza said. Are you talking about something specific? I asked him back. Something needs to be done about him. See for yourself. In 12 years, he hasn't become close to anyone and doesn't trust anyone. He only communicates with a couple of people occasionally. That's it, my old friend said, and continued after my nod, after the advice I gave him 6 years ago. He sits in his quarter all day. And because of the barriers, we can't find out what he does there, and there is almost no information about him. He only went out for groceries and once or twice a week to the academy. Sometimes he trained with Gam and his student from Kurenai, but that was just a way to learn something new. And what he just showed at the exam with Kakashi, judging by his chains, he is becoming very strong, and you need to have influence over him, which we haven't had for 6 years. He is already very strong, and I think that this is far from all his abilities. That's all we know. And he is the weapon of our village. Hiruzen. I completely agreed with that. But we have no way to influence him except by binding him to someone. And what do you suggest? I was interested to know what he thinks about this. I think we should bring Jiraiya back and introduce them. Maybe they will get closer, and if that happens, then with his help we can influence the Jinchuriki. Danzu proposed his idea. It's not bad, I thought. Good idea, he answered. I will send Jiraiya a message today, but he will not be back on missions now for several months. That is acceptable, answered Danzu and left my office. And I sat and thought, nothing but problems with these Uzumaki, even though there are almost none left. First there was Mita, it was impossible to make her do anything. You'd be. If you tried to put pressure on her. So she could kill. She even made Hashirama tremble. Then Kushina. She almost never used the fox's power, and she herself was a master of Fuin. And now Naruto is her son. Judging by what I've seen today, he has colossal potential, like Shinobi. But he's uncontrollable. Danza's idea isn't bad. So it's decided, I thought to myself, and started writing to Jiraiya, telling him to return to Konoha. Let him train his godson and, at the same time, influence him. Barely waking up the next morning in my subconscious, I realized I hadn't slept at all. Although nothing surprising after such a night, the feeling was simply wonderful. I looked to the right and smiled. Yes, the morning could be wonderful. Disentangling myself from my ponytails and stretching, I emerged from beneath my consciousness. Training was still on. I diverted one stream of consciousness to elemental training, and the other to mixing Inton and Aton. And Myaton. After breakfast and a shower, I headed to the training grounds for some light training, but someone started breaking through the barrier. It was Umbu, who told me to report to the residence in an hour and a half, where my team would be waiting. I simply nodded and headed off to morning training. When I arrived at the residence, Sasuke and Sakura were already there. Kakashi arrived half an hour later, which surprised me. Then we went to receive our mission, and I also picked up my reward for capturing Mizuki. We received a mission to capture Tora's cat. What a problematic cat. But I immediately had a strange feeling about her. I was right. She's a summoned animal, and our client is not the daimyo's wife at all. She's a Kenichi. Later in the evening, after completing 2 more missions, Rangad went to the quarters for training. After arriving at the training grounds and completing my daily exercises, I decide to start mastering Myaton. I sit in the lotus position and address Kurama. She explained the training process very thoroughly and clearly, after which I began. I cupped my hands and began forming a ball of yang chakra, then yin. I mixed them, forming a small ball, then separated them, then mixed them again, and so on. It's quite difficult, but each time it gets easier and faster. After a couple of hours of training, I went to dinner and slept in the subconscious with my sweet fox. The next day, on Kurama's advice, I continued these exercises. I trained for a whole month, sending a clone on missions. At the end of that month, Kurama suggested I try creating the Rikuta technique, the truth-seeking ball. Sitting in the lotus position and folding my hands, I formed a sphere of Myaton. Then I created 5 more balls around it. Each of them corresponds to one element: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. This was very difficult, and it gets even more difficult from here. I begin to merge the elemental balls with the Enneaton ball. It happens very slowly and with great difficulty, but I'm finally getting it. When I created the sphere, I was happy and relaxed, but immediately received a mental slap from Kurama. Naruto. Don't relax, she said worriedly. I understand, of course, that you have excellent control, but if you get distracted, she'll go off like crazy. I understand everything, Kurama, I replied quietly. What do I do next? Now slowly and carefully, very carefully, reverse the process, or you'll become a juvenile suicide, she said calmly. Separate the sphere with the elements and separate it into the 5 standard natural properties and draw it into yourself. Then do the same with the Zanmyotan sphere. I followed all her instructions very carefully. I can say, it was very difficult and required a lot of chakra, and the reverse process was 3 times harder than the creation. Phew! I sighed with relief after finishing the entire process, which took more than 1 hour. That was very difficult. And you thought it would be easy? This is a very dangerous and powerful technique, so be careful with it. And all training with the creation of Duden will take place only under my close supervision, she said in a commanding tone. And now eat and come to me. I missed you, she said slyly. And I was already running to dinner. But as I ran, she said something else. And something else. She came out kind of strange for you. What are you talking about? Stopping abruptly, I asked. What color is it? She came out scarlet, while Rikuta's were almost black. What does that mean? I said excitedly, I don't know, but your chains are scarlet too, even though everyone else's were kind of golden, Ku answered. Okay, maybe we'll figure out why they're scarlet someday, but now I'm already here. I finished my sentence and ran into the house. And along the way, I felt a sharp increase in the volume of my chakra, its density. Entering my subconscious, I felt some changes. And, exploring it, I found this change in the chakra world. The tower responsible for my chakra source turned into a castle with one main tower in the center, also divided into a black and white section. And at one end of this castle, a smaller tower of a pale color appeared. Like my Geduma. As far as I understood, this copy of my hearth appeared. As soon as I created the Geduma, this small chakra center wasn't connected to the SSC, but it was drawing chakra from somewhere. That is, it was generating chakra and, in addition, giving chakra to the main center, which was my own. The Geduma was currently inactive, so it acted as a mini chakra center. This center was generating chakra equivalent to about 1/3 of my own. And, judging by my assumptions, once I was able to create 2 years in the Dhamma, a second such tower would appear, and so on. As soon as I enjoyed the changes, I immediately teleported to Kurama and told her everything I had seen and all my assumptions. She confirmed my assumptions and told me some more about the Geduma. Basically, it's almost absolute defense, almost perfect offense, and all this can be done by the same sphere. The Dhamma can heal, they can instantly create techniques, defend, and attack. In short, they can do everything you can do yourself with chakra. But all Gedumas are constantly controlled by their creator, and that will be a bit stressful, although with my ability to have multiple streams of consciousness, it won't cause me any significant problems. Its only drawback is that only Shinjutsu-based techniques can counter them. But is that a drawback? Senjutsu can use the unit, which means that using them, very few people can harm me. I spent the next month training and doing other things. In the morning, I shower and have breakfast. After that, physical training. After that, Fuzatsu training. Then, I go to the Irionin courses. And in the evenings, I practiced creating a Dhamma. I decided to sign up for these courses after all. After all, I needed to see some things with my own eyes and have them demonstrated to me. At first, they didn't want to rip me off, but after 5 minutes, they changed their minds. I simply went to Hiruzen, and he ordered them to. Oh, the looks on their faces when I created a mystical hand on my first try. By the way, according to the Irionins, my control is at the level of a C-class medic, and my knowledge is at the B-class level. After all, for 5 years, I not only studied Fuan and trained physically, but also learned a lot about medicine from my library in my subconscious. So, a few days later, I passed the Irianen exam with flying colors. I'll just say one thing, their faces were priceless. Why from the class? And not in? It's simple here. I don't have enough practical experience yet to pass the exam for the top class. I've been sending clones on missions, developing physically according to my clan's practices. Today I decided to attend Guy's training. Arriving at the training ground, I saw the standard scene. Lee was bashing a dummy. Niji, too. And Tenten, watching all this from under a tree. I don't interact with them often, but I respect a lot. He's a taijutsu master and knows over 30 taijutsu styles, even the calm whirlwind style from somewhere, as he said. Any self-respecting taijutsu master recognizes several styles. I didn't notice GA, but decided to approach. I walked up, said hello, and decided to spar with Lee. You should have seen his fierce face, he can fight at full strength even with a few. Only with me. Niji and his shinsei. During sparring, Guy came up. After finishing, I said hello and decided to talk to him. Hello, Naruto, Guy greeted me and waved. Guy sensei, I'd like to ask how I can improve my physical abilities faster. Perhaps I should increase the amount of training? No, Naruto, you need weights, although you can increase the amount as well. What do you want to develop first? Anything related to physical development, and as quickly as possible. But I already wear weights, I added. I'll give you special weights that regulate the load themselves. They're a creation of your clan. By the way, the point is that the weight is distributed evenly throughout the body and maintains a certain level of load. For example, right now it will give you about 60 kilograms of load. However, when your muscles develop enough, it will increase this number automatically. A very useful thing, although there are only a few of them left, but you will find them just right. Moreover, Uzumaki Mita made them for my father, and he passed them on to me. So, I think she wouldn't mind me giving them to you. I read about such abilities in the library, but only by imprinting them on the body. I can also advise you to block your chakra during physical training, for what? That interests me. This way, you accelerate your development tenfold, but keep in mind, it will hurt. After the muscles are loaded, you'll only consolidate the results with chakra, and the training itself will take place without feeding the muscles with chakra. After all, everyone uses chakra more than they do when walking normally. It will be hard at first, but you'll get used to it later. I'll bring them to you this evening. Thank you. I'll be waiting. With that, I said goodbye and went home. That evening, Gaia brought the weights, which I immediately put on, and then decided to consult with Kurama about one more thing. Kurama, how many clones can I use now without side effects on my mind? About 100. But for now, it's better not to create more than 80, so your mind can get used to it. Why do you need so many clones? She asked the question she was interested in. I want to improve my control. I'll answer before you ask. Remember you told me about Kagaya, Rikuta, and his brother Hamura? To which she nodded. They were so skilled in controlling chakra that they could use any technique, even without a seal or the help of a dojutsu. I want to try something later, but for now it's a secret. She frowned at this. Okay, I will support you in any endeavor. Naruto, after these words, I sent her a blast of heat, and she purred. Shadow clones return to you not the base of chakra when they disappear, so you will pass on the experience of controlling chakra, as well as the chakra itself, albeit not in full, and at the same time you will develop your mind, because you will receive a lot of information, she added. They are a bit too many, 80 clones. You were born a genius, Naruto. And your mind is now much more developed than that of any adult, with the exception of some unique individuals like you. Okay. I'll try tomorrow, I said and hugged my fox. The next day, the clone sent on the mission accidentally dissipated after cutting itself on some metal, and a few minutes later the real one appeared. I then listened to a tirade from the whole team. And Kakashi ordered me to report in person tomorrow. Oh well. I'll go once and then send out more clones. Wave country, Uzumaki particle . The next morning began as usual. Only instead of a clone, I went on the mission. And so the whole team is standing in Hokage's office, and he wants to issue another Rangad mission, but Sakura seems to have lost it. Hokage herself. For over 2 months, we've only been doing missions like weeding the garden, picking up trash, catching cats, and so on. Sakura was about to burst into tears. With your abilities, you can only do missions like this, I thought. We ninjas should be doing other tasks. Especially since other teams have already gone on several Rangad missions. Sasuke nodded at this, and I didn't care. As long as I was in the village, I could devote all my time to training and not be distracted by any dubious missions, and I already had plenty of money. Kakashi, Hiruzen turned to Shinsei. What do you think, are they ready for a C-rank mission? He asked the monkeys and puffed on his pipe. Kakashi merely nodded. Well then, Team 7. I'll give you a C-rank mission. Call the client. A minute later, the client was brought in. He was dressed like a worker in a straw hat. He was also drinking sake right in front of us. Judging by the smell of alcohol, this wasn't his first bottle today, and he drinks constantly. This is Tatsu-san, he's an architect, and you will guard him on his way to the wave country until the bridge is finished, Hiruzen blurted out. This is my security. I'll die before I get to my country. Not a ninja, but who knows what. And there are 2 girls on the team, too. Especially that red-haired one, the old man said discontentedly and began to drain the bottle, but choked, feeling the growing yukai emanating from me. Kurama taught me how to release it correctly and with maximum efficiency. He turned to me, and at that moment my hair rose, dividing into 9 strands, and several red chains came out of my body, which twisted the drunkard. The ki continued to grow at this time. I will not allow anyone to address me in such a manner or show disrespect towards me, especially not some drunkard, he said in a deceptively calm voice and snorted. Next time I will kill you and I will not care that you are the client. In the worst case, after the end of the mission, after which he began to squeeze his body with his chains and instantly increased the pressure of ki. That he lost consciousness along with Sakura, Sasuke, someone behind the door. Hiruzen and Kakashi were clearly nervous that I was going to kill him now. One fidgeted in his chair, and the other nervously leafed through his book. But they were not going to do anything or say anything. Judging by Kurama's memories, at such moments I am very similar to my mother. She often did this. It's so funny. Now I understand why she liked it so much. How she had to scare everyone. That they were afraid of you even 12 years after your death. Now I will do this all the time. I need at least some entertainment too. Naruto-kun, please stop, the old monkey asked me. Okay, but I warned him. He looked intently at Hiruzen and removed the chains. Okay, Kakashi, get the client and the rest of the team in order. Be at the main gate in an hour. You can tell me the details of the mission there. After which I went home to get ready, and Kakashi went to bring Sakuras and the client to their senses. Naru, I have a bad feeling, said Kurama from the subconscious. I know, I have a bad one too, a premonition. The client seems to be hiding something about the mission. But I also have a feeling that on this mission I'll find something connected to me, something that's meant to be mine. When I got home, I sealed several sets of clothing and various weapons in a scroll containing enough food for 2 weeks. Grabbed a couple dozen different seals, and stuffed everything into my pockets. I braided my hair to keep it out of the way, slung my katana over my back, and headed for the gate. Sasuke and Sakura were already there, and in the depths of their eyes, I could see their compassion for anyone who would dare treat me like that, including themselves. After all, they, in my team, had a habit of doing the same thing before. 20 minutes later, Kakashi arrived with the client, and we set off. After the morning incident, Tzu was afraid to even look at me, but he was actively annoying everyone else. An hour later, Sakura decided to ask a question she'd been wondering about for a long time. "Naruto, where are your things?" Sakura asked. They were all carrying backpacks, while I had packed them lightly in scrolls and stuffed them into my pockets. I answered her calmly and received a puzzled look from her and Sasuke. Fuinzutsu are techniques that can be used to seal anything or anyone, or to erect various barriers. This is a branch of Fuinzutsu, called Kikkoninzutsu. But most of this knowledge was lost forever. Almost all Fuinzutsu, Juinzutsu, and Kikkoninzutsu techniques were created by my clan. And only members of my clan can utilize the full benefits of these techniques. The rest can only use a tiny fraction of them, in a weakened form. In other words, to use such techniques, even at an intermediate level, you must be born an Uzumaki or have been taught this art by an Uzumaki. But again, that's it, the techniques will be greatly weakened. He decided to clarify some points to Sakura. And so we continued on our way. A few hours later, Sakura decided to ask again. "Tazuna-san, what?" he answered with a question. "You're from the land of waves, right?" Sakura asked. "So what?" Tazuna replied with some irritation, "Kakashi-sensei? Are there ninja in this country?" Sakura asked Shinsei. "No, not in this country. But most other countries do," Kakashi answered, continuing, "Customs and culture vary from country to country, but almost all of them have hidden villages." The ninja continued explaining to her. For most countries on the continent, the presence of hidden villages signifies military power. The balance of power is maintained with the help of ninja. The villages are not subordinate to the Dai, but they also do not interfere in the governance of the country. A small state like the Land of Waves is of little interest to large countries and therefore has no need for a shinobi village, a village hidden in the leaf or fog. Clouds, sand, and rocks are especially powerful, which is why the countries in which they are located are called the 5 Great Shinobi Countries. The rulers of these villages are called Kage, the Keiji 5, Hokage, Mizukage, Raikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage rules over thousands of ninja living all over the world. He finished his speech, and I replied, "They are not that great," I said with disgust and added, "Mostly a bunch of pathetic freaks." "How dare you say such a thing?" Sakura screamed. But I ignored her scream and calmly continued, "For me, there was only one great shinobi village. It was called Uzushigakuren Sata. And in it lived only one clan, the Uzumaki clan. My clan. As Sensei said, great villages. Well, they are not great at all. To destroy my clan's homeland, an alliance was formed from 2 great villages and several smaller ones. My clan destroyed over 75% of the alliance's army. It only fell due to betrayal and sabotage. I finished my speech and looked around, stopping at Shinensei. "Now tell me, Senshi, how is it that my clan's village was under siege for almost a week, yet their allies, the great village of Leaf, never came to their aid? Be silent, think about this, Senshi." I finished and turned to the others. "You, too, think about what I said. Especially you, Sasuke. Maybe he can also come to the same conclusion as me. But if he can't, then he's completely stupid. By the way, Senshi, when we get back, tell the Hokage that I have something important to talk to him about." "Okay, Naruto," Shinensei replied. Everyone's expressions betrayed a deep thoughtfulness, surprise, especially Sasuke's, and fear of me and my clan. 2 days later, while walking along the road, I sensed 2 Chunin-level chakra sources in the distance. Deciding to watch Sasuke and Sakura's reactions and not reveal my sensory abilities unnecessarily, I continued on. When I saw them disappear, I barely held back my laughter in the 90-degree heat, when it hadn't rained for over a week, and there was a puddle at the edge of the road. Kakashi's eyes twitched at that, but he didn't show it either. As we passed the puddle, two people jumped out and cut Kakashi with their jagged chain, or rather, what he had replaced himself with. Sasuke attacked one of them, and Sakura froze in place and turned pale. It was all clear to her. Although Sasuke didn't just stand there, both of them dismissed us as dead weight and turned their backs on us. I quickly drew my katana as I charged Sasuke, moved behind one of the attackers, and sliced off his head, having first infused the blade to enhance its cutting ability. I decided to leave the other one to Sasuke. Eventually, Kakashi appeared and knocked out his opponent, telling him we were good. After briefly scolding Sakura for her stupor, he headed into the bushes. They're interrogating a prisoner. How do I feel after my first real fight and kill? Nothing special. Just that the enemy was weak, and this is far from my first kill. Returning, Kakashi told me what he'd learned from our opponent and pressured the man who ordered it. And he admitted that they didn't have enough money due to the situation in the country, and had to lower the mission's rank, so now it's rank or even, and then he tried to appeal to our pity, everyone except Sakura, who didn't care. Having initiated ourselves, we decided to continue Sasuke's mission out of pride and a desire to show off our strength in front of everyone. Sakura because of her beloved Sasuke-kun. I because of a feeling that I would find something close to me. Kakashi made Tazuna sign for lowering the mission's rank, pay the full cost and a fine, while we weren't dealing with the matter. I quickly sealed the corpses on the fallen. And so our journey continued. A few days later, we approached the seashore, where Tazuna's friend was waiting for us. I didn't like the boatman right away. For some reason, he was wary of us, and he smelled like he was a setup. I attached a few kabuki-futas to his boat just in case, but the crossing went quietly. But when we disembarked, this jerk, after talking the whole way about maintaining silence and secrecy, turned on the engine and quickly started sailing away. The thought immediately flashed through my mind that he had betrayed us and sent a signal to someone that we had arrived. Cats. I blew up the boat along with him. He had already given the signal anyway, so my making more noise wouldn't change anything. And why did you do that? Kakashi asked. He seemed to have figured out what was going on, too. Genin, after all, but he decided to ask my opinion. He betrayed us and sent a signal to someone, so I think an ambush awaits us. And as for traitors, there's only one path to the afterlife, he replied, and at the same time, I felt someone watching us, though at a distance sufficient to be undetected by the Shinigami, who possessed sensory abilities. These were two powerful sources of chakra. However, something was preventing me from properly sensing them. After walking a little further, I realized it was the fog. It was saturated with chakra and interfered with sensory abilities. We continued on, and I was already bracing for an attack, like an isensi. So, after walking for a while and listening to the unceasing self-creator, I sensed a threat and instantly ducked to the ground. Kakashi shouted, "Get down," and knocked down the client and Sakura. Sasuke reacted himself. And then a huge sword flew over our heads. Rising, I saw the sword stuck in the tree turn to water, losing its integrity and falling in drops to the ground. And from the mist emerged some half-naked idiot with a huge sword in his hand. And looking at the sword more closely, I realized what that sense of ownership had been like before the mission began. It was one of the 7 legendary swords forged by one of the heads of the Uzumaki clan. Kobikiboko, or Decapitator. Tack tack tack. Who do we have here? The guy said mockingly. Mama Chezabuza, the demon of the bloody mist, called him Sensei. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. And what do you want here? Who do I see? Why, it's Hatake Kakashi himself, copying the ninja. But I'll answer your question. I need the head of a bridge builder. Oh, and are you with an interesting child? Uzumaki are very expensive on the black market, so he'll come with me too, and he pointed a finger in my direction. Then Kakashi ordered us to guard the client and engaged Zaza. Meanwhile, I was monitoring the location of the second shinobi, who was hiding nearby with Kakashi. By the way, it turns out the Sharingan is hidden under the Hitayachi. Look, one of the Sharingans from the missing Uchiha corpses has turned up. I'll have to ask him sometime where he found that Sharingan. We were guarding the client. Well, Sasuke and I were guarding, and Sakura was just shaking. And in the fog, a battle of high-class shinobi was taking place. Sometimes we could catch glimpses of their battle. But then the fog begins to clear, and we see, Kakashi nearly takes a hit and decides to hide underwater in the river near the battle. And just a few seconds later, he finds himself trapped in a water prison. Why hide underwater from a master of water techniques? Zabuza created several Suiton clones, and while Sasuke tried to fight them off, I thought of a plan to save Kakashi. Fighting Zabuza with some cloaked Sashinabi didn't appeal to me at the moment. In less than a minute, the plan was formulated. I created 5 clones, which surrounded me and ran toward Zabuza, Kakashi, and his clones. As I began to approach them, Abuza's clones surrounded me and raised their swords to attack. But that was exactly what I needed. In an instant, I dispelled my clones, and from the chakra smoke from their dispel, my chains erupted and dispelled the swordsman's clones. But several more flew toward the original before he could fully comprehend what had happened or what the technique was. My chains grabbed Kakashi and, tearing him out of the technique, pulled the Zabuzas toward me. Some of them were meant to grab the swordsman, but he managed to react, and only managed a few medium-depth cuts. Thanking me for my help, Kakashi rejoined the fight. Now the advantage was Kakashi's. After exchanging several Suiton techniques, Kakashi overpowered the swordsman, and just as he was about to finish the job, a second player appeared. He threw Shinbon at Zabuza's neck and thanked us for helping him deal with the missing Nin. I had my suspicions about this missed Aina, but Shinsei's condition, and the unknown level of the opponent's skill, made me take no unnecessary action. When Janine, slinging the Tsukubikibocho over his shoulder, left using some kind of movement technique, performing hand seals with one hand, which surprised me, and I made a mental note to try to learn how. Kakashi fell to the ground. Judging by the state of his chakra from the sword wound, he was pretty battered. So I took out a scroll and sealed Kakashi in it. I have nothing else to do but carry his body on my back. And with the help of a Fuin, life becomes much easier. We reached the bridge builder's house in 2 hours. Once there, we met Tazuna's daughter. Her name was Tsunami. She gave us 2 rooms and continued cooking. After unsealing Kakashi in one of the rooms and laying him on a futon, Swag sent everyone away. To all the indignation, he replied, "Do you know medical techniques?" "No." "Then don't bother me while I treat him." While I was healing him early, I was wondering what we should do now. Kakashi won't be able to fight at full strength for a couple of days. The level of Zabuza's ally is unknown. He has the chakra of a strong Chunin, but his abilities are clearly superior. It's unclear if they have any more allies when they return next. With these thoughts in mind, I finished healing Kakashi and went down to eat, then went to bed. Before going to bed, I decided that tomorrow morning I should talk to Kakashi. He is our captain, after all. After waking up, I went to morning training. A couple of hours later, I returned and after breakfast, he went to Kakashi, where Sakura and Sasuke were already. "Hello everyone." I greeted everyone, but only Kakashi answered me. "Good morning, Naruto, you cured me," he asked affirmatively. "Yes, but we have more serious problems." Kakashi nodded to this, and Sasuke and Sakura looked at us in confusion, so Sen decided to explain. "I agree, Naruto. Zabuza is most likely alive. Anin usually destroys the corpse right on the spot." "So what?" Sakura asked. What do you mean what? Think about it, Sakura, what did that shinobi do with Zabuza's body? Kakashi asked the obvious question. Well, how do we know? He took the body with him, didn't he? Sakura replied. Kakashi and I just rolled our eyes. But he decided to explain that too. Exactly. In a pinch, he could have taken the head as proof of his death, and his weapon, too. Sensei finished. Sasuke added simple needles. The needles that Anin used. They are difficult to kill. But with the right knowledge, you can put a person into a state of temporary death. He also took Zabuza's body instead of destroying it. It seems he was his ally and saved him. Kakashi finished. I would argue that needles are difficult to kill. In most cases, they are easier to kill than any type of bladed weapon. With the right skills and knowledge, of course. And otherwise, I agree with Sensei. Moreover, Zabuza's chakra flow did not stop after the Shinbon hit him, it only slowed down, which means he did not die from them and the points where it hit are lethal. How do you know? Sakura asked, raising her voice slightly. Are you a censor, Naruto? Kakashi asked. A little, Sakura answered your question. I am studying at the Iranian courses and I know the structure of the human body and many of its secrets well. I slightly lifted the curtain on the secret of my identity. What are we going to do, Sensei? We have no more than a week before Zabuza is fully recovered. Finished, I agree. I will train you. But you haven't recovered yet, Sakura noted. I don't have to strain myself too much to train you. And thanks to Naruto, I'm almost recovered. And I can show you the necessary movements. So let's go to the forest and start training. We headed there. And when we arrived, I decided to ask the question that was interesting to me, and what will you teach us, Kakashi-sensei? I said less skeptically. After all, during the entire month of his captaincy, he didn't even stutter. I'll teach you to walk on trees, he paused. Kakashi without hands using chakra, he added. This is training in chakra control. The better your control, the less chakra you will use to perform techniques. You feed chakra into the soles of your feet and thus attach yourself to the tree. Then you walk along it. Like this. And he went up the tree. Explained it, so to speak. And how will they understand anything after his explanations? No, thank you. Kakashi-sensei. But I learned to walk on trees and water even before entering the academy, and my chakra control is excellent, otherwise I would not have passed the Nin exam from my class. Sakura and Sasuke fell out of reality after this, even Kakashi was surprised by his one open eye. You're already a Ryonin in class. You can demonstrate tree walking, Sensei asked incredulously. Easy. And the fact that I'm a good Ryonin confirms that you're already in good condition, he said, climbing the tree. And if you were more interested in your team, you'd know more about our abilities, especially about me. After all, my father's face. There was silence for a while, and Kakashi began to think about something, one emotion replacing another in his soul. He couldn't get a grip on himself. Any more questions? I asked, and he finally returned to reality. No, Sasuke and Sakura, you'll learn tree walking. And what should we do with you? Kakashi asked himself. Maybe we should determine your chakra element and I'll teach you some techniques? We can try, but the clones will be mastering the techniques, and we will be constantly sparring with the use of ninjutsu and genjutsu on your part. In taijutsu, I had constant partners and opponents. I had much less practice against opponents using genjutsu. And with those who use ninjutsu, I didn't practice at all. You will be a good opponent for me because of your good development in the three main arts. Shinobi. After all, practicing strikes and techniques on your own is good. But experience gained with a living partner or in battles with an opponent is something completely different, and the benefits from it will be much greater, I suggested. Good idea, Naruto. Then you continue learning to walk on trees, he nodded to Sasuke and Sakura. And you and I will train separately. Moving a couple of 100 meters from Uchiha Haruno, Kakashi gave me 2 leaves that determine the element chakra. After I fed them chakra, one cut in half, and the second laughed, which meant that my primary elements are futon and raiton. I already knew that. In fact, if he had given me 5 leaves, they would have shown that I have all 5 basic natural elements. Since Hatake didn't master futon, he showed me only 5 raiton techniques, not very complex ones, after which the clones went to train in mastering them, and he opened his Sharingan, and we began our joint training. 2 days later, he showed me more complex raiton techniques that the clones were mastering. And we continued our training fights. And so a week passed. We spent the first half of the day guarding the client and his family, and in the second we trained. Sasuke and Sakura finally learned to walk on trees, and when I was alone, I practiced Funi, which I had previously studied in my subconscious. Thanks to Kurama's memories, Amita Uzumaki learned hit like Tsuna Nadili, like Mita. It turns out Mita taught her granddaughter to hit with such force. You don't really need to use much force. You just need to energize your fist with chakra an instant before striking and then release it sharply upon impact. With such a punch, you can easily break down walls. Inari, the grandson of a bridge builder and the son of a tsunami, constantly got on our nerves and shouted that we're incompetent and will all die, and that heroes don't exist. As he screamed again, I placed a weak seal on him, one that renders anyone with a very small chakra reserve unconscious. Its shinobi density only paralyzes for a short time. Construction of the bridge was slowly progressing, but the villagers who built it constantly reeked of fear, hopelessness, and other such things. And all this was due to Agata's oppression. They were simple people and couldn't even defend themselves from common bandits. As an impad, I felt the full range of their emotions. It was unpleasant for the first half hour. Then I simply shut down my empathy, and it became much easier. However, I still had to concentrate on the emotions coming from my inner world. Kuram was very worried about me, and several times a day I had to delve into my inner world and reassure her, telling her that I would be fine. I also understand her concern for me, considering everything she'd been through. After all, I'm the only person in her entire life who treats her well and worries about her. Yes, I'm very worried about her, too. Today, as usual, I lay down with my fox, calming her down and stroking her tails. She snuggled closer and closer to me. The next morning, I had a bad feeling again. Kurama also said to expect trouble. Today, I guarded the house where Tsunami Sanari was, and the others guarded the bridge. Now I was sitting in the kitchen and watching Tsunami cook, occasionally chatting with her. Honestly, I miss being in the kitchen or in my room with my mother nearby, with whom I could talk about everything. And then an idea occurred to me, which I intended to implement later. And it concerned not only this village, but to realize it, I would need to become much stronger, although I can take the first step in realizing it now. And so, pondering his future plans, I noticed someone approaching the house, knocking down the doors with katanas in hand and bursting in. 2 precise shinbon laced with Raiden's chakra were thrown into the eyes and 2 corpses, sealing them in a scroll with the corpses of the fog dwellers. After asking Tsunami not to leave the house, I went out and placed a barrier on the house, then headed to the bridge. Arriving at the bridge, I saw Sakura protecting the bridge builder and Kakashi, who was fighting Zabuza in the fog. A little further on, I saw Sasuke, covered in shinbon like a hedgehog, trapped in ice mirrors. His opponent was the Ainin who had saved Zabuza weeks earlier. Apparently, he wielded Hijiten. Sasuke looked a bit shaky, so I decided to help him. I laced my fists with chakra and smashed several mirrors. The masked man realized this technique wouldn't help him and switched to close combat. I was superior to him in every way, but I still lacked experience in real combat, not just sparring sessions. After all, those are completely different things, so I had to resort to extreme measures. Even if Kakashi noticed this technique in the heat of battle, my life was more valuable that I take out my kunai with the Hiration mark. I quickly jump away from the mask wearer and throw it at him. He calmly deflects it. But at the same moment, I move toward the kunai that flew behind him and inflict a fairly deep wound on his back with the rounded one. An attack like this is impossible to dodge and impossible to prepare for. Especially if you're seeing this technique for the first time and haven't even heard of it. I injure the mask wearer. He falls, and his mask flies off. It was a guy a little older than me, rather slick. I take out the sealing scroll and hear a strange sound. I turn to him and see Kakashi, some kind of Raiton technique in hand, rushing toward Zabuza, who has been grabbed by the ninja dogs. A second later, the guy shields Zabuza and Kakashi with his body and pierces his chest near the heart. She wanted to cut them both in half, but hesitated for a split second, giving Kakashi the opportunity to retreat. A minute into the fight, Kakashi pierced Zabuza's hand with a kunami, and then Gata appeared. "Ooh, so you lost again, you weakling," a nasty voice rang out, making me wince. "Gata, what are you doing here? Who are these people?" Zabuza asked, scanning the crowd. He. Change of plans. Well, more accurately, I had planned this from the start. "You're a dead man, I wasn't going to pay you Nirio." The dwarf grinned nastily. "Hiring ordinary shinobi from the villages is too expensive, and they might betray. That's why I hire fugitive ninja, who are so easy to eliminate after the mission is completed. Shinobi fight, and when they weaken, my men take them by numbers. And it costs me nothing. A good plan, right? The only problem was you, Zabuza." The dwarf cocked his head to the side, and his grin grew wider, and my desire to kill him grew stronger. Devil of the hidden mist. Don't make me laugh. In my opinion, you're just a small, harmless devil. Gata tilted his head and noticed Haku's corpse. A second later, he punched him in the face. __, I'll kill you. Zabuza couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, Uzumaki, throw me a kunai." A second later, he caught the kunai in his mouth and ran to attack the entire crowd. "I'll help you," he said after him, drawing his sword again and also rushing to attack. Within a couple of minutes, almost all of Gata's men were killed, and Zabuza finished him off and died of his wounds next to Haku. That was the name of this boy, for whom protecting his loved one was more important than his own life, just as it was for my parents on my birthday. At that moment, it began to snow. I sealed Gat's body and one barely alive bandit into separate scrolls, and the rest of the dead I sealed several into one, then returned to the team. We buried these two on a ledge near the bridge. I decided not to take their bodies, but I did take the sword. As soon as I picked it up, the hilt of the sword began to warm. As if responding to the call of its true owner, an ominous aura appeared. But my enjoyment of this sword was interrupted by Kakashi, who began to appear. "Naruto, why do you need this sword?" "Fine, Gat's body and the other bodies, but this sword could cause us big trouble. It's property, Kiri, and upon arrival at the village, you will have to give it to the Heikage." I merely smirked, sealed the sword in a scroll, and replied, "First of all, I don't care about Kirin Hokage or any problems it might bring. Secondly, it is the property of the Uzushiya and the Uzumaki clan. Not Nikiri or Kanahi. This sword and 6 others were forged by the head of the Uzumaki clan several hundred years ago. And when the Uzushiya attacked, Kiri took them. And I intend to return all the swords to the clan, even if it means killing hundreds of people," I replied with a stern voice, "and no one else will be able to take this sword from me." With these words, I placed the scroll with the sword in my pouch. "And if anyone tries, I will fulfill my promise at the council a little over 6 years ago. I believe you were also present at that council. You can give it to the Hokage, Kakashi-sensei." After which I turned around and headed towards Tazuna's house. Even though it was only midday, I decided to lie down and fell into a subconscious state, where I was immediately crushed in Kurama's arms. She was worried about me. "How are you?" she asked me. "Everything's fine," I answered and pushed her onto the bed. "What are you planning on doing?" Aku asked flirtatiously. "Just pet their tails," he answered, feigning offense. "And that's it." Even more offended, she said and turned away. "What else do you want?" I asked with a smirk. "Okay, sorry. I'm all yours until tomorrow morning," I whispered in her ear. And at that, she became embarrassed and turned around to kiss him. All in all, the rest of the day and night passed simply wonderfully. The restless kitsune fully experienced the expression of Uzumaki's endurance. However, I was getting the hang of the Yakuwa's endurance, so I'll have to take my physical training more seriously. The next morning, I went to training. Before that, Kakashi said we'd have 2 days of rest. Afterward, I unsealed the surviving bandit, and he dropped the location of Gat's hideouts. I went through them all that day, killing bandits and then sealing them. Luckily, I had a lot of scrolls. When I was practicing creating them, I created a whole bunch of captive girls, with whom they had fun, released them, and gave them money. From all the hideouts, I took numerous valuable pieces of art, jewelry, several types of captured weapons, about 1 billion ryo, 15 gold bars, several bags of very valuable and expensive herbs used mainly in medicine, and securities. I sealed everything in scrolls, and the scrolls in a scroll. I also found a lot of different types of drugs, but decided not to touch them for now. I've set up fairly powerful barriers throughout the shelter, which will be powered by natural energy. Kurama helped me with this. Around midnight, I showed up at Tazuna's house and was immediately bombarded with questions. But there was also blood on my clothes in some places. Everyone was present during the conversation. "Where have you been all day and why are you like that?" Kakashi asked, covering his mouth. Kure started yelling. "There was one very important matter." "Kakashi-sensei," I replied. And this showed hope in the blood. A side effect of my work. Then he turned to Tsunami. "Tazuna's daughters, this is for you, Tsunami-san. And thank you for your hospitality and kindness to me." I decided to thank her. She treated me very well. For a moment, I even felt like I had a living mother. I also had plans for this country, so I handed her a briefcase containing 100 million. "Rio, you distribute another 50% among all the inhabitants of the country. Make the remaining 40% your country's treasury." She opened the briefcase and saw wads of money inside, after which she almost lost consciousness, and the others followed suit, seeing the contents of the briefcase and echoing her shock. "Naruto, where did you get this?" Kakashi asked. "Oh, where did you get so much money?" Sakura and Sasuke asked simultaneously. He responded, a little embarrassed. "Yes, so," I said, feigning embarrassment even more. "I went around Gata's entire hideout and took everything that was there, destroying all the bandits along the way." Everyone's jaws dropped. "So now you can live in peace," I finished. "We need to talk later," said Sensei. And I just nodded and suggested having dinner. "After I take a shower and change." All dinner Tazuna's family showered me with thanks. And Sasuke and Sakura sat dissatisfied. The next day after morning training, while no one noticed me, I went to the nearest black market point, sold Gata's body for 20 million O. 2 types from the fog for another 600,000 each, the rest of the bandits for several thousand per head. True, there were too many bandits, and I had to give them away with the lights. But they were all stained with blood. I was not going to use them anymore, so I gave them away without regret, adding 1,000 per a scroll. True, I did earn quite a lot. After which, in a great mood, I headed to the training ground. There, I listened to another verbal diarrhea from the entire team. In an attempt to appeal to their pity so that I would share the money with them, I replied, Zaza and I killed all the bandits and the gata on the bridge, and I cleared out the hideout myself. And you, in turn, haven't done anything. Any more questions? That's where we ended. We spent another 3 weeks guarding the bridge and training. After Zabuzi's attack, Kakashi decided to give us all a proper workout, because next time we might be unlucky and everything might end badly. He started by determining the element. Sasuke already had Katan. His second element was Raitan. By the way, he awakened the Sharingan with one Tami. Sakura turned out to have Suitan. Kakashi decided not to determine the second element yet. She probably doesn't have enough chakra for even one element. Next came me. I simply asked him to do a small experiment and give me 5 leaves, so that I wouldn't have to bother later proving that I have all 5 basic elements and can and should be taught techniques of all 5, and not just 2. I placed them on the ground and touched each with one finger, after which I simultaneously gave them chakra. Result, of course, I have 5 elements, because I have been developing an affinity for all 5 standard natural elements for many years. The entire team's jaws dropped in shock, and they simply stared at me. And in their eyes and emotions, only one question was read. How, in general, did Kakashi begin teaching Sasuke and Sakura elemental work? And I already knew how. What I knew was working with the elements. And the depth of my kinship with them was immense. Kakashina stared at me again with his one eye. But I didn't know any techniques, or rather, I hadn't studied them, except for the ones Kakashi had shown me earlier. There were quite a few techniques in the Uzumaki library, and I copied the scroll with Kenzutsu Hokage, but I only focused on physical training. Taijutsu, Bukizutsu, Kenzutsu, Irianinzutsu, Fuinzutsu, and Kikakuninzutsu, as well as mental development. I decided to start learning elemental techniques after I mastered the Fuin folding technique in a tattoo. I think I've mastered it, but I don't have any special ink to test it with, so I'm starting to study elemental techniques in depth. We started with simple techniques for each element. Except Futon, of course, but I can learn those myself. Kakashi knows many techniques from the other elements. It's not for nothing that they said he copied 1,000 techniques. And with my perfect memory, memorizing them all and then using them is no problem. We finished our current training with 2 of his personal techniques. Raikirichuri. He decided that since I already had this skill in Kaitienko, shape-shifting. This is an advanced form of chakra control, which involves changing the shape and movement of chakra, determining the size, range, and target of the technique. Idatsuhinka, changing the natural properties, special forms of chakra control that allow you to manipulate its properties, transforming chakra into a natural element, which allows you to use an expanded arsenal of techniques. He would teach me them. I learned them quite quickly. Control over shape and transformation is indeed required, but creating a single-handed Rasengan requires much greater control than creating a Raikiri, and even more so than an Ikidari, as it's a weaker version of the Raikiri. A chakra sheath is created around the hand, which is transformed into Raitan chakra. The result is something like a glove with a sleeve of lightning, with great penetrating power. After finishing the bridge, Tazuna decided that I should name it. After some thought, I decided to call it the Great Uzumaki Whirlpool in honor of my ancestors and clan. After saying goodbye to everyone, especially the tsunami, it became quite close to me over almost a month of construction. We set off for Konoha. Many things and the beginning. Chunin Shikin =========================================================================================================================. On the way to Konoha, Kakashi was gloomy because I took the sword. Sakura and Sasuke also tried to express their dismay, but they were still a little wary of me only with their eyes. And I, in turn, was communicating with Kurama in my mind. This time, at least we were traveling along the upper paths at a normal speed, and not walking to the village like on the way to the land of waves. In the middle of the day, we went to report to Hokage about the mission. It's just that Kakashi decided to take us along, too. I was just about to talk to Hiruzen. After reading the report, he started glaring at me. Are you dissatisfied with something, Hokage? I asked calmly. First of all, what kind of independent action is this? Asked Hiruzen. I had a day off that day, like everyone else, with Kakashi's permission. And what was I doing during that time? That's my problem, because I didn't endanger the team or disrupt the mission. And what I did for this country, I believe, will benefit not only them, but also the relations between our countries. I answered calmly. You cleaned everything out. Ninja-gate. And where did you put his body? Hokage asked a little pressingly. But I still decided to answer. Yes, I cleaned it out and gave part of the money to the people of the Land of Waves. As for Gat's body and the rest, that's my business. I've already told Kakashi Shinsei and I'll repeat, what I did there can be considered a private, one-off commission, and what I took from there is my payment, and it has nothing to do with Konoha, so I don't owe you anything. I started glaring at him, as if to say, keep asking your questions, and he laughed nervously in his chair. It seemed I reminded him of my mother, and many were afraid of her character. Then secondly, you must give us the sword or we might have problems with Kiri. I just smirked at that. I've already told Kakashi Shinsei and I'll repeat it. It's not difficult for me. I don't care about Kiri or the problems it might bring you as Hokage. I said in a healed voice. This is the property of the Uzumaki clan, and Nikiri or Kanahi. This sword and 6 others were forged by the head of the Uzumaki clan several hundred years ago. And when the Nazushi attacked, Kiri took them. And I intend to return all the swords to the clan, even if it means killing hundreds of people. I spoke with a grimace. And neither you nor anyone else can take my clan's property from me. And if Kiri makes any claims, then pass on my words to them. And if I meet anyone else with my clan's property, I will kill them and return what doesn't belong to them. And believe me, I will use any means necessary to achieve my goal. I finished my short monologue, and the old monkey became even more nervous. Fine, he agreed after a few minutes. And I would also like to talk about one more thing, he said thoughtfully, looking at the ceiling. What is it? Then I looked him straight in the eye and announced, I demand that you remove the insignia of my clan from the vests of Chunin and Genin. I will not allow some scum to wear the crest of the great Uzumaki clan. He immediately frowned and was about to say something, but I continued. As for this supposedly symbolizing Sozashiya's friendship, I'll explain that too. The friendship between Konoha and Uzashiya was essentially a friendship and alliance between Uzumaki and Shinju. It ended when Uzashiya was destroyed, and the Uzumaki and Shinju clans nearly ceased to exist. Furthermore, Uzashiya was besieged for almost a week, but the allies from Kanaji never came to their aid. So no one in this village is worthy or has any right to wear my clan's insignia, he explained. And only I, as the crown prince and future head of the Uzumaki clan, have the right to grant permission for anyone outside my clan to wear the Uzumaki insignia. But how? He didn't have time to finish before I interrupted him again. If in a month I see anyone wearing the Uzumaki clan insignia without my permission, then we will hold a council with the clan heads, where they will support my position that no one has the right to wear clan insignia without the clan's permission. Or let everyone wear whatever insignia they want, but I don't think anyone would like that. And if not, then we will discuss right then and there what I promised you at a similar council just over 6 years ago. Hokage herself, I said in a voice like Helen. What you understand is only the language of force and threats, I understood long ago. And since you don't understand or don't want to understand any other language, this is the only way I'll communicate with you. Now give me the money for the mission, for what it's become, and I'll go home and rest. All this time, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Paranbu on the ceiling were in the office, listening to our conversation and freaking out at the way I spoke to him, even threatening him. But all my complaints and threats were more than justified. They are forced to put up with my requests and demands, even though I'm not asking for anything in particular. Only that compensation for their own actions is rightfully mine. And I'm well aware of what my games with them could lead to. But almost nothing too dangerous for me will happen. After all, even if they try to attack or kill me, I'll immediately sense their intentions and use a cloak of Karama or Roma's Jinbanoka chakra. Even if it harms my body, I can kill them all. But they won't be able to seal me. Not me, nor Karama, since I simply don't have the same mastery of Fini as Uzumaki. And even if they try to use the Shiki Fujin, which they might have seen when Karama was sealed in me, to seal it themselves with the Shinigami, they won't be able to do it at all. The Shinigami herself, the patron of the Uzumaki clan, doesn't harm them. Unless they voluntarily sacrifice themselves to him. And if one of Fuzumaki's enemies tries to do that, the Shinigami herself will simply take their soul and disappear. The Uzumaki library described several such cases where an enemy of Uzumaki used the Shiki Fujin to seal his soul, and the Shinigami herself simply took the enemy's soul into her Uzumaki and disappeared. Having received the money and asked for leave as a frozen team, he went home. Having changed into a light katana with the clan crest and let my hair down, I went to the hot springs, rested there, ate a Vaikaraka dinner, and returned home. And then, in my subconscious, I returned to my little fox, where I was immediately overcome with thirst in Karama's embrace and her ponytails, turning into a passionate kiss. The first thing I did the next morning after a refreshing shower and breakfast, I finally got around to the technique of folding Fuin into a tattoo on my body. First, I found special ink for applying such tattoos around the house. Luckily, they were available in a wide variety of colors. I'd been mulling over the patterns I'd be applying and their properties for a long time. I created several clones, gave them the special tattoo ink, and they began the process of drawing them. Then, using chakra, they burned the Fuin complexes that were folded into them onto the special ink. Meanwhile, I immersed myself in the inner world of Kurami, and by evening, everything was ready. I was amazed at how the clones were able to perfectly bring all my ideas for the designs to life. I'm quite good at drawing myself, but in this case, I relied on an experienced artist who, following my instructions, made stencils for me, and the clones then applied the desired design, modifying what seemed perfect along the way. In fact, to hide or fold the Fuin in a tattoo like this, you need this very special ink. On my right arm, from the wrist to the shoulder, were two intertwined dragons, red and blue, with yellow-green eyes, vertical pupils, breathing flames from their mouths that, upon contact, swirl into a small typhoon of different colors, shimmering thanks to the special Fuin. This tattoo conceals an infinite Fuin for the undead, with a stasis seal. My entire left arm was covered in black hexagons the size of apples, connected like a honeycomb. They were several millimeters thick. Each hexagon contained the Uzumaki clan crest in black and red. Only on each hexagon were 9 more golden foxtails, twisted like mag atoms. It looked like my Hiratian mark, only in color. I also placed the same individual markings on my wrist. Fuin, what does this tattoo conceal? I conceal people and any living beings until my chakra runs out, and when it replenishes, I can continue. There's a catch, though. I conceal living beings consciously, but only if they don't resist, or if I completely suppress their chakra and will with my own. Unconsciousness doesn't pose such problems with the object being sealed. I wove a Fuin for a spatial pocket for sealing shuriken, kunai, and shinbon onto my wrist. How I made these seals infinite, when I was able to partially decipher the structure and operation of the seal on my stomach, I thought it would be a good idea to do something similar with these seals. However, it took over a year to bring this idea to fruition. I got another tattoo on my entire back. It was a large 9-tailed Kurama in Biju form, the kind that creates Biju Dama using its tails. It was in its natural colors, and inside the Biju Dama was the Uzumaki clan symbol with Magatama, like the ones on the wrists. I folded a set of training seals into this tattoo. There were several types of them. Some were similar to we lay on the bed, looking at each other, carnal pleasures. At night, I will absorb your chakra, but don't let it drop below 10%, so you don't become chakra depleted. And this is non-negotiable, otherwise some seal will waste your chakra. She pressed, "Cool." I just nodded. Excellent. Another Naliuk on learning elemental techniques from the library. We'll already have Ryby and Kakashi on the leash. The first one. Your senshi is your father's student, so let him do his job. And the second one is simply a good teacher, and with him, you will greatly improve your mastery of taijutsu, which will give you a better chance of surviving in the shinobi world and realizing your goals and dreams. Now, let's continue. Tomna whispered, "Ku," in my ear and sank a demanding kiss into my lips. The next day, after breakfast and a shower, I headed to the training ground. There, on Kurama's advice, I sent one clone with a consciousness stream into my subconscious to improve my affinity with the standard elements. The second continued mastering Enneaton. The third studied the knowledge from the library, and the fourth, a consciousness stream. That was me. After training, I went to find Guy Kakashi to harness them to train with me. Kakashi, of course, tried everything he could to refuse, but when I reminded him that I was torturing his son, he immediately changed his mind about my training. Aga didn't require much persuasion. He's always happy to teach someone. Now my routine looks like this: breakfast, shower, warm-up and training with Guy, snack, Ino training, lunch, training with Kakashi, dinner, training in techniques, Fuin, barriers I learned in the Uzumaki library, and creating good Udama, after which snack, shower, bed, and then, in the subconscious, to Kurama. A month later, I passed the Irian Nin exam with the rank. And when I get a rank, my training will be over. Why don't I continue training there further to get a rank? It's simply impossible to get it in Konoha. The only Ryanin of that rank in Konoha is Tsunade Shinju. But she left the village a long time ago, around the year I was born. By the way, all the Uzumaki symbols were removed from the clothes and vests of Chunin, Genin, and others. My team and I also completed 5 C-rank missions. This took several weeks. And 3 months after the end of the mission in the Land of Waves, Guy told me that the Chunin exams would begin in a month. And Kakashi, it seems, is not going to talk. By the way, I almost finished learning the 5-level Fuin. Now I need to try it all out in practice, then reinforce it all with Juinjutsu and Kikanzutsu. And only then will I move on to blood and tracing Fuin in the air. At one point, I thought that some protection would be useful. You never know what might happen during the exam, or even during missions. So I went to a shop called Higurashi Equipment to place an order. It was a small store on the outskirts of the shopping district. According to a wooden plaque, the shop had been in Konoha since its inception. Their shinobi weapons and protection were top quality. You'd be hard-pressed to find better in all of Konoha. But the prices were steep, not everyone can afford to shop there. But I don't really care about price right now. Quality is key. A couple of days later, I opened my 5th stream of consciousness and immediately sent it to the Uzumaki library. I also had the feeling again that something was about to happen. I started training even harder during this time, and besides Kakashi, I played with the team members and crossed paths with Skura Nahida. We still get along well and see each other when I have free time. Sometimes I take genjutsu lessons from her. Ahina even joined her team. Hina and I have a rather strange relationship. I know she's in love with me, but I have feelings for her, the way I have good friends or sisters. She's actually the only one of my riddlers with whom I actually talk, not just exchange a few words like I do with the others. Well, with Kakashi game or during training, and everyone else is just acquaintances to me, whom I'll forget in a couple of months. Hina is a rather sweet and shy girl. She would never offend anyone or say anything bad about them. She also really lacks self-confidence, which is why her father criticizes her, pressures her, and withholds parental love. And her mother died giving birth to her sister, Hanabi. Incidentally, her father constantly uses Hina as an example, saying that she will be the next head of the Hyuga clan, and that Hina is unworthy of it. Her cousin, Niji, also hates her. She tried her best to be on good terms with him, but he constantly drives her away and tells her how worthless and weak she is, just like her father. In fact, she is quite strong. She just lacks self-confidence. She is afraid of hurting her loved ones. When we talk, I try to give her more self-confidence and try to cheer her up. I don't know why, but I like to embarrass her. She blushes. Even if he's looking in my direction, when I get close, he almost faints. But if I get too close, he does. Kurama is terribly jealous at this point. And when we say goodbye to Hinata, he throws a scene that smoothly transitions into sexual pleasures. Incidentally, when we arrange to go for a walk with Hina, I often appear right in her face, which, of course, makes her faint. This time, we walked through the park and sat by a small pond in it, chatting about everything. After all, we hadn't seen each other for over 2 months. There just wasn't enough time. Either missions, or training, or something else. True, when we walk together, I hide us behind barriers so that no one can use our friendship against me, and I told her not to tell anyone about our friendship, because it could lead to big problems for me. Why did Hinata and I become friends in the first place? In her case, it's pretty simple and clear. She loves me, but I don't even know what to do with me. Maybe I wanted some kind of family closeness, like from a sister. Besides Kurama, maybe I found a kindred spirit in her in the sense that she is, you could say, a rejected child with a living family, just like I used to be, only with dead parents. But I was rejected by absolutely everyone. I was able to overcome this with Kurama's help, of course, but my meetings with my father in print and my mother's letter also had a strong influence on me. Besides, you can just talk to her. Not about everything, of course. I have too many secrets. She can talk to me, although she's very shy. And how did we even start communicating? Well, our first meeting was in the park, when I saved her from bullies and I was beaten up. Then we met again at the academy. She kept looking in my direction and blushing, and I glanced at her. And our communication itself began in our 3rd year at the academy. I was returning from GA training and decided to take a walk through the park. And then, walking past a pond, I heard a child crying. And when I approached, I saw a sobbing Hinata, sitting on the shore of the pond, hugging her knees with her hands and burying her face in them. I approached her and placed my hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down, but she turned around abruptly, blushed, and fainted. There was barely 10 centimeters between our faces. And when she saw me, oh! She was going through so many different feelings. But the last one was suicidal, because I saw her in such a state. After that, I set up a barrier and brought her back to her senses. However, she almost fainted again and started crying again. After comforting her, we finally talked. It turns out that day, during training with her father and her sister, he got angry at her for losing to Hanabi in a sparring match due to her weakness. After that, he called her a worthless freak of nature and unworthy of being a member of the Southern Chemist clan, and then even threatened to place the Juin of the branch house on her, and Akinata simply didn't want to hurt her sister. After that, she ran to that very pond and started crying. Since then, we started communicating. Since we're already talking about those with whom I communicate, I might as well tell you about the remaining 2 members of my team, with whom I simply have to communicate. What can I say about my teammates? Sasuke is still the same Avenger, thirsting for power at any cost, and he seems to be training. I don't know what exactly. And it's not particularly interesting. Sakura doesn't seem to do anything at all, just cramming some books. Oh well, whatever. After another month of training, I can say that I've made great progress. After all, I trained like crazy. And 100 clones helped. I finally learned to almost completely hide my enormous chakra reserves. It took a very long time. After all, my reserves are incredibly large. I opened the fifth stream of consciousness, greatly improved my control over elemental regular chakra, and can also create a Duta Dhamma much faster than before. It takes me about 15 minutes, which is very pleasing compared to over an hour earlier. Thanks to Mayak, I've developed my Ishchik even more, sharpened my Taizutsu and Kinzutsu, and developed my body even more. But despite this, I still don't have enough. And because of the exam Kakashi is sending us to soon, I won't be able to train that my chakra reserves are now equivalent to several Hiruzen and a couple of Genin combined, and I've mastered many elemental techniques, both those taught to me by Kakashi and those I learned from the library. Most Uzumaki were wind and water elementalists, so I had a wide range of techniques for those elements. And the most important thing, and also the thing I'm most proud of, is Fuinjutsu. Ah, yes, I've surpassed myself there. Fuin came easily to me. For me, it's as simple as breathing. I also brushed up on my medical knowledge. Although I passed the Irian Nin Rang exam, there's much more knowledge in the library. Overall, Irian Nin came easily to me thanks to my superior control. And what many say about Jinchuriki being unable to learn Irian ninjutsu due to the toxicity of their chakra is far from true. Several factors are at play here. The seal of the relationship between the Jinchuriki and the Iju. The Biju's own wish is that when its chakra enters an Iskiric, it not be sent out in an aggressive form, which would destroy and kill all living things. We have no problems with our skew, and I can easily heal both myself and others. And then today, Kakashi called us together, after we waited for an hour and a half. He finally came and announced that we would be participating in the Chunin exams in 3 days. If we accept, we must report to room 301 at the academy by 11 a.m. I learned this a month ago. But for Sasuke and Sakura, it was a surprise. After that, Kakashi disappeared into Shanshin. Sasuke said he was going home. Sakura left too, and I followed her. I just needed to pick up my order in the Higurashi outfit. As I was walking through the park, I heard some shouting from the cafeteria. I turned the corner and approached the source of the shouting. Some painted-up guy in black pajamas is holding a snot-nosed kid by the scruff of the neck. Next to him is some blonde, quite pretty. For this thought, I immediately received a mental slap on the head from Kurama, and opposite them stand Sakura and 2 other brats. They are trying to mumble something. Nearby, in a tree, I sense another one, and there is something close to me in him. I approach this pandemonium and ask a question, "So what are you doing here? Your laughter is making my ears pop. And you're torturing some brats, too," I said casually. "Are you crazy in your desert or something?" I also asked. They were from the Suna. "I'm not a brat, you're a brat. I'm the Hokage's grandson and I'll tell him you're calling me a brat." "Shut up, brat. And if that old man tries to do anything to me, he won't live long. What are you bothering me about, girl? Or do you want to get it too?" shouted this ghost-like figure in pajamas. Only little children should be scared of that at night. Now I was wearing a turquoise yukata with a pink sakura design on it and the clan crest on the back. And my hair was down. In front were 2 long strands framing my face on the sides. "What did you call me?" I asked. And at that moment, everyone was hit by a moderate amount of ki. To keep them from losing consciousness prematurely. My hair parted into 9 strands and flew up as if in the wind, and they cut the pajama man's face off, chained him, and started squeezing him. Now listen and remember this pathetic semblance of a ghost in pajamas, which could only scare children at night. I sang without slowing down. I'm a guy, and I can tolerate being called a girl, but not just any girl. And if they disrespect me or insult me, and especially call me just any girl, then these people usually die. I squeezed him with the chains even harder. There was a crunch of bones, and he lost consciousness. Tell him when he comes to. If I hear this again, I will kill him. Right now, he is alive only because you are guests from another village. But this is only this time. I let go of the pajama man and put away my key, and the blonde swallowed. Maybe you should come down already? I asked, without turning my head towards the one standing on the tree branch. And a guy with a pumpkin on his back, red hair, and the word love on his forehead appeared in front of me. And in the bushes nearby, I sensed the recently arrived Sasuke, watching us. What's your name? He asked. Didn't they teach you that if you want to know someone's name, you first have to introduce yourself? I replied. Nogara the dog, he said. Uzumaki Naruto, I introduced myself. And keep an eye on your dogs, or they won't live long, I told him and started to leave. See you later, Gaara added and disappeared into Shanshin. Having picked up my order, I returned home, and after lunch I started improving it. I ordered myself wide pants and a black t-shirt with a sewn-in mesh of chakra-conducting metal, sandals and a shinobi with inserts of the same metal and bandages for bandaging the lower part of the shin, also black. In addition to clothes, I ordered a set of the NBU uniform, also black, with a red spiral indicating the affiliation with the Uzumaki clan on the back and chest, in the shields on the arms and legs. I also asked for chakra-conducting metal to be added. The same Anbuzuir armor was lying in the house, but they were too big for me, so I had to order them. I ordered everything without their fuin. There was an offer, but the selection of fuin was so meager, and of poor quality. Uzumaki's standards, of course. So I decided to install all the fuin myself. After all, I'm an Uzumaki, especially a prince and future leader. I installed the fuin with hope. Constant frequency, so it wouldn't get dirty. Climate control to maintain normal body temperature in adverse climates, and several seals with a countercut, so that if injured, healing would begin immediately. As for the Umbu armor, I applied a bunch of different seals. I got the idea from examining and studying the fuin on the Uzumaki armor and the combat armor of high-ranking officials of the Zushia government, which were stored in the bank safe of the mother of the mansion. I transferred a lot of seals from there. And added a few more myself. Such as sealing the armor into a bracer, which is part of the armor. I put it on the bracer, and then activated the fu on it, and you instantly find yourself wearing the entire set, deactivating fuin, and the entire armor is sealed back into the bracer. Basically, it couldn't be more convenient. The second feature I liked about the armor was the fuin, which created a powerful barrier around the user in a split second. This barrier can withstand powerful attacks and techniques. But it's not all smooth sailing. This particular fuin needs to be recreated each time. But there was good news. You could install more than one fuin. I installed 5 of them. I also installed a chakra absorption fuin, which absorbed some of the chakra from enemy techniques and weakened them. I also installed a strengthening fuin, preventing the object it was applied to from being destroyed as long as chakra was present. This meant resistance to physical attacks, a couple of seals for sealing food, weapons, medicine, antidotes, and other things. Basically, several spatial pockets, each storing one thing. Someone might need them in the future who uses this armor or unseals the necessary ones if I can't use the chakra and get the ones I need from the seal on my arm. I also made a block for printing chakra storage devices. In active mode, the armor absorbs chakra. It draws this chakra from its fuin accumulators to power its work. If someone attacks me with a technique, the fuin absorbers absorb the chakra from the technique, then convert it into neutral chakra, and then into mine, which the armor draws from its accumulator. If I'm attacked physically, the armor activates its fuin reinforcement, which will spend chakra to maintain the armor's integrity. If the armor runs out of chakra, it will begin to draw chakra from me. But with my reserves, this is a drop in the ocean. I finished the clothes and armor after 2 days of work, and tomorrow the exam begins. And so the next morning I stand in front of the academy, where the exam will be held. I'm wearing my new clothes, which look very stylish, especially with my long scarlet hair against the black background and, of course, the armor's bracers. My hair is braided into 2 buns, from which 2 tails fall, so as not to disturb me. Moreover, walking down the street and standing near the academy, I drew rather thoughtful and devouring glances from the female population of Kanahi and the guests. It seemed they were only now seeing me as someone other than a demon. Although, most likely, this is because I had changed so much over the years and hardly left my neighborhood. They simply didn't recognize me. A few minutes later, Sakura and Sasuke arrived. I was about to go inside, but I froze for a few seconds in the academy. I sensed chakra. Chakra similar to my Uzumaki chakra. I would definitely meet her, if not at the exam, then immediately after. Having thought about this, I headed inside without waiting for my teammates. Entering the academy and going up to the 2nd floor, I saw a crowd. And there, near the classroom, sat Lu on the floor, apparently hit by the 2 people standing near the classroom. Nige stood nearby, and not far from him was Ten. They seemed to have decided not to show their strength, and everything would have been fine. But at that moment, Hina approached them and said something hesitantly to those who had struck Lee, after which one of them hit her, causing her to fall. They started mocking her, saying that there was no place for such weaklings here, and that the exam would be difficult, and we all needed to go home and cry into our pillows. I was still standing at the other end of the corridor because of the crowd, but the quickly spreading Kina parted. "Aren't you ashamed of beating up girls and mocking them?" he asked in a slightly growling voice. One of them was about to answer, but cried out in pain. I was behind him in an instant and broke his arms, twisting them unnaturally behind his back. This is for mocking women and girls. It's one thing to fight on the battlefield against an enemy slut, and you shouldn't allow yourself to do that, but it's quite another to allow yourself to do that towards someone younger than you. Even from your own village. At that moment, I grabbed the hand of the second one, who decided to attack me while I was busy with his friend. A second later, it was broken, and a few seconds after that, the legs and other arm of the one who hit Hinata were broken. And this is for daring to raise a hand against Hinata, especially after she didn't do anything to you. I spoke in a calm, but chilling voice, and at that moment, the Spalongs fell from them. They were Izumas for the Chunan's father and guards of one of Kanahi's gates. If this happens again, you will beg me to die. Are you okay? Yuen asked, lifting her to her feet. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, and Naruto-kun. I'm not sure, Hinata stuttered, blushing. No way, he said, steadying her. She, as usual, almost fainted, but still managed to overcome herself, and then added, I don't tolerate several things, but the main one is insults or disrespect towards me, and also towards women or girls who don't deserve it at all. I finished and, turning around, went to the stairs. I didn't want anyone to think that Hinata was particularly dear to me or that we were on good terms. Let's go, we're going upstairs, he turned to his teammates, looking around at everyone present, once again noticing fear in most of the guys and gratitude and admiration from all the women for my actions and words. Sasuke brought the stuck Sakura to her senses, and we were already heading towards the stairs. But Lee appeared in front of us. My name is Rock Lee. And you are Sakura-san? Yes. Lee introduced himself. Then he added, be my girlfriend, I will always protect you, he said passionately. No way, Sakura answered him. Better to die, she added after a couple of seconds, which made Lee feel very sad, but after a few seconds he was ablaze with the power of his youth. Naruto-kun, fight me, Lee shouted. Lee? We just had a training fight recently, and especially since today is the exam, so I think I'll refuse, he answered him calmly. Then I'll fight your teammate. I heard he was the best student in the academy. They flared up again. I'll fight you, and then you'll understand what the Uchiha clan's name means. We'll see, Lima replied, heading for the training grounds at the academy. I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed in him. Lee, don't kill him, he whispered in his ear, and then the fight began. As I thought, Lee finished him off quickly, no Sharingan needed. With one Uchiha, Mei wasn't enough against Lee's speed and strength in the end, though Guy showed up and gave Lee a wise talk about fighting and the use of certain techniques. After greeting him and waiting for Uchiha to come to his senses, we headed to room 301. Kakasha met us outside the room and said that if we hadn't come as a team, we wouldn't have been able to participate, and sent us to the room. As we entered, the other teams from our graduating class immediately approached us. Sakura and Kiba started their usual squabble. Kiba was also shouting something. Akinata, accidentally finding herself very close to me, blushed and fainted. After so many years of our association, it's time to get rid of this, or at least do it less often. Someone decided to approach us, and it seemed to be none other than that. I saw him in the hospital a few times when I came to Ilianin's courses. "Are you newbies?" the guy with glasses asked us. "My name is Yakashika, I think. You shouldn't draw so much attention to yourself. There are a lot of genin gathered here, taking the exam more than once, and many of them are dangerous." "Yes. And is this your second time taking it?" Sakura asked. "No, it's already the 7th time," the guy with glasses replied. "Yeah, really, it begs the question, why is he doing this? He's already an Irionin and should have long ago received his field patent and become a Chunin. I couldn't get it that way. I should have first tried to pass the Chunin exam the normal way at least once. Even though I had already reached rank A, I maximized my empathy and directed it at him, and realized he was hiding something. And he doesn't seem to be who he appears to be. Maybe he's some kind of spy or something, I said to myself mentally. Wow. So, you already know everything about him? Sakura asked. Yes, so I can share some information with you. I just happen to have cards with Shinobi's data. We are from the same village, after all, Four Eyes suggested. Want to know about someone in particular? He asked. How about Gaara from Suna? The one with the red hair and the pumpkin on his back? Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto from Kanahi? Sasuke asked. Garino is a dog. A very powerful gene. The third child of the current Kazik. He has the San genome. He has completed rank 8 missions from 1 rank. This is his first time in our country, so information is scarce. But it seems he completed the entire mission without a scratch. Partners Kankura and Tamari. His brother and sister gave him a brief description, as if drawing a new card. By feeding it chakra, it revealed its secrets. It's quite interesting how he used Fuin in combination with illusion on his cards. Rockly, Nagad, is older than you. Completed missions of rank 20, rank 12. His teacher, Meitagai, has greatly improved his taijutsu over the past year, the other areas aren't impressive. Last year, he was considered a young talent, but his team didn't take the exam, so today is his first time here. As are you, partners. Hyuga and Tentakahashi. He gave his characterization. And lastly, Uzumaki Naruto. Crown Prince of the Uzumaki clan and Jinin Kanahi. Completed missions, 20 ranks, 5 ranks, 1 in 1. Teacher, Hataki Kakashi. Partners, Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura Haruno. He has mastered taijutsu and kenjutsu at the level of a strong chunin or average jonin. He recently passed the Irionin rank exam. He also has mastered numerous techniques from all 5 standard nature elements, a special keiki and genkai for the Uzumaki clan, which gives him colossal endurance, chakra volumes, and a predisposition to Fuinjutsu, Kikaninjutsu, and Juinjutsu. And it also allows him to use bijou chains or indestructible sealing, offensive chains. You can call you a genius. Such abilities at your age. You're a monster. Although he graduated from the academy as the worst student and hardly showed up at all, he graduated. And our entire graduating class stood and freaked out from such a description. I wonder where you got so much information about me? I asked, and the idea that he was a spy began to gradually become confirmed. "You're still lying," Kiba started shouting. "He's the worst student in the academy," he started again, and at that moment some idiot attacked this guy like a babuta. Then the examiner appeared and pinched his socks. "Weak, right?" They assigned us to a room, gave us a 45-minute test, and announced the rules. The point was clearly not to answer these questions, but rather to discreetly cheat on the students who were placed in the room specifically for this. The questions were quite difficult for Genin, who had recently graduated from the academy. But if you were interested in anything other than the academy curriculum, you can answer the questions. Sakura seemed to be starting to answer. Aisatsuki looked nervous at first, but then seemed to understand what was going on. He activated his Sharingan and began copying the hand movements of the Chunin decoy. Hinata, who was sitting near me, answered some of the questions herself and copied others with her Byakugan. Uzumaki. Due to the large crowd, I didn't see him, but I could clearly sense him in the audience. I wrote the test in 15 minutes and dove into my subconscious to chat with Kurama. I returned to the real world. When Ibiki, the examiner's name, announced that the 10th question would now be asked, he began to press his own words, saying, "If we don't pass this time, we'll remain Genin forever." People slowly began to leave. The Chunin decoys left along with their team members. I just smirked at this. And Baikita noticed perfectly well and asked, "Why are you smirking like that?" Well, if they wanted to reduce the number of people taking the exam with ki, they should have done it this way. I unleashed a slightly higher than average ki blast, and a third of the remaining candidates in the audience lost consciousness, while the rest gulped along with the Chunin who had been watching us during the exam. Everyone, those who knocked their teammates unconscious, were disqualified. Immediately after, a second examiner appeared, flying in through the window she'd broken and, after a brief discussion about how many had passed the first part of the exam, said we all had to report to training ground number 44, or the Forest of Death, in an hour. As soon as everyone started leaving the auditorium and running to the designated spot, I created a clone who discreetly placed the Horatian mark on Uzumaki's clothing under the hinge. Uzumaki turned out to be a girl, and then joined Sasuke and Sakura on their way to training ground number 44. New acquaintances in the forest, death or fate decided to have some fun. Upon reaching the venue for the second stage of the exam, we saw a large crowd of genin, some kind of tent, and what looked like a stage for speeches. When everyone had gathered, the examiner came onto the impromptu stage and began explaining the purpose and rules of the second stage of the exam, as usual, having shouted something. For that, the footage and Anka, the examiner who always wore very revealing clothes, cut his cheek and told him that people like him die first. The gist of this entire stage was that half the teams would be given a scroll of heaven, and the other half an earth scroll. And in 5 days, we had to reach the tower in the center of the testing ground, with 2 different lights. This meant we'd have to take them from the other teams, and maybe even kill them in the process. And we'd actually have to survive in the forest. After all, this is no ordinary forest. It was cultivated by Hashirama using Shinjutsu, and all the inhabitants of this forest. Due to the increased concentration of natural energy, they mutated and became much stronger and more dangerous than their normal counterparts. If anyone on the team is killed or fails to reach the tower, the entire team will be disqualified. The same applies if anyone looks at the scroll. It's a sort of gut check to ensure they'll follow orders unquestioningly during future missions and keep the information confidential. If you become a Chunin, of course. After all the explanations, we went to the examiner's tent, where we were asked to sign a pledge vowing no claims against the village hosting the exam in the event of our death, fully aware of the risks involved. What claims could the dead have? Perhaps their villages. Or themselves. If someone resurrects them with Ida Tensha, after we'd signed were necessary, we were given the Sky Scroll. Immediately after we left the tent, one of the Chunin met us and led us to the 12th gate, through which our team would begin the second stage and enter this forest. Along the way, he picked up the Uzumaki scroll and sealed it in the seal on his right hand. To their indignant looks, he replied, "No one will be able to get it from my seal, or do you have more secure storage?" Then he winked at the curry. She blushed as red as a tomato. A little more and steam would have poured out of her ears. Sasuke just snorted, as usual, but didn't say anything, which meant their consent, and we continued following the Chunin to the gate. While we waited for the second stage to begin, I sat down near the fence in a meditative pose and began to ponder the last hour and the next 5 days of this exam, which, it seemed, would bring nothing good. Firstly, I had a growing premonition that something bad was about to happen. And it seemed it would happen in this very forest. Secondly, the whole time we were listening to Ankh and receiving the scrolls, I felt someone's gaze directed at me, and apparently at Uchiha too. And considering that I still haven't figured out who exactly it was, that's bad, which further confirmed the truth of my premonition of trouble at this exam. Thirdly, I definitely need to meet that Uzumaki, but the problem is, no one can see us together. I could easily leave these two alone and go to her. But the problem is the exam. If Uchiha or Haruna are killed, I'll fail the exam. But who cares about anyone or anything? I'll meet with the Uzumaki no matter what the circumstances and offer her to stay with me. After all, family comes first. I'll just have to keep her residence in the district a secret. But that won't be difficult with the barriers in the district. And I'll leave a clone with Haruna and Uchiha, just in case. Incidentally, she was about my age, red hair, crimson eyes, and dark glasses with oval frames. She was wearing a green short-sleeved shirt with a fishnet tank top underneath, fishnet stockings that tucked under a black miniskirt, dark kanchi boots, and, most importantly, I could sense her chakra. She was definitely an Uzumaki, and a purebred one at that. Fourth, I'll need to help Hina if she needs help. Before everyone got their scrolls, I gave her a signal fuin just in case. If she feeds chakra into it, the seal will burn and release a chakra pulse in a certain frequency range, which I'll sense and teleport to her with my Hiration. She has my kunai with the marking. Yeah. They're calling us, announcing the start of the second stage, and the gate opens for us. Right after that, we moved deeper into the forest in search of the other genin with the earth scroll. All this time, I kept an eye on Uzumaki's chakra. She and her team entered this forest not too far from us, so I could perfectly sense her chakra and even some echoes of her emotions. I'm an excellent sensor. Plus, I have Q, which has greatly enhanced my sensory abilities and sometimes helps me with them. If my abilities aren't enough, why didn't I teleport to that Uzumaki right away? She was supposed to retreat deeper into the forest, at least some distance from its outskirts, to avoid unwanted eyes. And I planned to meet her in half an hour, maybe an hour after the start. But fate decided to play a little dirty trick on me. After I met a member of my clan, she pulled another nasty trick on me. About 25 minutes into the second stage, I felt a fairly strong chakra pulse. It wasn't from my signal seal, which was Uhinata. It was a pulse from Toya Uzumaki. And it was clearly laced with anger, fear of death, helplessness, despair, resignation and acceptance of what was happening, suffering, anger, disgust, contempt, and shame. Is going on with her? I asked Kurama about her feelings. She was experiencing the same. Without saying anything, the Uchiha and Haruno used Hiration, finding themselves in a small clearing about 5 to 7 square meters. On the ground lay her greenish short-sleeved shirt, on which I had placed my mark. A pair of glasses with cracked lenses lay nearby, and a couple of meters away from them were signs of a struggle. Then I heard sounds I didn't like at all. I quickly moved toward them, and behind the bushes, near a tree, I saw a scene. Her teammates are ripping off the remaining pieces of her clothing, groping her, and trying to rape her. But they haven't gotten to that point yet. She's trying to break free with all her might, but it looks like she'll be ready to give in any moment. This infuriated me beyond belief. A powerful ki blast from my execution struck the area, and within 3 seconds, the would-be rapists were impaled by a dozen of my chains, and their heads were severed from their bodies with the recently recovered kubibocho. At that moment, it seemed to emanate pleasure from the killing. Its handle was hotter than the first time I picked it up in the land of waves, and almost the entire length of its enormous blade was covered in blood, glowing red, especially in the bloody areas. I was about to approach this Uzumaki, but 3 genin from Kiri approached us. Judging by their faces and emotions, they had been watching everything from the very beginning. And after those village scum, the Kusa bastards, hidden in the grass, had had enough of this Uzumaki, they would have killed them and done the same themselves. And after I killed the Kusa genin, they most likely would have left, but they saw the cubes of Ribichago in my hands and decided to come out anyway. I wasn't going to talk to them or stand on ceremony. I'll simply kill them for doing nothing when they tried to rape that girl, and then for planning to do the same themselves. Just when one of them, standing in the center and apparently in charge, started talking, I moved my Hirashin to the shirt with the mark lying right behind them and chopped off his head. The other 2 reacted immediately and jumped away from me. But not for long. Just 5 seconds later, my chains grabbed them and pulled them toward me. Each of them received a blow to their chakra source. I hit them just like Tsuna does, leaving only a bloody hole where I struck, and the ground beneath them cracked. Then I decapitated the writhing bastards with my sword, sealing it in a seal on my wrist, and headed for this Uzumaki. She certainly wasn't looking her best right now. She was practically naked. Just panties, a half-torn-off kunyachi lift, torn bangs, and shoes. Her whole body is covered in dust and dirt. There are a few scratches and bruises. She also has numerous bite marks all over her body. She is lying on her right side and watching me with tears in her eyes. It seems she does not even control her body at the moment. I put up a barrier and slowly approach her. "Don't be afraid of me, I won't do anything to you," I said. Then, slowing down even more so as not to scare her even more, I go up to her and sit down. She still doesn't move, just watches and cries. I unpack the blanket, a large bottle of water and a towel. I carefully lift her up, adjust her bra, lean her against me and hug her from behind, pressing her to me with one arm and the other. At the same time, I open the bottle and carry it to her mouth. At first, she didn't react, but after a couple of minutes, she finally opened her mouth, and I was able to give her some water, but she didn't make any other movements. Then I wet one end of the towel and, as gently as I could, began wiping away the dirt and dust, which had begun to melt off. Then she moved to her neck, shoulders, and chest area, but the water didn't touch her flat stomach. Then I moved her away from me a little and wiped her back. When I was done, I moved her legs closer, took off her shoes, and wiped each one. After all this, I activated the chassis and began healing all her bruises and scratches. She managed to fall asleep during this time. It seemed she realized I wasn't her enemy and wouldn't do anything. She was also simply exhausted emotionally. I covered us with a blanket, hugged her, holding her tighter and stroking her hair, trying to give her as much warmth and comfort as possible. I was sitting on the grass with my legs stretched out in front of me, and she was now sleeping on top of me, her head on my chest. Thanks to the barrier, no one could disturb us. About 6 hours later, she woke up, looked around, and abruptly jumped away from me. Noticing her appearance, wrapped herself in the blanket she was holding in one hand. A little earlier, in the exam room, I had passed the Genin title exam. I was sent to the Chunin Shikin in Kanaha with 2 other promising Genin. Sent as a walking battery and a first aid station with sensory abilities. We arrived in Kanaha 2 hours before the first stage of the exam and immediately went to the local ninja academy, where it would be held. Entering the classroom and taking my seat, I began observing the Genin arriving and reflecting on my life. Suddenly, I sensed a source of chakra. This chakra was so warm, so similar to my own, but its source was quite far away, and I decided not to think about it for now. Then he appeared in this room, too, but due to the large crowd of people, I never saw him. However, at the end of the exam, he used a powerful ki blast, causing a third of the genin taking the exam to lose consciousness and be disqualified along with the rest of their teams. As I was leaving the room, I felt his presence, a slight pulse of chakra, near me. But when I turned around, his chakra was already far away. Afterwards, I headed with my team to the second stage venue. There, I sensed the man's chakra again, but I still couldn't find him visually due to the large number of people. After the exam began, we headed deeper into the forest in search of other genin, and I, as a sensor, was supposed to track their chakra. But less than half an hour had passed before my teammates attacked me, ripped off my shirt, slapped me, and I lost my glasses, dragging me somewhere. Then they started pulling my clothes off and groping me, but I resisted with all my might. They wanted to rape me. I involuntarily released a powerful pulse of chakra into space, after which my sensory abilities stopped working from the stress. How disgusting, vile, and shameful it was. I tried with all my might to break free, but I was unsuccessful. This only earned me more blows from these bastards. They tore my clothes and continued groping me. And when I almost gave up and stopped resisting, just lying on the ground, a powerful thirst for blood struck the area, and they were suddenly pierced by some kind of chains, and then decapitated with a huge sword. I couldn't really see what or who it was, due to the lack of glasses and tear-stained eyes, but the scarlet hair was easy to discern. Then 3 more came out to this man, and one of them only managed to say where from, and a second later he was decapitated, as were his companions a few seconds later. Immediately after that, the sword disappeared, and he headed towards me, but with each step he slowed, and then said, "Don't be afraid of me, I won't do anything to you." But at that moment, I still couldn't do anything. I simply couldn't control my body and couldn't move. But for some reason, I trusted this man, and I don't know why. Maybe because he saved me, or maybe because he has the same color hair as my mother and me. He sat down next to me. It was a guy, as far as I could see with my poor eyesight and through my tears. Suddenly, a blanket appeared with a towel and a bottle of water. It looked like he'd unsealed it. Mom had told me about the abilities of our destroyed clan. He gently lifted me, adjusted my bra, put me on top of him, and hugged me from behind, holding me close with one arm and the other. At the same time, he opened the bottle and brought it to my lips. I could feel such warmth coming from him right now. At first, I couldn't even move, but after a couple of minutes, I finally forced myself to open my mouth. After that, he gave me some water, then wet the towel and, with rather gentle movements, wiped the dirt off my body, without putting his hands near my breasts or intimate areas. He began to blend in, then his neck, shoulders, the area around my chest, my tummy. Then he pulled me away from him a little and wiped my back. When he was finished, he pulled my feet up, took off my shoes, and wiped each one. Afterward, his hand glowed green, and he began to heal my scratches and bruises. I'd seen this before. It was a chassis. But I was so physically and emotionally exhausted I fell asleep right on his chest. When I woke up, I looked around, saw his face next to mine, jumped away from him sharply, and, noticing my appearance, wrapped myself in the blanket I was holding in my right hand, then replayed in my head what had happened to me and calmed down. After all, he saved me, wiped me clean, healed me, did nothing to me, and didn't abandon me while I slept. Moreover, my vision on him has become more or less clear, and I can now see him. And my sensory abilities have returned to normal. Judging by the lighting, it is now the middle of the night, but I can still get a good look at him. He hasn't even moved since I woke up. He was a young man about my age. Aristocratic features with a certain predatory quality, which is added by those stripes on his cheeks. Patrina each, like a fox cub. Piercing blue eyes with a violet iridescence, they were mesmerizing. Especially now, they seemed to glow in the darkness of the night and the forest, illuminated by the moonlight and stars. And most importantly, his hair, though scarleter than mine. It was gathered into 2 buns on top of his head, from which 2 long tails extended. He was dressed in standard Shinigami shoes, wide pants tied with bandages at the bottom, a t-shirt, and a single bracer on his right arm. All his clothes were black, and if it weren't for his hair and eyes, I might not even have noticed him at the moment. And the taste of his chakra. It was very similar to mine. Warm, pleasant, delicious, but I would say more perfect, perhaps. It was him I had been sensing all this time during the exam. And for me, everything finally fell into place. He was most likely my relative. My mother once told me that our entire clan had thin hair. Father AP, with which he killed those bastards, was only possessed by a few members of our clan, and all this time he only looked at me and observed my actions. "Come here, I won't touch you, I promise," he suddenly said. I started to approach, and I didn't really have a choice. But I didn't feel anything but positive feelings from him. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto introduced himself and smiled warmly. "And what about you? You're also an Uzumaki, and a purebred at that." "I can sense that perfectly," he said. "Eminyo Uzumaki Karen." I introduced myself hesitantly. Still, it's not every day you meet a relative who will also save you from rape and death. "You don't want to go back to Kusu?" "I'm right, he asked, looking me in the eyes. "No," I answered immediately. "I don't know why. Maybe because he's my relative, or maybe there was another reason, but I didn't think about it." But the next words knocked me out of my glee then. "Would you like to stay with me?" What did he just say? What did you just say? I repeated my question out loud. "That's it, my relatives are dead. I'm an orphan, and you, judging by your reaction and emotions, also want to be my family." His words made me cry again. I shouldn't trust the first person I meet, but my sensory abilities allow me to detect emotions, and I know he's not lying now and is speaking the truth from his heart. He simply came up to me, hugged me, and began stroking my head to calm me down. "Can I really stay with you and become your family?" the sobbing girl asked quietly. "Yes, but I'll have to seal you and unseal you only at home," Naruto said, and I looked up at him with uncomprehending, tear-stained eyes. But he quickly explained, "First of all, you count Sukuna and Chikusa, and it's necessary for everyone to think you died along with those bastards." He nodded towards the corpses of those scum and hugged me tighter. "Secondly, I have a pretty bad relationship with the Hokage village and his henchmen, so none of them should see you. And that's why I'll unseal you at my home after the second stage of the exam is over. No one will be able to see or feel you there. I promise nothing will happen to you. Time moves very slowly in the seal. No more than a couple of seconds will pass for you. And when I unseal you, we'll talk, and I'll explain and tell you everything." "Okay?" he asked me, finishing his monologue. Truthfully, the hope of finding a family was simply unthinkable. I was already ready for anything, right? He quietly whispered in my ear. "Now let me give you some clothes so you can finally get dressed. Then we'll eat, and I'll seal you, because it's been more than 7 hours already." How I teleported to you without telling the rest of my team. He unsealed a purple kimono with a pattern of sakura petals and handed it to me. After I got dressed, we ate a very tasty meal and exchanged a few words. But rather, he asked about my well-being, and I answered. After the food, Naruto said that sometimes, putting his hand on me, he began to release chakra, which seemed to envelop me, and after 3 seconds, apparently, sealed me. Having sealed Kareem in the seal on his left hand, he went to the corpses of those bastards from Kusa and Kiri, to search them for scrolls. One of them had an earth scroll, just the one I needed. The ones with the Skiria had a heaven scroll. Having sealed the scrolls in a hand seal, I concentrated on my sensors to track Sasuke and Sakura's chakra. But before I could find them, I felt a chakra pulse from my signal seal, which was on Hinata. I teleported to her with Hiration, and at that very second, several Senbon flew past my head. I jumped to the side. Hinata also dodged them and looked at her opponents. It was a trio of almost twin brothers and Zame in identical clothes and with some kind of umbrellas. They attacked us again. Yep. They constantly attack the enemy over a large area using the Senbon stored in their umbrellas. It's very difficult to dodge. No wonder Hinata couldn't handle such opponents on her own. But why is she alone? Okay, I'll ask later. But for now, I need to figure it out. With them. The three of them jump up together with their umbrellas and begin to spin around their axis in the air, and the Shinbon are flying randomly in all directions. Yeah. I cast a few seals. Futon. Great impulse. I use my technique, and all the Exenbin are blown away by a powerful stream of my Futana technique. And most of them are sent back to their owners, who at that moment had only just touched the ground and didn't have time to react. They were covered from head to toe in Shinbon and couldn't move much. All that was left was to finish them off. Hinata, don't look. I turned to her, she turned away, after which I unsealed the cubes with my Ribosiu and decapitated the enemies. Then I sealed the sword back, searched the corpses, found the scroll of earth and approached Hina, took her hand and led her away. And along the way, she blushed, as usual, and thanked me. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for nothing. Hinata, why were you here alone and where are your teammates? I was very interested in this at the moment. We decided to split up and search for other Lenins in a small area around the designated rally point, Hinata replied and continued. And then, when I was surveying the area with the Byakugan and found those three, I didn't have time to escape unnoticed, and they attacked me. I tried to reach the rally point, but they caught up with me. There were more of them, so I used your seal. She spoke hesitantly, constantly fiddling with her fingers. It's her lack of self-confidence. At least she finally took off her baggy clothes after much coaxing from me and emphasizing her beautiful figure. Now she wears a sleeveless blouse with a fairly high collar in a light purple, which highlights her large lavender eyes. She's also started to let her hair grow out and now looks much more attractive. By the way, her body is more developed than other girls our age. While Sakura's extra-large breasts but are completely invisible, Hana is already a size A, maybe even a size 1.5, and her butt is already rounder and more noticeable, coupled with her new style of clothing. It seems I was staring at her and pondering her new appearance too closely, because she blushed deeply, and I received a mental slap on the back of the head from Kurama. Hinata, let's find your teammates. And also, what scroll do you have? Sky, Hinata replied, and I gave her an earth scroll. Take it, I have more. And at that moment, I sensed Kibishin's chakra, which Hinata confirmed, seeing them with her Byakugan. You'll find them yourself, I don't want to cross paths with them. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, after which he gave her a new signal seal. He hugged her, causing her to blush again, and sent her running to her teammates. He concentrated on his sensory abilities, found Uchiha with the Haruna, and moved toward them when they weren't far away. He sensed a powerful and ominous source of chakra near them. He decided to see who it was first, jumped up a tree, and continued along the upper paths. When he arrived, he disappeared into the branches and began to observe. And there was plenty to see. Koichi, from the Kusa, was wiping the ground with Uchiha as she pleased, and even fending off his rare attack somewhat lazily. Then Uchiha managed to catch his opponent with Leska and, without thinking twice, he launched a weak fire technique at Kenichi, but she merely mocked him. She didn't even try to dodge the fire. Although even a strong gen can break such a wire, unimpregnated with chakra, and her strength is superior to that of a jonin. Then something strange happened. When the fire hit her, she simply froze, and her charred face, if you can even call it that, flowed away, revealing untouched pale skin. I was very surprised at who it was. It was one of Kanahi's 3 Samnin, Orochimaru. But he was a missing nin, and it must have been his gaze I felt before the start of the second stage. The Uchiha simply froze, as a powerful wave of ki and something else emanated from Orochimaru. But I couldn't fully understand it, as it was directed at my teammates. Sakura lost consciousness. Rakumaru, seizing the opportunity, extended his neck and bit Sasuke. When the young Avenger cried out in pain and fell to the ground, unconscious, the Sannin looked up and saw where I was sitting in the tree branches, but I wasn't really hiding. Earlier, in the same clearing, I'd arrived for the second stage of the exam, disguised as the girl I'd killed, and Shikusui, watching Uchiha and Uzumaki. The second stage of the exam was beginning. I moved toward their team. I found them. I approached the Uchiha and his team, but there were only 2 of them. I wondered where Uzumaki was. A rude girl, not interested. The Uchiha himself. Well, he's nothing special so far. That's about what I expected. Now we'll test his abilities in combat. I release my Yukai slightly and cast a light genjutsu on them, causing the scene of their deaths to flash before their eyes. Apparently, Sasuke-kun is getting sick. They're not moving at all and can barely breathe. So I throw kunai at them, and Uchiha stabs his own kunai into his own leg to cope with his fear, grabs his teammate, and starts to run. After 5 minutes, he stops, and I come out to them again. Excellent. What will you do next, Sasuke-kun? I ask him. And only fear radiates from him. Are you afraid, Sasuke-kun? Correct. The hunted should fear the hunter, I said, licking my lips. Who are you and what do you want? Pulling myself together and activating the Sharingan, Sasuke-kun asks. I am your death, Sasuke-kun. I answer him and start pressing my kunai again. Approaching Uchiha, he only dodges my attacks thanks to his Sharingan. And even then, barely, and I don't attack with half my strength. -00. Apparently, he's thought of something. Flashed through my head. He closes the distance, and his eyes change. A second E is added. Sasuke-kun begins an attack, using katan techniques. I easily dodge them. Uchiha is once again forcing me into close combat, in which he thinks he has a chance of winning. It's even a little funny. I deliver a strong blow and throw him down into the light of the trees. But he manages to catch himself with a fishing line and sticks himself onto a branch below. I quickly close in on him and land a few more blows to the body. You disappoint me, Sasuke-kun. You will never surpass Ichi. I decided to mock him a little. Apparently, the mention of his brother angered him greatly and gave him a little strength. He throws shuriken at me, tied together with fishing line, using it to control the flight of the weapons. He ties me to a tree. Katan. Dragon Flame. After performing a few hand seals, he pronounces the name of the technique and launches it at me. Then he exhales relaxedly, wiping the back of his hands, completely oblivious to how I, having calmly torn apart Liska, begin to walk towards him. Such skill at such a young age. You really are Itachi's brother, Sasuke-kun said, and he turns around in horror and sees that the skin of my face is peeling off, revealing my true form. Who are you? His teammate screams. I ignored her question. You and your brother have the same eyes, but you can surpass him. For that, you will need strength, and you will come to me for it. Grinning, I said, releasing Saki. The pink-haired girl lost consciousness, as Sasuke-kun went numb. I stretched my neck and bit him, raising my ji to the sky. With a cry of pain, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. And then I noticed that we are being watched. I turn my head towards the branches where someone was hiding. Coo. Who do we have here? I say, licking my lips. He decided to jump down and show himself. Interesting. Very interesting. Young Uzumaki. I don't feel your fear. Only danger. Then why didn't you help Sasuke-kun? Do you really not care what happens to them? Very interesting. But why did you decide to show up now? Naruto-kun decided to ask him in a slightly vile voice. It was still interesting. The whole team is needed to pass the second stage of the exam, so killing them now is not an option, Uzumaki answered me somewhat sadly and sighed. And then at least use them for experiments, and about my attitude towards them, he said somehow thoughtfully, and then added, I don't care about them, and I'm especially not going to risk my life to save those who are nothing to me. I satisfied your curiosity. Orochi Marusan. But now he surprised me even more, not only with his life position and attitude towards his teammates, but also with his knowledge of my name. Do you know my name? I asked, a little surprised. Unlike some, he glances at his teammates. I try not to memorize unnecessary academy curriculum, but expand my knowledge and horizons only with useful things. So, I simply couldn't miss the story of the old monkey's 3 students who, during the Second Great Shinobi War, survived the battle with the head of the Omega Kurinosat, Hanzo Salamander. In fact, for your abilities that amazed him, he nicknamed you Densetsu no Sanin, granting you life. But the last thing you said made me very happy. It's nice when the younger generation knows about you, I said sarcastically, with barely perceptible satisfaction in my voice, and thought for a moment. Here was the last member of this team. Uzumaki Naruto and the crown prince of the Uzumaki clan, the son of Kushina and Minata. If not for the Sharingan, he would have hunted for his body without a doubt, judging by the fact what I was able to obtain and analyze, as if from the hospital after Naruto passed the medical examination for the Nagini exam and observed him, and then bring me his body is perfect, it simply adapts perfectly to everything imaginable. His muscles are completely made of pink fibers, compacted and mutated under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. His bone tissue also seems to have mutated and become much stronger, as has his skin, and his hair is impossible to cut without chakra. Uzumaki's genome also awakened the Chenidu, a rare occurrence even for women of his clan, who were mostly the ones who awakened them. And the resulting incredible regeneration. Perhaps his body will even accept the Sharingan as part of itself, allowing it to be deactivated, rather than constantly active and used at full power. And on top of that, he has incredible control over the Kaitahenka Saishohenka of all standard natural elements. But that's not all. His brain, judging by the speed of his learning, the speed at which he processes information and makes decisions, is far more developed than that of any teenager his age. Perhaps even more developed than mine. Uzumaki Naruto, how I long to study you. After all, you are the pinnacle of your clan's evolution, and I am more than confident that in the future, it will surpass even Madara and Hashirama. He may take him, but then there will be problems. I was so lost in my thoughts that Uzumaki decided to interrupt them. I understand you've already finished your business with that Uchiha, the young Uzumaki asked, pointing at Sasuke-kun. But judging by the look you're looking at me with now and the way you looked at me before this stage of the exam began, you're interested in me too, Naruto-kun asked affirmatively. I gave him a sly smile and nodded. But kidnapping a Jinchuriki will create a lot of problems for you, because then only 5 great villages will start openly hunting you, he finished with strong disdain, like a Res 8. And I was a little depressed by the fact that it was true, I don't need such problems, but maybe he himself would want to come to me. Since you're also interested in me, I suggest we arrange a small sparring match and satisfy both my and your desires a little. You'll be able to learn something else interesting about me, and I, in turn, will be able to test the level of my abilities at the moment and gain some more combat experience. His last offer almost made my jaw drop, and it's very difficult to surprise me to such an extent, but his offer is really tempting. And you're even more interesting than I thought, Naruto-kun. Why and not? I answered him. Only without fatal wounds. I still want to live, he set his conditions for me. And you don't really want to meet the nine-tailed demon fox, it seems to me. I agreed with that too. And can I ask one last question before we begin? I just nodded. What did you hit Uchiha so hard that he almost died? It wasn't just ki, but something else, but I couldn't sense it. I used Saki, killing intent. I decided to satisfy his curiosity after all. A Shinigami technique that exploits the user's own bloodlust. If the user can concentrate their murderous intent, they can create an aura-like effect that instills primal terror in the enemy. They will feel the lust directed at them almost physically. As a result, the enemy is often paralyzed, and there's also a chance of experiencing brief hallucinations of their own death. This technique is based on the principles of genjutsu. However, Saki isn't a jutsu at all. It's a form of influencing a person's psyche. The first form is chakra pressure, which is released to demonstrate the user's strength and, as an opponent in direct combat, also a danger. The second is bloodlust, more commonly referred to as ki. The third is Saki, like the apex of influence. I developed this technique myself. Yeah, right. I was talking too much, what he was saying about not killing and so on. He remembered, well, killing such an interesting specimen would be the height of stupidity, and I have no desire to meet a fox. He somehow unsealed the armor and immediately donned it. Then he pulled the kunai from the seal on his hand, tossed it upward, beginning to disperse chakra throughout his body, and the base for applying Fuinchik Kroi ignited on his hands. I wonder who taught him that. Even at that age, when the kunai stuck in the ground, he attacked me with taijutsu, and imbued my body with chakra to increase speed and strength. His taijutsu was done correctly, very well, and very dangerous. I determined how he used 3 different styles depending on the situation, and then switched to kenjutsu. He did all this while simultaneously using Fuin elemental techniques. I dodged, but he instantly reacted and again rushed to attack me. I formed a seal and attacked with the wind blade technique. In response to my actions, he unseals a scroll containing some kind of funo and holds it out in front of him. My technique is sealed in the scroll, and a second later, it's unsealed and sent my way. I'd already seen something like this during the last war involving the Uzumaki, as well as what I'd learned about his fighting style. After a few minutes of fighting, I recognized these styles. They were the 4 styles of taijutsu and kinjutsuzushi, based on defense and offense using Fuin's elemental techniques. As he said, he still lacks combat experience, but if he gains it, he'll truly become a monster. I clearly saw and remember how masters of taijutsu and Uzumaki fought in the Second War and destroyed their opponents in droves. And he's also a jinchuriki. But a master of taijutsu and kenjutsu seals at 13 years old. Although, if he has the source of this knowledge, with his developed body and brain. With proper use of shadow clones, which he can create by the dozens, and constant training, as Kabuta said, it's entirely possible, given what he just did to my technique, that further use of ninjutsu will be useless. And he still has plenty of those scrolls that I'm more than sure of it. Throwing out multiple snake arms towards him, he didn't even move. Okay, I just pierced all my snakes with one chain. Bijou, I close in on him and start attacking with my Kasanaji. I grazed his armor, but there's not even a scratch on it. What is this? Clearly some kind of Fuin. This is getting more and more interesting. After that, he apparently got a little angry and released a powerful stream of chakra into the surrounding area. And with it, even more of his chains. I wonder how many he can create. And they're scarlet. I've never seen anything otherwise. I feel a bit unwell. I hope it's Rokima-san. I tell him, and he disappears into Shunshin. The remaining shadow clone approaches me, and I remove the remaining chains. Immediately after that, Kurama pulled me into the subconscious and started screaming, "Beat my chest with your palms and cry." I hugged her tightly and began to calm her down in every way possible. After a while, she finally calmed down, hit me on the head, said, "What a fool, an idiot I am, and that I do not appreciate her concern for me at all," and escorted me out to the real world, saying in part, "Go remove the seal from yourself and heal, and then straight to me. And just try to linger longer than necessary. Period." The seal of the 5 elements is pronounced by the clone. as soon as I return to the real world of chakra. To remove. Enough? I ask him. Yes, but we also need to find a comfortable place where no one will disturb us, my clone answers. Then, bring the pink-haired one to her senses, I gave the clone the order. And he went to her. And at that moment he sensed the Shinigami of the lower rank Shunin scurrying nearby. It looks like Umbu is being watched. A couple of minutes later, he brought her back to consciousness. Atta, seeing the Uchiha from the wounded and unconscious one, jumped up and, running to him, screamed and started crying, and then she saw me and it all started. Where have you been? What about Sasuke-kun? Who was that? Shut up, you pink-haired fool, or they will find us and finish us off. I told her in a chilling voice and pressed key a little so that she would shut up. It was Roshimaru. If I hadn't managed to come and drive him away, then both of you would already be feeding worms in the ground. We need to find a quiet place and heal. We are not in a condition to fight with someone strong and move normally right now, I said to Sakura, and then added, take the nipples and drag him after me and my clone. And won't you help me? I am a girl after all, said Sakura. It's hard for me to move right now. And if we don't hurry now, your beloved Sasuke-kun will die before we get to the tower. I decided to mock Sakura a little. So shut your mouth and do what I tell you. I finished and turned to the clone. She looked at me with hatred and began to lift Sasuke. I, of course, could have sealed him, but not in this state. The seal of the 5 elements disrupts the normal flow of my chakra and greatly impairs control over it, which during sealing could be fatal. Pick me up and carry me to a quiet place, otherwise it's difficult for me right now. The clone looked at me reproachfully. Otherwise, it'll be very painful, as long as I don't make any sudden movements. Everything's fine. The clone simply nodded, carefully picked me up, and carried me east. Asakura pulled Sasuke onto herself and followed us. Provocation and fate alavala In the hollow of the giant tree roots, which were a couple of 100 meters from the site of the battle of the Sorochi Maru, where the clone had brought me. It was quite quiet and in general, few would have noticed this depression right away. A minute later, an out-of-breath Sakura approached us, dragging her beloved Sasuke on her back. Immediately after that, the clone carved seals for the barrier on the roots of these trees on 4 sides, so that it would feed on the energy of nature and come to us. Now we will rest and heal, and when Uchiha wakes up, we will need to go to the tower, I told Sakura and added Arokimaru, at this stage the exam will not return. So that she does not get on my nerves. Begin, I said, turning to my clone, and he began to remove the seal, and after that, to heal me. She really battered us. But regeneration is already doing its job, said my clone. What is this and what's wrong with you? Sakura asked when the clone removed the seal and began to heal me. It was the seal of the 5 elements. I'm not going to explain how it works to her. I can say that with such a seal, you become almost an ordinary person. I decided to answer her. She was just opening her mouth, but my clone interrupted her. Multiple bruises, a few sprains, 1 muscle tear in the arms and legs. Everything else is perfectly fine, my clone finished and added, I have very little chakra left, but I've healed almost everything, and the rest will be done by passive regeneration or by itself, the clone finished. I nodded at him, and a couple of seconds later he disappeared in a puff of smoke. I took several pills from the seal containing special protein supplements for muscle and bone tissue restoration. I took them and finished healing what the clone hadn't. Sakura called her. I put up a barrier that will protect us. And keep an eye on him. I nodded towards the Uchiha. Wake me up in about 5 to 6 hours. By then, I should be fully recovered and rested. Sasuke-kun. Then I'll check on him, and, closing my eyes, went into the subconscious. And then my tails were instantly sawed off and Kurama hugged me. She pressed her lips to mine, then pushed me onto the bed, pressed me against it, and it began. Fool, fool, fool. She started telling me to stop. Don't you dare do that again. I'm really worried and concerned about you. And you do such stupid things and expose yourself to danger that you could have avoided, Ku screamed and started sobbing. Well, everything ended well and I promise that I won't act so stupidly and recklessly again. He whispered in her ear, stroking her head with one hand and the base of her pigtails with the other. She calmed down and pressed herself even closer to me. That's how we fell asleep. When I woke up, Kurama was still sleeping on my chest, covering us with her tails, and Sakura hadn't tried to wake me yet. That means there's time to think everything over. Arokimaru, he's very strong and dangerous. In the battle with him, I had to focus my entire consciousness solely on the fight. While the difference in strength and capabilities between our bodies isn't that great, it's colossal in experience, no matter how strong I am. But for someone who has spent decades honing their skills and improving their body through experimentation, well, just as I thought, I really lack combat experience against opponents of this level. He also clearly wasn't fighting at full strength, which was obvious. But I still managed to surprise him a few times and catch him at the last moment when I made mistakes or couldn't keep up. My chains and armor saved me. I could have used Hiraishin at such moments, of course, but that would have been much less effective in this fight. And why did I even suggest it to him? I didn't really have a choice. He would have attacked anyway, but this way I managed to interest him and conduct this fight without putting my life in jeopardy and on mutually beneficial terms. This gave me the opportunity to learn about my weaknesses and address them in the future, as well as gain much needed experience in combat with a stronger and more experienced opponent. And then there's the situation with Karen. I need to give her everything possible so she forgets about this incident, or at least doesn't constantly replay it in her head. Dandom, family warmth, communication, care, protection. Well, that's it. At least she's not afraid of me and considers me family, just as I do her. Even after that incident, she didn't close herself off from me. Maybe she still hasn't recovered from it and didn't fully understand her actions, but she seemed to have accepted and comprehended everything I told her. In any case, I'll have to talk to her, but she only had warm feelings for me, which made me very happy. I'll have to see what's up with that Uchiha. I noticed some kind of Juin out of the corner of my eye, judging by my feelings about it and his condition. But should I remove the Juin or treat him? If advancing to the next stages of the exam doesn't depend on it, I'm not going to. Naruto said he'd set up a barrier and there was no need to worry. And I was supposed to keep an eye on Sasuke-kun and wake Naruto up in a few hours. But I wasn't going to leave him, so I sat and thought about what had happened. Who was that man? Naruto called him Arokimaru. He's very scary and strong. He dealt with us very quickly and easily. Even Sasuke-kun couldn't do anything to him, but Naruto said he was able to drive him away, and if it weren't for him, we would be dead. Most likely, he's lying, although no one knows his true strength. And considering the information Kabuta told him about him before the first stage, and also that incident in the Land of Waves and his communication with everyone, even Hokage. Maybe he really is that strong, since many are afraid of him, and he allows himself such communication with Kakage. And it seems his stories about the clan are indeed true. It seems he really told the truth and drove away this Rakimaru, considering his injury and the fact that that guy wanted to kill us, and we are still alive. How weak I am compared to them. And what about Sasuke-kun? Why does he have a fever and is not waking up? And what is that strange drawing on his neck? Why didn't Naruto heal him? Although he himself, in such a bad state, hasn't fully healed himself. When I wake him up, I'll definitely ask him about everything. So several hours passed in my thoughts, during which nothing special happened. It was already light out and it was time to wake Naruto. I was distracted from my thoughts by Sakura, who decided to wake me up. Looking around, I guessed it was around 9 a.m. Then I opened a few oni of water, washed my face, drank and started breakfast. But Sakura's stomach didn't let me eat breakfast in peace. She was staring at my Nigeria, and her stomach was making such sounds that I wanted to cover my ears. I had to give her one portion, for which she thanked me. And after the food, she decided to talk. Naruto-kun. Who was it already? Naruto-kun. What had changed in her head in just a few hours? That I became Naruto-kun? And even said with such intonation, flashed through my head. But I still answered. Orochimaru. He is a former ninja of Kanahi, and now a missing nin, he answered her in a calm tone. Why did he attack us? That's a stupid question. Do you think he told me? He answered my question with a question, a slight look of bewilderment and a smirk on his lips. You'll cure Sasuke-kun, right? Sakura asked again, this time with a rather uncertain look. Let's see what's wrong with him first, I answered, and she fell silent. Yeah, he doesn't look so good. He needs some treatment, otherwise he might just die, and I don't need that. When my hand stopped glowing with Shashin, Sakura looked at me pleadingly and asked her next question. Will he be okay, and why is he still unconscious, she asked me. I decided to answer this question too, otherwise another hysteria would start. I've completely cured him, but when it will start and what will happen to him next, I don't know, I answered her. You're a medic, she exclaimed. How can you not know what's wrong with him? Sakura added quietly, immediately cowering after her first sentence. And I just rolled my eyes at her action. I was the one pointing at the cursed seal on Sasuke's body. The Juinjutsu. She looked at me blankly, and I sighed and continued, Genzus, or cursed seal. It is created for various purposes, from suppressing will and personality to slow killing and so on. I don't know what this Juin does or what effects it has. All we can do is wait for him to wake up, and then we'll go to the tower. I already have the scroll. I finished, and Sakura's expression drooped. In fact, I more or less figured out how this Juin works. In general, it is a 4-level seal, which already puts Arakima very high in the world in terms of knowledge of Fuzatsu. In its branches, it consists of several different seal blocks with well-established interconnections. 2 3-tiered Fuin are responsible for the communication system between the seals. 2 more are responsible for the communication between the Fuchishin. Then there are several seals that control the volume and capacity of the seals that contain the chakra. And judging by what Kurama said, it contains a mixture of natural energy and someone else's chakra, not just Rakimaru's. Another part of this seal is the connection and control of the seal by the shinobi's consciousness, which established it. It seems that with its help, one can somehow change one's body with a mental command. Thanks to the sealed chakra, it will replenish itself. That is, the energy of nature, while Rakimaru's and others' chakra serves only as a catalyst for certain changes in the body and is not spent or remains within the body. There were also numerous 2-level and single-level seals responsible for the ability to easily influence Roki Marin's consciousness. Imitations of the second SS. Apparently, the Juin serves the same purpose of altering the body and performing auxiliary functions. But it was not designed to kill the user. There was another construct responsible for storing multiple symbols, changing the overall appearance of the seal cascade itself. This is why, instead of the Uchiha's many symbols, ours is depicted as a trime. However, this process can be considered a barbaric method of applying a Fuin due to the unimaginable pain. This is precisely why the Uchiha lost consciousness from the pain in the first place. And it is precisely for this reason that a painless method of folding Fuin on a person's body into a tattoo using special ink was devised. But none of this applied to the 5-tiered Fuin, which in any case cause pain when applied, but tolerable, not the unbearable kind Uchiha felt. And what struck me as rather strange was the seal hidden there for sealing a living being, which strongly reeked of Kairakimaru, even, one might say, of his immediate presence. It seemed he left a piece of himself in it, perhaps cells or something. That was all. A more detailed study of this Zuin would require much more time, or to speed up the process, one would need a special seal. This Fuin reveals all the seal's constructions, but doesn't directly display everything about its structure and operation on the scrolls. To understand all this, one must know all the compatibility combinations of the Fuin symbols, which is what I learned at the very beginning of my training, or at least know half of them. To create something like Rokairu's work, one must know at least half of these symbols. If only he knew them all. I'm more than sure I could have created a much better Juin. Incidentally, this seal for displaying constructs consumes a lot of chakra to operate. The more complex the seal, the more chakra it takes to operate. Where did I even get this seal? I studied it in my subconscious. A huge scroll with this working Fuin was in the basement of the mansion. It was one of the clan's heirlooms. If I really wanted to, I could even remove this Juin from the Uchiha. But I had neither. A day later, Sasuke woke up, and we continued on our way to the tower. Along the way, Sakura told him what she'd learned from me, and he, in turn, felt envy and a little hatred towards me. Along the way, we encountered Izame's team. They were rather weak. We quickly beat them back and continued on to the tower. Or rather, I did. Sakura did nothing. And Uchiha, who wanted to show off his strength again, was still too weak from the Zid Juin and was becoming increasingly enraged by his weakness compared to me. I've even begun to find this amusing lately. As soon as we entered the building and opened the scrolls, Rook appeared and, after explaining the meaning of the inscription on the wall, led us to our rooms, which were given to those who had completed this stage before its scheduled end. For the next few days, I hardly left my room, hardly even left my bed. I spent most of that time in my subconscious with Kurama. Our main topic of conversation was my fight with Sarokimaru. We analyzed it second by second, highlighting all my mistakes, the right decisions, and those that had almost no impact. But I still could have done better in that situation. We worked through all the alternative scenarios in that fight, which taught me a great deal about how to fight such opponents in the future. I should have a brainstorming session like this after every worthwhile fight. I always thought through my fights before, but not as thoroughly as I decided to do this time. After training and against average opponents, I'll think about the fights without dwelling too much on details or every move. But against stronger opponents, the same thing will happen as after the Boyamaru. This will definitely bear fruit, and quite soon. I'm more than sure of that. A few days later, the same Irika brought the three of us to the hall. More like a sparring ground, where everyone was already there. Who made it to the tower? I quickly glanced around and saw Asuma's team, Kurenai's, Gai's, and what looked like Gaara's, along with two other teams. One from the ATO, and the other from Kanahi. I think they were in the same class as me, but I don't really remember them. Only that they were clanless, like the Sakura clan. Hirogen took the floor and began ranting about the will of fire. The importance of the exam, that it was a kind of mini-war between villages to maintain peace. Finally, after wishing everyone good luck, he handed the floor over to the examiner and retired to the balcony to watch the fights behind a statue shaped like hands clasped in concentration. The examiner, coughing every other word, announced that too many genin had entered, and that qualifying fights were necessary to advance to the third stage of the exam. Well, 8 teams, after all. In response to indignant voices that this was unfair, he offered to forego the fights and end his participation in the exam. Everyone fell silent and merely seemed to decline. This struck me as odd. And I made another mental note about his role as a spy. He appeared perfectly healthy, but his thoughts were preoccupied with something completely unrelated to this exam. More likely, some grand plan. And in terms of strength, he was comparable to a strong Chunin or a Kubika genin, which was even more suspicious. After coughing, the examiner announced the rules for how the opponents would be selected, then gave the command to begin and asked everyone to go up to the stands, where the instructors were waiting. Sakura had been wanting to tell him about Sasuke's Juin all along, but he had forced her not to. "Open the board," the examiner said. "The names of those who are about to appear on the board, come down, and the rest of you, wait your turn," said Gekka Hayate. That was the name of our examiner during these fights. And the scoreboard flashed, Sasuke Uchiha vs Akade Roy. The fight began on Hayate's signal. Sasuke didn't expect his opponent to grab him by the head and apparently begin draining his chakra, determined to defeat the young Uchiha quickly, which was indeed possible. But Uchiha, mustering the last of his strength, managed to push Roy away and deliver a weak roundhouse kick. At this, Roy only laughed and jumped back. Activating his technique, he charged at Sasuke again. A couple of minutes later, Sasuke's cursed seal spread across half his body, giving him additional strength, and he managed to defeat him with a combination of several strikes. After that, Kakashi dragged Uchiha off in an unknown direction, and the next fights began, Abu Ramashin vs Fabu Mizaku. Stall Shin was defeated by plugging the air passages in his hands with his bugs. The dog, but Kankura vs Misatsurugi. Kankura won by switching places with his puppet before the fight, then suddenly attacking his opponent when he thought he'd already won, and then Kakashi showed up again. Haruno Sakura vs Emanaka Ino, it was pure mockery of everyone present. Stupid shouts, threats, hair pulling, and so on. It couldn't even be called a fight. It was like normal people waving their arms in different directions, at each other, and not really wanting to achieve anything. After some time of clarification, they simply knocked each other out, and the referee declared a draw. Tenten Takashi vs the dog. But Tamari was cruel to Tenten. She couldn't do anything against Tamari's wind techniques. The blonde with 4 ponytails unfurled her fan and unleashed a wind technique that knocked away all the weapons and Tenten's scrolls. It damaged her and knocked her out in mid-air. Tamari simply placed her fan under the falling body and then tossed it aside. Lee came to the rescue, grabbed Tenten, and handed her over to the rushing medics. Shikamaru Nara vs Tsukikin. She used shinbons with bells that used sound to induce a person to be inzutsu. Shikamaru defeated her with a trick, thinning his shadow and attaching it to the thread of Kin's weapon, then threw Kun and made a bridge, and the poor girl hit the back of her head on the wall and lost consciousness. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba, the examiner announced and slowly descended into the arena. Kiba jumped down and smiled. "Ha ha ha. How lucky I am. I can easily beat you. Consider us victorious already." "Akamaru!" Kiba shouted. "Shut up. I said that with a completely indifferent expression." "What did you just say?" "I can easily defeat you," Kiba shouted again. "You are the worst student in the academy. You are a loser," he continued. "And I have already started to release." At the same time, Kurenai, Asuma and Guy approached Kakashi in the spectator stands. "What do you think, Kakashi? Who will win?" asked Suma. "Naruto." "Definitely," answered Kakashi, reading his book and not raising his only visible eye to his interlocutors. "I wouldn't be so sure," Asuma said. "Kurenai trained Kiba so that he can show what he's capable of. Plus, he's from the Inuzuka clan, and his animal instincts are well developed," Asuma answered instead of Kurenai, but she clearly didn't agree with this opinion. "I agree with Kakashi," Guy suddenly said. "Naruto-kun will definitely win." "Asuma, you don't know anything about Naruto and his abilities. Plus, you've been away from the village for quite a while," Kakashi said, raising his head and carefully examining his interlocutors. "Have you read the mission report in the Land of Waves or not?" Kakashi asked. And Asuma shook his head and blew cigarette smoke out of his mouth. "No. So, he is the strongest and most talented gecko. If he wanted, he could have graduated from the academy after his first year, but he simply wasn't interested and could have already become a chunin. Or a kibitsunin. He is the strongest of them all. Even if we had a fight between Naruto and all the genin currently here, I'd give him a 90% chance of winning the country. Vaughn single-handedly cleared out Gata's entire hideout in a couple of hours, killing bandits and shinobi by the dozens. Kakashi, are you very confident in your student? Suma muttered, not very confident. No, that's not true. You simply don't know him or his true abilities, Kakashi repeated wearily. Even though Guy has been training him for quite some time, he only uses taijutsu. I heard that you, Kurenai, sometimes give him lessons in genjutsu, but I don't think he's talked much about his abilities. Besides, Guy and I have been training him almost daily for the past few months, and he also uses hundreds of clones for training. It seems he's been training with clones for years. No one can match the strength of the heir to the Uzumaki clan. He has mastered all 5 standard elemental techniques, up to the rank of ninjutsu and kenjutsu, at the level of an average genin. But that's not all. He knows Fuin, although I don't know to what level, but I'd guess it's definitely intermediate. A good sensor medic of the NGC, and his most formidable weapon, which I tested myself against him in my first fight at the genin trial. Kakashi paused and, remembering that day, twitched slightly. That's his Changju. You must remember the times when his mother chased crowds of Minata people across the village herself. I think he's hiding many more abilities, so Kiba doesn't stand a chance against him, Kakashi finished. Wow, Asuma, Kurina, and Guy said simultaneously, their jaws hanging open. It seemed they really didn't know much about Naruto's abilities, despite communicating with him. And the guy was already starting to feel the pricks. But what Kiba is saying to Naruto now is in vain. I'm afraid Naruto might kill Kiba if he doesn't stop and apologize to him. He doesn't tolerate disrespect or insults. Apologize, I said quietly, but a growling note was already creeping into my voice. What did you say? You can't do anything to me. You're the __ that everyone hates. You're a pathetic demon, Kiba shouted, and then a powerful ki wave filled the arena. A few seconds later, Kiba was on his knees, and behind him, my katana at his throat, was I. Then I turned to Hack. If this __ and the head of his clan don't apologize to me, I'll take this as a declaration of war against me and my clan. And believe me, not a single member of their filthy clan will survive. I'll pass on your words to them, Naruto-kun, the old monkey said soothingly. But I sensed his nervousness, and then I headed back to the stands. Everyone gathered was a little shocked and scared, but then I was declared the winner, and the fights continued. Chuljaki sword vs Dosuke-Nudo. The fight wasn't very interesting. The fat guy turned into a ball and started rolling around the arena, and the sound guy hit him with a sound wave and won. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Ninja. Now that's bad, but Hinata needs to be encouraged. Quickly writing words of encouragement and self-confidence on a piece of paper, I left the Horatian mark on the bottom of the railing. And when all the Janina turned towards Niji, who was already standing in the arena in a pompous pose of a being superior to everyone and everything. He moved towards her, put the note in his pocket and went back. All this happened within a second. Watching their fight was useful. Niji began spouting his filthy speeches that made me want to puke. But Hina didn't pay any attention to it. It seemed my note had lifted her spirits. Then the fight began. It was beautiful, elegant, and at the same time extremely dangerous. Hinata tried hard, but she was still losing. At the end, when Niji wanted to kill Hinata, I intervened and grabbed him with chains, and a second later the examiner with Gama Kakashi appeared to stop him. Niji was declared the winner, but I decided that I should teach him a lesson. He had been asking for this for a long time, then picked up Hina and, moving to the balcony, began to heal her. At the same time, out of the corner of my eye, I watched the next fight. Rock Lee vs the dog Nogara. It was a dynamic fight. Lee showed incredible speed and mastery of taijutsu, opened several gates, but even this was not enough to defeat the Shikaku bearer, who was also quite battered, but managed to crush Lee. Arm and leg. Gaara would have killed him if Geizensi hadn't intervened in time. That was the end of their fight. Seigen vs Yashira. This fight wasn't particularly impressive. Two former clanless classmates, using only low-level taijutsu and kunai with shuriken, ended in a draw due to both being unable to continue fighting. There was still one left from their team. Who would be his opponent? Uzumaki Naruto vs Minochi. So that's how it is. I go down to the arena and wait for my opponent. And as soon as he stood in front of me, he spoke. Eh ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. You are the worst student in the academy. You are a loser, he continued. And I have already started releasing ki again. I have heard these words from Kiba before. Are they in cahoots? You can't do anything to me. You are, that everyone hates. You are a pathetic demon, he shouted. The arena began to be covered by my wave even more strongly. And your parents probably abandoned you because of this. And anyway, your mother was probably some kind of whore. What did he just shout? Yes. Ah, it seems she really was a whore. I didn't listen anymore. My eyes were clouded with blood, and I felt Kurama's chakra begin to leave me. I'll kill you, scum. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and the smooth beacon struck with all its might. My hair came untangled from its buns and separated into 9 thick strands, rising up and fluttering as if in the wind. And my entire body was covered in Kurama's fur. All the windows in the room sank, and the floor beneath me sank a couple of dozen centimeters and cracked for several meters around. I released all my chains. With several of them, I pierced his arms, legs, and parts of his torso, and with the rest, I wrapped him up and began to squeeze him. No one dared stop me in this state, for fear of being hit. Then I heard the crunching of bones. It was like music to me. But that wasn't the end. Cubes of Ribosio appeared in my hand, and the chains began to slowly pull this bastard toward me. And when did he reach my feet? The chains freed his head, after which he lost it. Only it happened very slowly. I didn't chop it off in one motion, but slowly cut it off, centimeters at a time. Then I simply began hacking at his body with my sword until Kurama finally managed to reach me, and I stopped. The chains, along with the Kayachek Kroiku Kurama, disappeared, and I completely came to my senses. For the next hour, while they were clearing the remains from the arena and restoring it to its proper condition, as well as returning the genin to consciousness, I communicated with the SCU. More precisely, she reassured me, provided all possible support, and shared her warmth. Then everyone looked at me with great fear. But Hikage decided to end this stage and asked everyone to descend. You have a month before the 3rd stage. You can prepare for it. And now let's find out who will fight whom in the final battles, said Hiruzen and ordered the examiner to draw lots. He, having carried out the order, approached us and handed over a box containing sheets of paper with numbers. Announce your numbers, Hayate asked. Uzumaki Naruto 1, Dasaka Nutawamo Dog no Damari, 7 Dog no Kankura 5 Dog no Gara Narashikamaru 9 Huganiji Shinaburamish. So, there will be 4 Uchiha, Hikage said, showing us the battle chart, and told us to disperse. When I got home, I immediately printed out Karen. Why did I come here and not use Harashin? I decided to take a walk and calm down before talking to Karen. And also to think over that bastard's words and actions. It seems someone put this in his head and wanted to see my reaction. I'm more than sure the old, __, are involved in this, because no one tried to stop me, although they wouldn't have dared anyway, since I committed a blood feud. They wanted to undermine my position and status in the village. They don't care. This, __, dared to insult my mother and I don't care. Whether he did it himself or under someone's influence. The outcome will be the same for all of them. They will still pay for this. They just need to become even stronger. Hello again, Karen greeted, smiling warmly after unsealing it. "We're at my house," I answered the unasked question. "And how much time has passed since you sealed me?" Karen asked a little quietly, hesitantly. 5 days. The second stage of the exam ended half an hour ago, and the third will begin in a month, I answered her question. And when she wanted to ask another one, I interrupted her. "I think before we start our conversation, it would be a good idea to take a shower or bath, and then eat." She nodded. "Then I'll give you a little tour of the house, and after you take a bath, come down to the kitchen. I'll put your clothes by the door." Having finished the short tour, I said, "I think you'll figure it out easily." She nodded and went to the nearest bathroom. I took my mother's underwear and a green kimono with a pattern of red butterflies from the closet, placing it near the door to the bathroom, which Karen went to. I went to another. After taking a shower and changing into regular clothes, I went to the kitchen and cooked a rather hearty dinner. Just as I was finishing, Karen came down. "Are you finished yet?" I asked her. To which she only nodded. "There's no need to be embarrassed by me, we are family after all." Then I put my arm around her shoulders. "Let's sit down to dinner, and after dinner we'll talk." After dinner, I created a clone to wash the dishes and clear the table, and I invited Karen into the living room. I sat in an armchair, she on the sofa opposite me, and we began our conversation. "Come on, so it's easier for us. You tell me about your life, and then I'll tell you about mine. And after that, you can ask any questions you want," Karen suggested. "Okay," she answered a little hesitantly. "I don't really remember my early childhood. I don't remember my father. He died before I was born. I don't remember. How did my mother and I end up in the cuss? I only remember a small, dilapidated hut not far from the hospital where my mother worked. Although no, she sacrificed her life for our meager shelter and food. My mother was a strong person. She always showed me her love and care, even though she was very tired. She taught me to read and write, told me many stories, asked me riddles and gave me various problems. She did this even when she came home and fell on the futon from exhaustion, but she didn't sleep, she studied with me. My mother never lied to me. She never said that everything would be fine. After all, we both knew that it wouldn't be fine. The villagers and the Shinobikas were strong, but my mother and I were weak and helpless. We had the cursed gift of healing. My mother's chakra was miraculous, and I learned to sense it early on. It was like the first spring rain. But every evening, when she came home from the hospital, it was like the last drop of moisture in the desert. I began to hate the Shinobikas and dreamed of escaping that cursed village so that my mother and I could settle somewhere far away, where no one would need us, where I could grow up peacefully and live a quiet life. But these dreams never came true, because my mother and I were important to them. As a resource. No one allowed me to go to the academy. And I had no opportunity to study on my own. My eyesight was poor, and I was the only one who wore glasses. I was often called names, but at least they didn't beat me. I wanted to become unnoticeable, to become invisible, so that no one would notice my mother and me. And I learned to do it. I learned to hide my chakra. But this, of course, didn't help, because invisibility doesn't exist. And the girl with scarlet hair can be seen from afar. Every day, I watched in horror as they took my mother away, her life fading away. But one day, I had a bad feeling, and I tried with all my might to stop it, but I couldn't. And as the feeling of helplessness and the inability to change anything overwhelmed me, I felt tears streaming down my cheeks. With blurred eyes, I watched my mother leave. I waited for her, but she was nowhere to be seen. I huddled into a trembling ball and burst into tears. I waited for the only person I loved to return, clinging to that foolish hope. But deep down, I knew the truth. Because of the civilian attack, my mother had been used to treat all the wounded, and she died. And then they came for me. As they dragged me through the hospital corridors, I saw a corpse in one of the rooms. A woman, her skin disfigured by countless scars, lay on a cot. Her face was covered with a sheet, but the color of her hair left no doubt. My mother would never return. I would always be alone. And it won't be long, because the same fate awaits me, and I will follow my mother. I broke free and ran to my mother's body, bent over her and sobbed. I grabbed her scarred hand, saying goodbye to the only one who ever loved me. But they pulled me away and began to use me just like my mother. I was so angry at them and hated them, but I couldn't do anything, not even run away. They bit me, and they treated me for it. Days merged into weeks, weeks into months. Every day I obediently went to the hospital, which ended with a multitude of bites. When they told me I would be a shinobi, I thought this was my chance to change something, but I was wrong. They only taught me how to run and throw kunai, so that I would always be there, like a living first aid kit. I sometimes spied on some of their moves and then tried to imitate them if I had enough strength at the end of the day. And so the next years of my life dragged on, until I was chosen as a walking first aid kit for 2 promising genin and sent to this exam in Konoha, and then in the forest. She finished her story and, remembering the last events of her life, burst into tears. All I could do was sit down next to her on the sofa, hug her tightly, holding her close and stroking her head soothingly, showering her with my warmth. When she finally calmed down, we could continue the conversation. Yeah. All I whispered, not letting go of her. She finally calmed down, and we could continue. Okay, now it's my turn. To make things easier and save time, since it's already very late, I have a proposal. She listened to me attentively, looking me in the eyes. There is a technique for transferring memories, but to use it, you need good knowledge and ability. I'll teach you it later, but it has a side effect. After using it, you will pass out from the information overload. I will partially transfer my memories to you, so as not to overtax your brain the first time, and tomorrow you can ask me questions. I had already used this technique several times with Kurama under her direct supervision and prompts, so I was confident in my abilities. I agree, Karen answered without any hesitation. And I made several seals and touched her forehead, transferring her memories of her childhood and her attitude towards me, of the following period of time, excluding the moments with the subconscious, except for my mother's letter, dangerous techniques, and advice from 6 years ago, after which she lost consciousness. I picked her up like a chemotherapy pill and carried her to the guest bedroom, then headed back to my room the next morning after taking a shower. I made breakfast and sat down to wait for Karen. She came down 10 minutes later. Good morning. How's your head? Good. It was a little sore at first, but it's gone now. That's wonderful. Let's have breakfast and continue our conversation from yesterday. She nodded, and we began eating. After breakfast, we moved to the living room and continued our conversation. You can ask questions. So, you're the last member of our clan's main branch and the crown prince. I nodded. And you, the Jinchu of the nine-tailed river. Another nod. Then it's clear why everyone hates you. But how did you get back what's yours? After all, you had nothing until you were 6. When I was 6 years old and beaten again, several events occurred, after which I appeared before the village high council and threatened to break the seal and release the Nine-Tails. If they didn't return everything that was rightfully mine, I would get my property back. And the information about it was in a letter from my mother in my subconscious. I threatened them several more times when necessary, because these old farts only understand the language of force and fear. Now I understand why you secretly brought me here, Karen said thoughtfully. Yes, if they see you, they can capture you or something, and then use you to influence and blackmail me, which I really don't want. But they can come here. Veska noticed Karen. No, we are in the former Yuzushi embassy quarter in Konohi, and the area is under a powerful barrier. No one can enter here, and no one will be able to see or hear anything through the barrier. Only Uzumaki or those they've invited may enter here. That is, only us. I finished. Okay. And nothing will happen to you. I heard that Bijou can take over the mind of their Jinchuriki. She said this with a fair amount of concern for me, which delighted me immensely. No, you don't have to worry about that. We're friends, but it's a secret that I'll introduce you sometime. He smiled encouragingly. Understood. If you agree to stay here, which I'd very much like, then it's best for you not to leave the quarter. I've already explained the reasons. Food, clothing, money, I'll provide the rest. If you want to go outside the quarter for a walk or something, then tell me if I'm my clone. If I'm really busy, we'll teleport you out of the village, and then we'll go for a walk or somewhere. It's up to you. We can even teleport to the capital. The main thing is you tell me. And if you want to leave, I won't force you. I'll provide everything and transport you outside the village. I want to stay here, Karen shouted in an instant, making it clear her sincere desire to be close. Very much, she added quietly. You're my only relative and close person. I don't want to leave, Karen said, almost crying. Now, no need to cry. I'm here and I won't let you go anywhere, because you're my only relative too. I hugged her and started stroking her head. When she calmed down, I asked, have you chosen a room yet? To which Karen shook her head, then choose, and then I'll show you the entire quarter. Having chosen a room for herself. We left the mansion, and I gave her a tour of the quarter, after which we teleported via Haration to the capital. In its vicinity, one of my clones left a mark during one of the missions, where we walked and bought her some clothes. But she also really liked my mother's clothes, and she asked me for them, and I didn't mind. Returning late in the evening, we took a shower and went to bed. And tomorrow we need to continue our training, and Karen needs to take care of her training. Comments on the provocation. The fate of a Lavalask. Sorry for the wait. There was no time at all. Your wrist, a hermit, and a gift to my beloved mother. Waking up around 6 a.m., which surprised me, I took a shower to completely refresh myself. Afterwards, since I had absolutely nothing else to do, I began drawing up a detailed training plan for Karen. It consisted mostly of what I did myself. When I first started training, her schedule was less intense. After all, I trained for days on end, and she doesn't need that yet. She's only been here 3 days and hasn't fully adjusted to her new life yet. Besides, she's been through a lot, especially in the last few days. And Kunika's skills are still very limited due to the impossibility of properly training in the Stezen Burani. It's safe to say she doesn't know anything at all except throwing kunai, a few combat stances, very questionable ones at that, and sensory skills, which she's naturally very good at. I should also tell her and show her how to work with her memory and subconscious, because it will really help her in the future. But it's better this way. It's easier to teach correctly from the very beginning than to retrain. In short, there's a lot to do. After that, once I'd finished the training plan, I made breakfast, and at that very moment, Karen came down from the upper floors of the mansion. After breakfast, we headed to the training ground. There, I explained the training to her and gave her a detailed plan. Then I explained working with memory and the subconscious. Afterwards, for a visual example, I made a few hand seals, touched her head, and immersed us both in my inner world. There, I showed her what it looked like on me and explained how to work with it in more detail. I decided not to introduce her to Kurami for now. She'd already been through a lot of shock lately. Emerging from my subconscious, I saw her still shocked face and laughed a little. However, she frowned, and I had to hug her. Then she giggled and immediately tried to cuddle as tightly as possible. Making sure she understood, I created clones to help her, and then headed to the neighboring training ground for my own training. In the middle of the day, someone started breaking through the barrier into the district, which I sensed immediately, as the barrier was set to signal me if anyone tried to pass through. It was a messenger from Hokage. After showering, changing into more formal attire, a kimono with the clan's kamen, and tying my hair in the traditional bun, I went to see Hokage, noting Karen of my departure first. They were already waiting for me in his office. There he was, bandaged like Kiba, the head of the Inuzuka clan and also Kiba's mother. Suminuzuka. Apparently, she got it from him. And rightly so. No need for such brats to open their mouths. Besides us, there were Parabush warriors on the ceiling, guarding Hokage as usual, but there was another person, hiding in the shadows of the office using one of the many concealment techniques, thinking I wouldn't notice. It was Danza. I could smell him a mile away. So I immediately asked, what is he doing here and why? He was trying to hide. To which Hiruzen replied that he'd called him as his confidant. Well, I wasn't really paying attention right now. Then I had a serious talk with Izuku and Hiruzen, where I received a formal apology. It was decided that the Inuzuka clan would owe me a debt of faith. It consisted of one favor for me and one technique, Shikikunizutsu, the beast's legitimation. I'd seen this technique a couple of times, and I was simply curious about what it could do for me when used. After all, Izuku is, so to speak, connected to his ninkin, and I'm stingy. Tsumi agreed and glared at her offspring. It looked like he was in for another dressing down today, and in the coming week too. We agreed that the scroll with the technique's information would be delivered to the entrance to my quarter by evening. That was it. After this little circus, I decided to visit the hot springs. I hadn't been there in a while. Having had a wonderful rest, I was about to head towards Ichiraku. Karen just asked me to bring her a few types of ramen for a quick tasting, and then take it home, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a long white head of hair. The owner, who spies on the girls in the baths. I should punish him somehow for this act. It looks like he's still writing down or sketching what she spied. At this, the little brat giggles with a rather lustful expression on her face. I release a couple of chains, grab him by the legs and hang him upside down in the air. And what are you doing here, you old pervert? I ask him, looking him straight in the eyes. It was none other than Jiraiya. How dare you call me that? You brat. Do you know who I am and who you are anyway? The old pervert began to rant. Hanging upside down. I know perfectly well who you are. You old pervert. And also my godfather, who in 13 years of my life has never deigned to show up. And when he finally showed up in the village, he went to spy on the girls in the baths, not to see me. Kurama told me that my parents wanted to make him my godfather. And Naruto, you said that with such disbelief, that pervert said. So, you know, with a rather stunned face? Jiraiya asked. Yes, and for a very long time, about 5 years, I guess. He answered thoughtfully, at the same time remembering exactly when Kurama had told me this. Then we need to talk, Jiraiya said. No, I cut him off immediately. I'm not ready to talk to you right now, and I don't trust you. 13 years is too long, and now you suddenly show up and want to talk. It's very strange. Don't you think so? But they forbade me. He didn't have time to finish, because I was squeezing his ankles with chains. I've lived my whole life without care and in hatred, or rather, surviving, always relying solely on my own strength. And then you suddenly showed up and wanted to talk to me, and only after I accidentally found you spying on girls in the baths. I can understand, of course, maybe you were simply forbidden, but, with Sana's skills, it's no problem at all. One of the strongest shinobi and the cursed village, a family friend, my father's teacher, and my godmother. And in all these 13 years, you've done nothing, absolutely nothing, not even tried. You were already screaming. And now you want to talk to me, you pathetic traitor? After these words, I hurled his body with my chains against the nearest wall. Maybe someday we'll talk, or maybe I'll even give you the chance to communicate with me constantly. But not now. Right now, I only need one thing from you. Give me the key to my seal and you can go back to where you've been for the past 13 years for the next few years, I finished with a rather eloquent expression. No, this is very dangerous, and I interrupted him. This is my personal business and my personal problems. The key is mine, so return it to its rightful owner, as my father bequeathed. And if not, then I'll break the seal, and this entire pathetic village will face the nine-tailed beast again. At that very moment, I asked Kurama to pour more of his chakra into my body, causing my body to become covered in a haze of her chakra, and even the first tail and the outline of ears to form. Fangs and claws grew, and his lips spread in a bloodthirsty askel. A powerful Kamika struck the area, seasoned with the full force of her millennia-old hatred for humans. At the same moment, 10 of my chains headed towards Jiraiya, who had stopped. I repeat for the last time, give me the key, and then you can run and report to your bastard of a teacher what happened here. While you're at it, you can ask him about my life. Preferably in every detail. You'll learn a lot. I finished and grabbed him by the legs and arms with chains, and a second tail began to form behind my back. It seems he understood my threat correctly. Wait, I understand everything. I will give you the key. In response to this statement, I freed his hands from the chains and removed the case, but completely shackled his body from the waist down. Jiraiya performed several seals and summoned some kind of toad. The scroll of Gerator, he addressed the toad. It unfurled, revealing a key. It is now your owner. You know what to do. I nodded, but before taking the key, I said, first, remove your chakra imprint from this key. The last thing I needed was someone else's traces on it. Jiraiya did as I was told. Then, approaching the toad scroll, I imprinted my chakra on the scroll key. Now, get into it, Jiraiya said. One moment, then I placed my hand on Geratori and several Fuin on it. These Fuin will prevent him from responding to anyone's call, going to his domain, or leaving the seal structure without my permission, I explained specifically for Jiraiya, so he wouldn't even think of such a thing. Now you looked at Geratori, get into the seal. I opened my mouth wide, and the toad slid into me, becoming part of the seal structure. This way. I can open and close the seal at any time, and no one will notice. And most importantly, I can finally release Kurama. Phew, now I can go home, I said, but moved to Ikaraku. A few seconds before, I felt the two Umbu squads finally gather, deciding to approach us. But I disappeared before they made their first move. A little earlier, in the Hokage's office, after everyone had left the room, including the NBC security. Only 2 remained. Danza and Hiruzen himself. After a long silence, Hiruzen spoke. Yeah, that's Uzumaki. He's nothing but trouble, Hiruzen said with a sigh. Agreed. Our recent actions have achieved nothing at all, Danza replied. Trying to belittle him and his status in front of many Jainin had achieved nothing. And the plan was good. Yeah, if he'd killed that Inazuka, who your people had planted a few ideas about Jinchuriki in his head, then we could have tried to squeeze him at least a little for killing the heir of another clan, but he turned this situation to his advantage and more successfully than we could have imagined, Hiruzen muttered, exhaling smoke. And that clanless one didn't give us anything. He was supposed to cause irreparable damage to the reputation of Uzumaki and the clan, even though it was almost extinct, with his statements, but that also gave us nothing. Uzumaki did this, as a true head of the clan and the Uzumaki truth, they never forgave such treatment of their own. By the way, have you settled everything about this yet? Hiruzen asked. Don't worry, my old friend. My people have already settled everything. No one will ask unnecessary questions about this clanless one, if only this Uzumaki were stupider, but what is not, is not. We'll have to continue thinking about further developments, Danza spat out discontentedly. By the way, my people saw a girl with red hair at the exam. She could have been with Uzumaki. In that case, we could use her to influence the Jinchuriki. Besides Jiraiya, who seemed to have shown up in the village today, judging by the reports from Mayumbu, I also thought about this and ordered my people to seize her in the middle of the second stage of the exam to test this theory and to make sure no one accidentally saw anything unnecessary. And where is she? Danza immediately perked up. Unknown. My men found her teammates and a team of genin from Kiri nearby. They were all horribly torn apart, their bodies a mess of blood and entrails, but they couldn't find her there, or anywhere else in the forest where the exam was held. And then Arokimaru showed up. Judging by Ank's report, you missed another chance, Hiruzen started grumbling. Danza. I have a few theories about that. One is that she was eaten by some animal, which is unlikely, while a more plausible theory is that she was captured by Arokimaru, who was also in that forest. Uzumaki are very rare, after all, or rather, even Uzumaki himself. Perhaps he was keeping an eye on her when something happened, which he apparently didn't like very much. Then he killed her teammates, and then Iskiri's team as unnecessary witnesses or accomplices to something that really angered him, as evidenced by the state of their bodies. You know yourself that killing is no problem for him, as evidenced by the murder of that clanless 10. If not for the hundreds of corpses of bandits and all sorts of scum in the land of waves who worked for the Nagata, and if it concerns him directly, you understand. Danza fell silent for a moment, considering how to continue the discussion. This whole situation means that such a good chance slipped through his fingers like water, Hiruzen. It's an Uzumaki. If that's true, she's most likely already sitting under the barriers in his quarter. And I'm more than certain that he will under no circumstances allow her to escape the barriers so we can capture her and use her as leverage against him. Sometimes I even think he himself is like some kind of fox. Also smart and cunning. And then there's that semblance of a mustache on his cheeks and a certain predatory quality to his features. Silence fell for a while, and the two old friends pondered their next conversation, until they felt the Nine-Tails chakra and an incredible hatred for all living things. Something they'd only felt once before in their lives, 13 years ago. Hiruzen. It seems I felt that same feeling of someone's hatred for all living things, just 13 years ago. It seems he's finally decided to break the seal and release the fox. But why? And I can't see the fox itself. Maybe, he hasn't fully revived yet? In any case, we need to hurry and find out everything. But just as they were about to leave the office and head to the scene of the incident, everything stopped and they stopped. It seems everything worked out, and only someone angered him for using the fox's chakra, Danza said. Hiruzen nodded in response, and a few seconds later, Wairashanshin. A pale Jiraiya appeared in the office, his head now in an incredible whirlwind of thoughts. Naruto disappeared, as if he had never been standing in front of me. What kind of technique was that? Then an Onbwa squad appeared. I said that I would report everything to the Hokage myself. And here I am. From what I understand, Naruto is very angry at everyone and doesn't trust anyone. And what he said about me doing nothing in 13 years to see him or help him in any way was absolutely true. But his threats about breaking the seal himself and releasing the Nine-Tails if I don't give him the key, and then there's that terrible chakra that was enveloping his body. Iki, what happened to him? Sensei, I'd like to talk to you, Jiraiya began. Me too. And I have an important task for you, but right now we have more serious problems. It's about Naruto. In all seriousness, Jiraiya asked. To which Hiruzen nodded. So you felt it too? Everything is fine now. He calmed down and simply disappeared from my sight. You were just next to him. What happened to him and why did we sense the chakra and the incredible hatred of the Nine-Tails? Jiraiya spoke rather loudly for his ordinary speech. Explain to us. I met him a few minutes ago near the hot springs, Jiraiya began immediately. We had a short conversation and I can say it was not a pleasant one. He knew who I was to him. And when I wanted to explain myself and talk, he flatly refused, claiming I was a traitor to his family, and then demanded the key to the Nine-Tails seal. But I, of course, refused. But he immediately said that if I didn't give him the key to the seal, he would rip it himself and release the Nine-Tails. And then he started to cover himself in a terrible fox fur, and an unimaginable ki blast hit the area. And his chains began to crawl towards me. He really was determined to rip the seal if I didn't give him the key, which I did. And then he simply disappeared. Only before that, with Fang's help, he completely severed the connection to the scroll toad, which is the key. With me, the poison domain of toads. And how does he know I'm his godfather? What's going on here? What happened to Naruto? He's angry at everyone and doesn't trust anyone. And he even threatened me, bombarding them with questions like Jiraiya in one breath. He also told me to ask you about his life. What does that mean? Master Jiraiya, we called you specifically because of Naruto. Seriously, Hiruzen began. He's uncontrollable, and he's becoming more and more dangerous to the village every day, and you must influence him. We have no other way to save the village. But what happened to him? Why did he become like this? Tell me, Sensei, Jiraiya asked. After the fox's attack, it was decided he would live with the Uchiha for the first year. All three grimaced at the mention of that clan, and then he was sent to an orphanage. Then he was given an apartment. All of Minato and Kushinama's property was distributed to rebuild the village. At this point, Jiraiya's scowl faded. 2 years after the fox's attack, word leaked that the Jinchuriki treated him like most tailed demon hosts. But at age 6, an incident occurred that changed him greatly. Now, only Danza and Harazina grimaced at the loss of their potential and plans. It was the celebration of the victory over the nine-tailed demon fox. That day, he was severely beaten, and the fox went out of control. And the power of the Uzumaki genes fully awakened. 3 days later, when he awoke, he forced me to take him to the village council, which was being held to decide his fate. At this point, Jiraiya frowned again, but said nothing. At the council, he informed everyone that he knew who he was, and who his parents were. Then he began threatening that if we tried to influence or pressure him in any way, or if we didn't return everything that was rightfully his, he would break the seal and release the Nine-Tails. He also said that he had made a contract with the fox and the Shinigami. And if any of us tried to extract the Nine-Tails from him, or if he suffered because of our village, the Shinigami would release the fox from the seal himself and help him destroy our village, finished Hiruzen, and then added something I'd once heard from Minato, the Shinigami patron of their clan, but Kushina hadn't told even him about the influence he could have on the living world, if it concerned the Uzumaki. And if the three of them really did make a contract, then we have no choice. Only you can try to influence him, as a relative. Jiraiya just stood there, staring. I need a drink and think things over, Jiraiya said a few minutes later and headed to the bar. What do you think, Hiruzen? Not casually, Shimura asked. What should I think about this? The only thing left is for Jiraiya to influence him. But it looks like this won't happen as soon as we hoped. All we can do is wait. Uzumakiza also received the key to the seal, and this worsens our situation even more. We can't let anyone find out about this, otherwise we will greatly lose our position in the village's political arena. I agree, Ganzo nodded to his comrade. But I think Uzumaki won't tell anyone about this. But the main thing is that Jiraiya will still do everything possible to protect the village. Yes, it was not for nothing that we placed some secrets on him. Even when he was a brat genin, he will try hard if we give him a good hint. After talking a little more and considering a few things, the old friends and rivals parted. Returning home, I waited for Karina and we dined on the Izakuraku ramen that she asked for. And those Ulkasayami kindly packed it for me to take with me. After dinner, I asked her about her training progress, to which she replied that everything was fine and she was already starting to dive into her subconscious. The clone I'd left with her hadn't yet dissipated. After talking with her a little more, he headed to his bedroom. But on the way, he had to go to the clan gate. A messenger from Hiruzen arrived there with a scroll of the Inzuka technique, after which he finally made it to the bedroom, and from there, he dove into the subconscious. Ku immediately hugged me with her pigtails and kissed me. Ku. We have the key to the seal now, so you can finally enter the real world. We were both very happy about that. She squeezed me even harder with her pigtails and pushed me onto the bed. I was very happy that we finally managed to get the key to the seal. Nara was happy too. And when he finally appeared in the seal, I hugged him with my pigtails and pushed him onto the bed, starting to kiss him. Along the way, I slipped my hand under his kimono, which he hadn't yet changed, and began exploring his toned torso. He didn't lag behind. He untied my belt and gently squeezed my breast, kissing my neck as he did so. I involuntarily moaned at the sensation and pressed my lips to his. We kissed until I slowly climbed on top of him, kissing him and removing his clothes. When I was done, I grabbed his hands with my ponytails and tucked them behind his head. Then, with a sly smile, I slipped my kimono off my shoulders, revealing my swaying breasts to him. This greatly aroused him, and his erect penis pressed against my thigh. Taking him by the base, I slowly began moving my hands up and down. After a while, I increased the tempo, and after a couple more minutes, I took him into my mouth, starting to play with his head with my tongue. This even made him twitch and growl with pleasure at the pleasure my maned tongue was bringing him. Having played enough with his throbbing head, I began to help myself with my head. Each time, I plunged his member deeper and deeper into my mouth, making him go crazy with pleasure. After a few minutes, my efforts were rewarded, and he ejaculated right into my mouth. I swallowed it all, because he was so delicious. Then I licked my lips, and he got hard again at the sight of me. I was leaking profusely. Sasuke had long since hardened and could feel even the slightest sway of air. And my juices were already flowing down the inside of my thighs. Then I laid my head on his chest and covered us with our tails. After lying like that for a while, we fell asleep. I woke up around 11 a.m. Kurama was still asleep, and I decided not to wake her. I came out of unconsciousness, took a shower, and headed to the kitchen. Karen had already left for training at the training grounds, but she made breakfast for M. Thanks to the patronage of the Shinigami and Sama and a special contract with him, the Uzumaki clan can use his power, rip the soul from the body of an enemy, and seal it. Sealing a bijou isn't a big deal either, especially if they have fewer than 7 tails. 7 or more will require more effort. Souls can even be sealed into objects that are under the Uzumaki's control and only reveal their true power in their hands. This is how 6 of the 7 demonic swords were created by the clan's leader. Several hundred years ago, the souls of powerful animal shinobi were sealed within them. As for the 7th sword, it's Samayata. It was created around 1,000 years ago by sealing one of the ocean demons within it. What does this most powerful of swords do? How does it all work? You need to put on a special Shinigami-sama mask, which is kept in one of the Masamaki temples. Perform a long series of hand seals, and release the created technique. But it's not that simple, because everything comes with a price. After donning the mask and performing a series of hand seals, you must touch and mark the victim, releasing the technique. Then, you must sacrifice the Shinigami and kill them. In that very second, the Shinigami will appear before you and, according to the contract, will take the soul of the victim, who was marked with the technique that is the price for summoning the Shinigami-sama. After that, you must perform another series of hand seals and make a second sacrifice, which is done to fulfill the summoner's request, for example, to rip out a soul and seal it in a fuin or to release someone's soul sealed with the Shinigami-sama. My father paid with his soul because he didn't use the mask and didn't make the preliminary sacrifices for the Shinigami-sama. Although that's not all. 2 sacrifices are required only for sufficiently powerful members of the main Uzumaki clan. If he isn't strong enough, he must make an additional sacrifice in the first stage to temporarily increase his powers. Other clan members require an additional sacrifice at each stage, regardless of their strength. If the mask is used by a non-clan member, they will require 3 sacrifices at each stage. Furthermore, Shinigami-sama does not harm Uzumaki clan members and can only accept them as sacrifices if they so desire. As for the seal of shackles, demons, and gods on my stomach, it can be called a full-fledged spiritual gate. It is essentially a domain created within my soul and by the power of Shinigami-sama to contain spiritual, near-divine, and even divine demonic entities. After studying all the knowledge of the Pofui clan through a contract with Shinigami-sama, as well as an in-depth theoretical and practical study of this particular fun, it was all laid out for me. The seal of the shackles of demons and gods had 5 levels and consisted of several hundred lower-level seals that worked like the mechanism of a fine watch. A 5-level seal is one that it contains at least several 4-tier seals, each of which contains at least 2 or 3-tier seals, and so on. It also contains at least 2 3-tier seals, each of which contains at least 2 2-tier seals. Most of these seals don't have 2 seals per level lower, but many more. In some cases, there are only 2. But the interconnections between all these seals are simply incredible, so it works perfectly. Although, what can you expect from a fun created with the help of a Shinigami-sama? 4 4-tier seals are responsible for the communication system between the seals. Another 3 are responsible for the connection between the fusion by. If this seal is removed incorrectly, that is, simply destroyed or attempted to open without a key, it will certainly result in death. Next comes a huge construct of 3-tier seals, which are responsible for the seal's capacity. It works like this. The seal increases the capacity of the container when necessary, independently increasing its number using the energy or chakra of the being sealed. In other words, you can seal as much as you wish into this seal. Another construct of the 3-tiered seals is responsible for the absence of chakra or other energy pressure on the user. If it weren't for this, I would have instantly felt the full force and pressure of Kurama's chakra. It would have burned away my chakra the moment I sealed it. Basically, this construct contains all of Kurama's power within the seal and prevents it from spreading throughout my body. True, this can be easily adjusted by the user or the creator of the seal, as my father did, by allowing a small amount of chakra to constantly flow into my body, but this requires a key. And over time, as the body strengthens and becomes accustomed to chakra or other energy, it will be able to withstand its full power and volume in the subconscious, within the seal. All this action is reflected by the cell. Or rather, that's how it was reflected before. Its appearance can be changed with a mental command, as I did, but the properties themselves will not disappear with a visual change. Another crucial part of this fu is the connection and control of the seal with the mind. It was with this construct that I was able to alter the visual appearance within the seal, or domain. In my case, this part consists of another construct of 4-tiered seals. The idea is for the seal to be connected to the SSC, through which a direct connection with its consciousness is established. It follows that the seal of the shackles of demons and gods has 2 types of connection with the mind. The first maintains the functioning of the seal itself, and the second connects the user's consciousness with their seal, which allows one to immerse themselves in it, alter its visual component within, and communicate with the being sealed within. This is an incredibly complex fusion. If I were an Uzumaki, I would never have been able to figure it all out, as all Uzumaki brains work slightly differently than others. Our brains are simply designed to solve everything that can be devised using fusion. With that, I decided to call it a day. Kurama had long since woken up, but she didn't bother me with my studies. After an incredibly delicious dinner with Karen, thanks to her, and a shower, I headed to my room. I entered my subconscious and went to my ku. Well, ku, shall we begin? She nodded and took my hand. In her letter, Mom said she left some kind of gift in the seal, and I'll be able to see it. Then I'll open it, I said quietly, placing my hand on the seal on my stomach and activating the key. Symbols lit up on my hand, then I turned my wrist clockwise and opened the seal. The next moment, where the trees should have been, where the outline of the seal responsible for containment should have been, a huge gate appeared. The Fuina symbol spread, the cage disappeared, and I felt even more warmth radiating from the lighthouse. Now she would be able to walk throughout my inner world and exit into the real one. But then 2 women appeared. There was a bang and a cloud of smoke appeared. And when the smoke cleared, there was only one person standing there. She had long scarlet hair, eyes like mine, a smile. I recognized her immediately. It was my mother. "Mom," I whispered. She noticed me and started looking into my face. And then tears started streaming down her eyes, and she rushed to me. I did the same and hugged her like I'd never hugged anyone before. "Naruto, son," we fell to our knees. I hugged her even tighter. Mom had already started sobbing and uttering incoherently, and because of her tears, it was completely incomprehensible. I started crying too and hugged her tighter, stroking her head with one hand. My emotions were running high, just like hers, and it was simply impossible to tell which was whose, since they were almost identical. My eyes suddenly began to sting badly. Although I had started crying a long time ago, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that I was with my mother. I let out everything that had been building up for these long years. And even Kurama didn't see me like this, only understood my state, the lack of parental love and their existence. As for my mother, well, there's no need to even describe her feelings, because that would take a long time. It's easier to just feel and understand them, just like mine, by the way. We sat like that for a while. Kurama tactfully decided not to disturb us and stood in the same place where she had been before, silently crying, hugging and stroking my sobbing mother's long, thin hair. I saw that she had calmed down a bit and wasn't sobbing like before, but only crying. At the same time, I began to realize that we don't have much time, just like with my father. "Mom, be quiet," I said through my tears. "We don't have much time. Let's talk. The clone has a limited amount of chakra," I said. "Sadly," she said, though she didn't raise her head. I felt her smile for a second, and then she hugged me tighter. "Naru, it seems you're very wrong about that." Suddenly, Kurama's voice sounded in my head. It was also possible to communicate mentally within the seal, which she did at that moment. And then she added. Her clone disappeared immediately after the seal was opened. You still remember that there were 2 of them. So, that's when her clone dissipated. And this looks like nothing else. If, of course, I understood everything correctly and felt how her soul. You still have plenty of time, and I think I'll put you down for now. We'll discuss this later. Ku finished and went to her room. That mom sealed her soul in me? I couldn't even imagine such a gift from her. I don't think I even came close to imagining how important I was to Mom and how much she loved me. If she decided to do such a thing and sacrifice her soul for me. And what should I do now? She sealed her soul. But now I'm more than sure that all this recklessness I got from her. I'm very glad that Mom will be with me. But there is a huge downside to this whole situation. The fact is that, due to the seal of her special properties, my mother's soul is now bound to mine, and due to the absence of her living body, it cannot escape its confines, because the soul of a person sealed within this seal can only be released with the key. But it can only be released by transferring it to a living body, one that is not occupied by another soul, and I absolutely do not intend to transfer my mother into someone else's body, much less desecrate her soul with a tensi. Therefore, I simply must find a way to return her to full life. In other words, I must find and restore her body, and then restore its vital functions, after which I can transfer my mother's soul into it, or find some other way to resurrect her in the real world. This does not apply to divine, near-demonic, or divine and demonic entities. They are independent of their physical shell and can exist in the form of energy or chakra, which gives them the ability to be reborn or restore their physical bodies through a large expenditure of spiritual and physical energy. For example, the Biju are capable of such things, but now it weighs heavily on me. It turns out that I am now her jailer, and she is my prisoner. But in any case, I cannot help but reciprocate her feelings. Right now, my mother is sitting next to me, the woman who gave birth to me and sealed her soul to protect me, her child. And she was willing to risk her soul to protect me, just as she said in the letter. And at the same time, even in my worst nightmare, I could not have imagined such a thing. But this is the merciless reality. She carried me and gave birth to me, protected me until her last breath, and she was going to protect me even after her death. I was very lucky to have my mother. Yes, you're right, my mother said through tears. What does this mean? She agrees that we don't have much time. It seems she thinks she's just a clone placed in the seal. In that case, it wasn't she who sealed her soul within me. It seems this is all Shinigami-sama. There are simply no other options. In any case, it doesn't change anything, and I'm more than sure that if she had more time, she would have done it herself or asked him to. Thank you, I whispered and added. But it looks like we have more time than you think. I sat and cried in my son's arms, and he stroked my head and cried too. We sat like that. I just buried my face in his chest and sobbed, and he cried and stroked my hair. Quite a while passed before I began to calm down, and then he hugged me tightly and whispered, "Thank you." And those words reflected all his pain and joy. But it seems we have more time than you think, Naru said quietly. What does he mean by that? Okay, I'll ask later, maybe he knows something. Thank you. Thank you for everything and for being there, Mom. And again I felt tears falling on the top of my head. I burst into tears again, and he kissed my forehead and hugged me even tighter. I was a little embarrassed, but I pressed myself against him. I wonder how old he is now. He looks about 15. And how has he lived all this time? And who was that girl with 9 tails? And how did she even get here? And if he opened the seal, then where is Kyubi? Questions. Questions. And more questions. I'll definitely ask him about everything. Rice says we have plenty of time. I raised my head and began to slowly examine him. Long scarlet hair and eyes, just like mine. But was it just me, or was he looking at something similar to Tomored? One in each eye. I looked again, but they were gone. I decided not to ask about it for now. Suddenly, it seemed so, and I continued to examine my son. His face also resembled mine. He only inherited a few features from Minute, but there was also a certain predatory look. Thanks to the barely noticeable whisker stripes. Looking down, I saw a toned body below, not a mass of muscle, but rather very well developed. But it was still clear he was still a child. Or rather, a young man. He's just a child to me, but in a couple of years he'll become a very attractive and sexy man. What are these thoughts running through my head? But Naru is very handsome, and that's something you can't take away from him. All this time, he didn't stop me from looking at him, just watched me and, it seemed, was looking at me himself. I was very happy and proud to have given birth to such a son. And what mother wouldn't be happy that her child has grown up so handsome and strong? I'm only guessing about his strength, of course, but I'm sure he really is strong. My son is a real beauty. You must have girls chasing you in droves, I said affirmatively, smiling. You're a beauty too, Mom. A light blush covered his cheeks. But that's not really true. More accurately, it's only recently that people have started looking at me differently. How can I understand that? Maybe he had a girlfriend that others were wary of? After all, almost everyone was wary of me, especially when they looked at Minata for too long. You already have a girlfriend. How can I understand it any other way? That could explain a lot. But why were his eyes darting around and blushing? Had he become a pervert? Like Jiraiya? Don't tell me it was that pathetic pervert. Jiraiya has corrupted you. I told you to stay away from that pervert. That voyeur decided to teach my son this. I'll kill him. No, calm down, Mom. No one has ever spoiled me, except maybe that one girl with 9 ponytails, Naru said, his cheeks turning even redder. I met this individual literally yesterday, and for the first time in my life. By the way, at that moment he was peeping at the girls at the springs, and I started emitting ki, but then I asked him a question. Wait, what do you mean? I met him for the first time yesterday. He's your godfather, after all. My heart felt very uneasy. What does all this mean? I've known this for quite some time, but I saw him only yesterday. My heart skipped a beat at his words. Has he really been alone all this time? What about Tsunade? She's your godmother too. Amika Tuchika. And that bastard Hiruzen after all. Oh, Tsunade is my godmother too. The only thing I heard about her is that she left the village a long time ago. What does that old monkey have to do with it? And anyway, I hate almost all the bastards living in this village. Wait, Naruto. Amika Tuchika. She was supposed to raise you according to our will, if something happens to us. The Uchiha clan was wiped out about 5 years ago. There was some pretty strange story there, but she didn't raise me before that, or rather, as far as I could find out. I lived with her for up to a year, and then I was sent to an orphanage because of the old bastards who run this village. And where do you live? I didn't like what my son was telling me at all. How could they do that? At the age of 5, I was thrown out of the orphanage and given some dilapidated hovel. I interrupted him. And the inheritance, our house and the neighborhood? I asked in a plaintive tone. Until I was 6, I didn't have a penny. His last words made my eyes start to blur with tears and a bloody haze. I'll kill them all. These, __, took everything from him. I hate them. I'll kill them. Calm down. Naruto's voice sounded in my ear, and I felt him hug me tightly. At the age of 6, I got everything back. They are still afraid of me after that incident. Naruto, forgive me. I was already choking on tears and the beginning of hysteria, from the realization of my son's life. Mom, Naruto whispered in my ear, I don't blame you with my father. Although, let me show you my whole life. It will be easier for both of us. Then he folded the seals for transferring memories. When you wake up, we will talk and discuss the rest. The last thing I heard after he touched my forehead, and I fell into the darkness, where I was supposed to see his whole life. When I transferred my memories to my mother, she lost consciousness. I had to react instantly and pick her up in my arms, like a hime, although she is a hime. After which my emotional background finally returned to relative normal. I moved with my mother in my arms into the room. Kurami carefully laid her on the bed, then covered her with a blanket, mentally freed her from clothes and kissed her on the forehead. Aren't you bored? I ask. Uku a little. Have you discussed everything? My kitsune inquired. Yes and no. I transferred my memories to her. And tomorrow we will continue the conversation. You look very tired. And what about the fact that she sealed her soul in a seal? Kurama said, stroking Mom's head. Yes, I'm too exhausted, both mentally and physically, this day. And about her sealing her soul, judging by her reaction to the fact that we still have a lot of time, it was not she who sealed her soul. Any thoughts on this? Who could have done it? Yes, most likely, Shinigami did it herself. In any case, I'm more than sure that if she had enough time, she would have done it herself. So it doesn't make much difference. We can find out for sure tomorrow, but I'm deafened by the very fact that she is now a prisoner inside me and may never be freed, I finished, falling onto the bed between Mom and Ku. That's not true at all, Kurama said, lying down on me and continuing to stroke my mother. You shouldn't think that way, and Kushina will never think that way. When I was still inside her, I felt all her emotions perfectly when she found out she was pregnant, when she was waiting for your birth. She was so happy about it, and every day she shone brighter than the stars in the cloudless night sky, every time she stroked her belly and talked to you. She put all her feelings and all her love into it. Your father never received so many different feelings of warmth and love from her in his entire life. Somehow, in less than a year. Kurama said a little dreamily and nostalgically. And if I hadn't then? I interrupted her with a kiss and hugged her. Stop. I don't blame you. It happened that way, and we can't change anything. Moreover, you are not to blame for what happened then. I kissed her again and hugged her. Besides, you were able to take your true form, and your mind cleared up. I kissed her again, and she wrapped her pigtails around me. In the end, we have each other, and now we also have Mom with us. And we will find a way free her and return her to normal life. Ku nodded at this. And one more thing, we beat that Uchiha, and he will pay for everything. Ku clenched her hands tightly into fists, and I kissed her on the sponge. And now hug me tighter with your ponytails and let's sleep, otherwise I'm very tired. After which, with a mental command, I got rid of my clothes. Just like Kurama. Answered Ku and wrapped her ponytails around me, pressing her naked body against me. And I made the blanket bigger and covered the three of us with it. After which I fell asleep. Uzumaki Shintetsu and another mother. I wake up, but I'm too lazy to open my eyes, so I decided to lie there and think about everything I learned from Naruto's memories. But what I feel now makes me a little wary and puzzles me. I decided not to do anything for now. Body movements, I still understand what's happening. I'm lying on a soft bed under a blanket, but it's as if something soft is hugging me. I'm naked and I'm starting to remember what happened. I was freed from the seal, then the conversation with my son and our tears. Later, he shared all his memories with me. What a life my son had. But then, the way he got his property back and put those old bastards in their place commands respect and admiration. I doubt I could have done that. Even at 6 years old. I clearly remember seeing a girl with 9 tails with Naruto yesterday. And in his memories, she was, wait, girl, 9 tails. The brain begins to quickly and in great detail sort through the necessary information. It didn't take long. This girl is the 9 tails. And she's a kitsune, and she's a girl. And what they did with Naruto. Quiet, Kushina. Inhale, exhale. You need to calm down. That fox corrupted my son. But Naruto truly loves her, just as she loves him. And she's helped and cared for him all this time, given him family warmth and love, even improved his body. Okay, so be it. If they love each other so much, then I won't interfere with them. Once I calm down, I can think about my child's abilities. What can I say about him? He's incredibly talented. The speed with which he's mastering Fuin, and he's already fully mastered everything related to Fuin, barriers, and Juin. All that's left is to test a few techniques. Naru is very good at taijutsu and kenjutsu. He even managed to retrieve the Ribocho cubes. He's already mastered all 4 of our clan styles and is proficient in them at the level of an average jonin. However, he hasn't yet mastered the Ribocho cube style. I certainly wouldn't approve of him getting involved with Guy. I remember him being a fanatic about his strength and the youth of his green jumpsuits, down to the core. Even though Naruto didn't join his sect, Guy still helped Naruto a lot. And it wasn't without his help that my son became so strong. He passed the Irioni Ranragov exam. He could be taught Tsunade's taijutsu style. Although he can already hit like her, it seems he hasn't studied her style. I'll also teach him Irei ninjutsu, which he hasn't yet mastered, and brush him up on it. Tsunade was my sensei, after all, and I learned a lot from her. He surpasses me in ninjutsu in every way. He has an affinity for all 5 standard nature elements, and his control over Kaitahenka Sei Datsuhinko. According to his recollections, he can already create this Gudadama, albeit rather slowly, and can't manipulate its form, but in any case, it manipulates the 7 properties of chakra by mixing them. And to do this, he needs colossal control over all the elements of Iten Shinton, which, in turn, when mixed, form An Miaoten. I wish I had such abilities too. Although, considering that this is Rikuta Senmon's technique, and Naruto is still quite a long way from fully mastering it, and considering the time he spent training, I'm getting a bit carried away. But it would be good to start and master at least some of this. He. And Naruto will help his beloved mother, I'm sure. Besides, he's awakened so many Sappi. Only his are scarlet for some reason. And there's also this ethymia in his eyes. Maybe I'm imagining it, but it's better to ask him about it. He's not as strong in genjutsu as he is in other areas. He just doesn't practice it very often, but he's slowly working his way up this path. I remember that girl, Kurenai, who helps him. Quite sweet and friendly. And she has interesting eyes, a tinge of red. And she's always been kind to Naruto. I should hint to him that he should get her a gift. Oh, and then there are those walking disasters, Kakasha, how I forgot about him. Minata's student, who never helped Naruto when needed and didn't even deign to teach him anything. If it weren't for my son's talents and abilities, which intrigued him, and Naruto's cunning tricks, I wouldn't have expected anything from him. But at least he was of some use. Naruto treats him completely neutrally. He's kind of there, but then again, he's not. Let's just say he's useful to him. That's why Naruto communicates with him more or less normally. I should also talk to Naruto about how he considers himself my prison. I perfectly understood his entire thinking on this matter. And, apparently, I really am not a clone, but a real soul. It seems that the Shinigami herself fulfilled my dying wish to be near my son and protect him. That's why, an instant before my death, she sealed my soul into Naruto. This worries him a lot, so I need to convey to him that I am only happy to be near him. Even in this way. So as soon as we talk about everything, I will do everything that I couldn't do over these 13 years. But the fact that my sunshine is so talented makes me very happy. I will give him everything I know, and he will be able to protect himself from everything. I will devote myself entirely to him, so that he will finally feel parental love and warmth. Finally, I open my eyes and see a beautiful ceiling. I look around the room. It is very beautiful here. I begin to examine myself and everything around me. And I see Naruto lying next to me, and on him is a fox. And he is lying entwined with its tails, just like me, actually, but it is quite pleasant. By the way, I am naked. They seem to be too. I just wanted to jump out of bed, when I instantly found myself in the center of the room. Is this? I can do the same things here as I could inside my seal before. It seems Naruto has expanded some of my capabilities here. I'll have to ask him. And then it dawned on me that I was still standing naked right in the middle of the room. I instantly covered myself with my hands, and then thought about the blanket that immediately appeared and covered me. Wrapping myself in it, I began to think. And which of them had stripped me naked? And they had even laid me down next to each other and covered themselves with the same blanket. Was it the depraved Kitsune or my son, corrupted by her? Did they want to embarrass me with such a move, or watch my reaction, or examine my body? Well, no matter, now I'll arrange all of this for you at once. After all, I am also, and perverted in some sense. I throw the blanket off my shoulders. I slowly approach the bed, lay them down, carefully creep up on them, and pull the blanket off them. Oh, this girl has a beautiful figure. And Naruto has a beautiful body too. Oh, my cheeks have become warmer and seem to have turned a little pink. A little more and I'll get excited. Okay, I need to calm down. I quietly approach them. I lie down right next to their naked bodies. I carefully cover myself with a pair of tails. I get closer to their faces. I kiss their kitty, not on the lips. Then Nerev's cheek next to them. Ham. It seems they haven't yet fully realized who kissed whom, even though they opened their eyes. After these thoughts, I hug them and press them tightly to me. Now they really are awake and understand everything. Good morning, lovebirds. I slept so well with you, like pebbles in the same bed and under the same blanket. And what you did to me all night, without even realizing your actions. I've never experienced anything like this. It was amazing, unimaginable, dizzying, mind-blowing. I want to continue what we did all night. And I hugged them tightly again. Their faces and reactions were simply unimaginable. They abruptly untangled themselves from my embrace and jumped out of the bed like pebbles. And I covered myself with the blanket. A second later, they were already standing, wrapped in the blanket that I had thrown off earlier, redder than the ripest tomato, from head to toe, and they looked so cute at that moment. I couldn't help but laugh my hearty laugh. And when I finally calmed down, I looked at them. Okay, I joked, and after a pause, I continued. And which of you two perverts decided to undress me and lay me down next to you? Judging by their reactions, it was Naruto. And what did you want by that? To look at your mother's beautiful body or to invite me to play your games? The expressions on their faces made me laugh again. Mom, I didn't mean anything like that. I just laid you down and covered you with the blanket. And then, well, basically, I mentally took off your clothes so that you could sleep well and nothing would bother you. His answer made me laugh even harder. Good. It was all just a joke. Now she turned her gaze to this fox. And now it's your turn, depraved vixen. And what am I supposed to make of all this? She seemed very agitated and blushed because of this, but she was serious. Okay, I won't mind, I tell her. I look into her eyes, and in them I see bewilderment, and then understanding. Look at her eyes, they've gotten bigger. Just a little more might fall out of their sockets. Really, they both exclaimed. Akurama had such hopeful pleading eyes. You love each other. I won't stop you. You love her. You, and after what she has done and is doing for you, I can only confirm this, I said and smiled. They practically lit up with happiness. Although I am still a little worried about their relationship, but I will not ask about it now. And what mother would interfere with the happiness of her own child? Well, I am not going to either. I will support you in everything. Thank you, said Kurama. Phew. Naruto let out. Since we have resolved some issues of our common awakening and communication with each other, then let's get dressed and talk, suggested Narue. At the same moment, we were all dressed in a beautiful scarlet kimono with a black clan caiman on the back and a purple pattern of some kind of plant. Don't worry, Mom, everything is fine, calm down. It seems he perfectly noticed my slight excitement. Okay, but you have to promise that you won't consider yourself my prison, because I was able to see you again and will continue to be with you. And regarding your thoughts about who sealed my soul into you. It seems it really was Shinigami-sama. My last wish was to be with you, to protect you always. And if I had the strength, I would have sealed my soul into you myself. So you could say it was my decision, and I'm glad I made it, because there is no one and nothing more precious to me than you, Naruto. Then I smiled, and he hugged me tightly and said, "Thank you, Mom." And he buried his face in my neck. I simply embraced him. And after a while, he pulled away from me and said with a smile, "Okay, do you want to ask anything else?" he asked me. "No," I answered and smiled too. Now we have a lot of time to get to know everything about each other and finally become a family. Although, wait, I have one question. When we were sitting there, and, in general, when I looked at you and looked into your eyes, it seemed to me that you had one of my hazel colors in each of them, but now they are gone. I thought then that it seemed to me that it was because of the stress of the rest. So, did I imagine it or not? Allah is mine in each eye, my son asked me again. Yes, that's right, I confirmed. I don't remember anything like that, said Naruto and turned to Kurama. Naruto, try to put some chakra into the eyes, asked Kurama. What did he do? Naruto, you've awakened your first stage Sharingan, but it's completely different from the Uchihas, Kurama exclaimed. What made Naruto exclaim even louder? Sharingan, where exactly did Naruto get it from? He materialized a mirror and looked at his eyes, then deactivated them. How is that possible? I asked more calmly. I don't know. Perhaps one of your distant relatives was an Uchiha. Or maybe someone else, she said vaguely. But I shook my head, making it clear that such a thing didn't happen. Or I just hadn't heard of such a thing. Wait, I still haven't been able to regain all my memories of life as a yokai. And I only remember about 75 to 80% of my life in the form of a bijou, but I still remember some things here and there. So, I remember, albeit faintly, the image of one girl I met about 1,000 years ago. She also had scarlet hair, but most of all I remember her eyes. Her eyes were the same as the two of you. But she also had a Sharingan. An unusual Sharingan. It, just like yours, Naruto, didn't change the appearance of the eyes much when they were activated. How does this happen, Uchiha? It only added Alatima. I don't know anything else about her and I remember, but given the color of her hair, I can assume that it was Uzumaki and possibly your ancestors. This theory could also explain why you awakened the same eyes. But then why didn't your other ancestors have such eyes? Maybe some special condition is needed to awaken them or something? Kurama wondered out loud. Yeah, right. Shock after shock, Naruto whispered. But we heard everything. Don't worry, Naru. This will only be to your advantage. It's just a good idea not to show it to anyone, Kurama said. I completely agreed with that. I agreed, which I confirmed. Yeah, I didn't really want to share that news with anyone either. Maybe with Karen. But later. We won't be able to find out anything now anyway. Naruto muttered thoughtfully, looking reliably, and smiled. Mom, if there are no questions yet, then I'm going to return to the real world and test the abilities of my eyes. And I'll also scour the Uchiha quarter. I need to get all the information I can find about the Sharingan. And you seem to have a lot more to discuss, so I won't disturb you, Naruto suggested. Of course, my sunshine. You can go. Just be careful. After which he smiled and disappeared. And I turned to Kurama with a smile. No, more like a hint of anticipation. Since she's his girlfriend, we need to discuss something. The first thing I did upon returning to the real world was shower and have breakfast. Then I sent a clone to discreetly place a Harashin mark somewhere hidden in the Uchiha quarter. 5 minutes later, it dissipated. I teleported to the mark. I immediately set up several barriers over the area so no one could see or sense me. I also set up a signal barrier to alert me to the arrival of the Uchiha, who's currently training with Kakashi. I hope Sasuke trains diligently today and returns to Emotanoi later this evening, giving me time to explore everything. If all goes well, I have about 11 hours to do everything, even though these barriers don't require much chakra to create and don't require a large supply. But due to the relatively large area, I still used up a lot of chakra. Let's just say it would have been quite difficult for someone other than Uzumaki, but not for me with my supplies. I created 15 clones and sent them out to thoroughly survey the area, searching for anything of value that I hadn't found last time, as I'd only examined everything briefly and without going into detail. After 2 hours, my clones dispersed and relayed all the information to me. They hadn't found anything of value, other than what I already knew, save for one secret descent to the lower level of the Naka temple, which was protected by a slab and a barrier. The clone had found it completely by accident. The passage to the slab with the barrier was usually blocked by a retractable statue, but this time it was only retracted 2/3, which gave the clone a chance to notice it. I immediately headed to the temple, where I reduced the barriers to the size of the temple, leaving only a signal intact. I examined the barrier using the symbols on the slab as I descended to the lower level. As far as I understood, to open the passage, you need to have the Sharingan and perform the snake seal. All I had to do was activate the Sharingan and perform the snake seal. After that, the entrance opened, and I went down to the basement. I decided to explore everything first. There were several corridors and only 3 rooms. Returning to the first one, I entered that it was some kind of armory. There were many types of bladed weapons and a couple of gombai. Nothing else. But the gombai were interesting. They just had fuin on them. I decided that I would take one of them for myself sometime later and study it thoroughly. I left the armory and went into the second room. This room was something like a small library. I created a dozen clones and ordered them to study everything, and then I went to the third room. There were stone tablets on the floor. Of what was written on it, I could only read the words to awaken the Sharingan. No powerful feelings. It seems to talk about feelings of intense love or affection for someone, their acquisition or loss of the object of these feelings, or the fear of their loss. I couldn't make out the rest, even with the Sharingan turned on. But on the back, on the slab, someone had written, "To awaken the Mangekyo, know the pain of losing loved ones." It seems that awakening the Mangekyo requires experiencing the loss of loved ones. Of course, with a fully developed Sharingan, the next stage of Sharingan development is apparently necessary to obtain more information from these tablets. After reading the tablet, I returned to my clones and began helping them with their studies. About 6 a.m., we were completely finished. I decided to dispel the clones at home, so I sealed them with my seal on my left hand. After leaving this secret dungeon, I again formed the snake seal and closed the entrance, then pushed the statue 2/3 of the way back, as before. Then I removed the barrier and, using Hiration, teleported to my room. There, I unsealed all my clones and dispelled them, receiving a large flow of information from them. I lay down on my bed and immediately fell asleep. When I woke up, I looked out the window. It was already dark, and the clock said 9. After lying there for a while, I got up and went to take a shower. Refreshed, I stepped out of the bath and smelled the wonderful aroma wafting from the kitchen. I went downstairs, and when I entered, I saw Karen preparing dinner. She looked at me questioningly. As in, where have you been all day? Well, it was really my fault for not warning her about my rather long walk. She was worried. Meanwhile, Mom's daughters were asleep in the subconscious, in the same bed. When we finished eating and moved into the living room, Karen began to wonder where I'd been all day. I told her it was a secret for now, but I'd let her in a little later. She, of course, pouted at such an answer, but after my hug she blushed a little and, jokingly wagging her finger, said, "Just try not to tell. I'll really be offended." After which, she shook her head good night and went to her room. Apparently, she was very tired from today's training. Immediately after that, I went to my room, and there I began to organize the knowledge I had acquired, studying it at the same time. I did this for several hours with a couple of clones, with streams of consciousness. What can I say about what was in that library? There were many scrolls with Katan and Raitun techniques, a few with Suetun techniques. There were no Daiden and Futen techniques at all. That I already knew almost all the techniques, and the ones I didn't know, I'll study and practice until they're automatic. I liked the Katan and Raitun techniques, the skull crushing, the great dragon flame, and the pitch darkness. The rest of the information concerned the Sharingan, its ability to capture the smallest details, see chakra and its nuances, enhance clarity and speed of perception, predict movement, cast and dispel genjutsu, and copy techniques. However, a Sharingan user must possess the necessary abilities to copy techniques they've seen. And for this very reason, they can't, for example, reproduce a Keiki Genkoi they don't possess, or a nature transformation they haven't yet learned to use. There was almost nothing about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only that there are techniques like Susuna, Amaterasu, Tsukumi, and some other special ones that depend on the power of the eyes and their owner, but the methods for using these techniques, their operation, and so on were not described. That's all. I'll have to try reading the tablet again when my Sharingan evolves before May 3rd. To do that, I need to train a lot with the Sharingan activated, strengthen and expand the eye chakra channels, and grow additional ones. Finishing by the middle of the night, I immediately fell asleep. And the next morning, as soon as I woke up, I was immediately pulled into the subconscious. "Tell me," my mother demanded. "Well," I said. I snuck into the Uchiha quarter. I imnala about myself. They hadn't even paid attention to what was happening in the real world all day yesterday, just chatting, after which they completely collapsed into bed and took turns using each other like plush toys. I found nothing special in the quarter again, except for one underground room under the barrier in the Naka temple. "You got through the barrier?" Kurama asked curiously. "Yes, but it was a special medium-level barrier. Breaking it with his strength wouldn't have been difficult, but it would have made a lot of noise. And I didn't want to. Especially since the rest of us, well-versed in Funi, were constantly breaking barriers when they could be opened quietly." Two pairs of curious eyes looked at me expectantly when I paused. "To enter there, you need to have the Sharingan and make a seal with the snake. So, you went through. And what did you find there?" Aku asked. "Nothing special." And two pairs of curious eyes glared at me again. There were only 3 rooms there. The first was an armory, the second was a small library, and the third contained only a few tablets. I could only read about the first stage of the Sharingan on it, and about the second, someone had left an inscription on the other side. Apparently, the more developed it is, the more information can be obtained from those tablets. And that library contained various techniques. Information about the abilities and use of the Sharingan, as well as its techniques. But all this applies only to the regular Sharingan. There was almost nothing about Mangekyo and its techniques, just their names. "At least these Uchiha are of some use," Ku muttered. And my mother and I smiled. "And what about the abilities of your eyes?" Mom asked. "I haven't looked into that yet. I'll start studying them today. Then we won't bother you, and then you can tell me everything," Mother said and kissed me on the cheek. Ku also didn't stay away and pressed her lips to mine. And then they sent me to breakfast. After a shower and a hearty breakfast with Karen, we went to the training ground, where I studied with her for a couple of hours, and then left the clone to help and headed to the next one. Karen trains hard every day, and she's already making good progress, so I don't forget to praise her. Why is she embarrassed? By the way, about her feelings, she shows affection for me. I like her too, and Kurama doesn't react to her the way he does to Hina. And why, I wonder? I'll have to ask her sometime. Arriving at the training ground, I created several clones and activated my eyes. This time, I felt all their abilities. It was something. I could pick up on the smallest details, see chakra and its shade. The clarity and speed of perception increased. I was able to predict the movements of the advancing clones and copy the technique one of them used. But as soon as I noticed all this, my eyes began to consume more chakra. Some changes occurred. Now my perception has become stronger. I can see the counting of my clones. And also, the radius of my vision within a few meters became 360 degrees. Hearing the noise of a weak explosion from the neighboring training ground, I immediately turned there, and as soon as I decided to take a closer look at what was happening, I saw Karen, who blew up a training dummy. Looking slightly to the side, I saw something I shouldn't have. I was looking through the thick wall of one of the houses and saw everything that was inside. This already scared me a little. The Sharingan shouldn't have such abilities. More like the abilities of the Byakugan, which I've heard about in passing. Okay, I urgently need Hinata. I need her ask about the Byakugan's abilities. I create a dozen clones and command them to find Hinata. But it's best to use only Senkorika for this, and then discreetly convey to her a request for a meeting. The clones hurried to complete the task. After 10 minutes, one of them vanished, relaying the information that Hinam from the Kanahi training grounds was observing her team's training. The clone threw a shinbon with a message about the meeting next to her, and then vanished, as did the others after that. Excellent. I teleport with Hiration to the park, to an inconspicuous clearing where Hinata and I often meet for a walk or to talk. I set up the necessary barriers and waited for her arrival. I didn't have to wait long, and after 15 minutes she appeared before my eyes. I checked the area with Senkorika. No one was following her, which is very good. Hello, Hinata. Hello, Naruto-kun. She seems even more agitated. Previous. Hina, are you okay? You're more worried than usual. Did something happen? No. You just suddenly asked to meet, Hinata said quickly. I see. Yes, Hinata, I have one very important question for you, which is incredibly worrying me at the moment. What? What would you like to know? Naruto-kun. Oh, it's her work, but at least things are slowly progressing, and she only hesitates at the beginning of sentences when pronouncing my name. And she has also become more confident in communicating with other people and during training. I will try to answer your question, Hinata added. Oh, yes, I wanted to ask you, what abilities does the Byakugan have? I've heard of some, but they're just rumors, and it's really important for me to know this right now. Hinata seemed to be torn between two answers. On the one hand, I asked her to tell me about the Byakugan's abilities, and on the other, it's her clan's secret. It seems she's made her choice. When activated, the Byakugan expands the radius of vision to 360 degrees in a certain range, perceiving everything in the smallest detail, giving the user the ability to perceive the surrounding world many times more acutely. The Byakugan also allows one to see forward or backward for many kilometers, depending on one's talent to look through clouds, darkness, earth, and flesh and see the ninja's chakra. And then there's the soft fist, or Jukin. A unique taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. Jukin focuses on inflicting internal, rather than external, injuries. Striking the tenkitsu can disrupt the functioning of the SSC, which can lead to serious injury or death. By emitting chakra with its fingers and hitting the tenkitsu, we can completely stop the flow of chakra, thereby preventing the use of our techniques. Since the internal organs are surrounded by a network of chakra-sensitive structures, a precise hit can hit any internal organ without leaving external damage, stopping the organ's function, as if Hinata reported. Thank you, Hina thanked her and hugged her tightly. She instantly blushed and lost consciousness, bringing her back to her senses. We chatted for a couple more hours and then parted ways, and I went to the training ground to test all the possible abilities of my eyes. As far as I can tell, after long and persistent training, my eyes are a mixture of the Sharingan and Byakugan, but the Byakugan is still quite weak compared to experienced users. It seems that all the abilities of the eyes will increase in direct proportion with the appearance of a second Sharingan. The Byakugan's ability will also increase. With the appearance of a third Tomi, the same will happen. But with the further development of the Sharingan, it is completely impossible to imagine how the Byakugan's capabilities will manifest. After all, I have never seen or heard of the Hyuga. My eyes changed somehow, their structure, or they evolved. And also, my Sharingan doesn't take the same shape as the Uchiha's. The veins around my eyes don't bulge like the Hyuga's. Apparently, I have both Uchiha and Hyuga in my bloodline. It was in me that all the genes mixed in the right proportions to unlock all the abilities. And then there was that ancient Uzumaki with the same eyes that Kurama remembered. Although, it's more likely that I didn't even have Hyuga or Uchiha in my bloodline and the eyes were inherited from her. So where did she get those eyes? A mixture of the Sharingan and Byakugan. Exactly. Only one person, or rather creature, with the power of such eyes comes to mind, Princess Otsutsu Kiguya, better known as the Rabbit Goddess or Demon Goddess, matriarch of the Atsutsuki clan and mother of Haguruma Atsutsuki and Hamura Atsutsuki. After long years of founding the hidden villages during the endless wars between humanity, she ate the fruit of the divine tree and became the first wielder of chakra, then merged with the tree, and also possessed the Byakugan and the highest form of the Sharingan, the Reni Sharingan, or otherwise the rotating eye that replicates samsara. That one lived with Uzumaki around the same time. Maybe she's somehow connected to Kaguya? Okay, I'll have to discuss this with Kurama's mother, but it's unlikely Ku knows anything about this, otherwise she would have told me everything already. Immediately after my reflections, I went into my subconscious and woke up my sleeping Mamuka. Afterwards, to save time, I decided to transfer my memories of the day to them, and since they had so few memories, they wouldn't fall into a long trance. 10 minutes later, they were staring at me with eyes the size of saucers, unable to believe it. Kurama suggested that there might indeed be some connection between Kagu and Toyo Uzumaki, but nothing could be confirmed, as there was no definitive proof, and we could only hope for luck and find something that would confirm or refute our assumption. Immediately after this conversation, Scorin showered and ate dinner, warning her that tomorrow we would be leaving on some kind of journey. I don't know how long it will last, so she'd better pack the necessary things and food. But before she ran off to get ready, I asked her to travel with me to my subconscious. Then I performed the necessary seals, touched her forehead, and we found ourselves inside the seal space. Karen, I recently returned the key to my seal. I spoke a little mysteriously, and her eyes lit up with curiosity. Thanks to this, I was able to open the seal, and then something happened. What happened? Karen asked excitedly. Nothing bad, only good things, and now I can introduce you. And he asked her to follow me to the gazebo near a small pond, where Iku's mother was now. With whom? Karen asked. When we were already approaching. You'll see in a minute, I answered. And we finally reached the gazebo, and before us stood two girls with long scarlet hair, and one of them had fox ears and 9 pigtails. Karen almost lost consciousness and started to fall to the side, but I managed to catch her and sit her on my lap, while I sat down on the grass. When she came to, we could finally introduce them. This is Kurama. She is the former 9-tailed Abijo. And now the 9-tailed Kitsune and my girlfriend introduced Kurama and pointed at her. Aku nodded and smiled at Karen. And this is my mother, Uzumaki Kushina, pointing at my mother. She also nodded and smiled. How's that? You told me so. Karen was at a loss for words. Yes, I did. And it was true. I'll explain it all to you now, and as I tell you, you'll understand how and why it happened. And I told her how Urama regained her true form, how she helped me, how my mother's soul was sealed within me, and how I was able to release them both from the seal. When I received the key and opened it, Karen listened very attentively to my story. That's how they met. After a long chat, we went to get ready and go to bed. Especially me. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep. In the morning, after a refreshing shower and a hearty breakfast, I warned Karen that we were leaving in an hour, and that I would have to seal it to make the transition. She didn't ask any unnecessary questions when I arrived and went off to make the final preparations. What was I planning to do? Use the reverse summoning to sign a contract with those closer to me in spirit. I'd been wanting to do this for a long time. Considering how useful summoned animals are, it would be a grave mistake not to sign a contract now, when I have a month off from my mission. That way, I can stay in the summoning world, or domain. They call it by different names, for longer and learn something new. But it could be a one-way trip, even with the fuel and anchor I left at the training ground for instant return. In dire straits, I could simply end up being devoured, or in the depths of some ocean where the water would crush me in a second, and I don't want that. I go to the training ground and seal it with Korin. I take a deep breath, bite my finger, perform a series of hand seals, slam my palm into the ground, and say, Kuchiyo Shinozatsu. The sensation of transference, let's say, is not entirely pleasant. I experienced something similar during my first attempts to transport using Hiration. In short, it's all a matter of habit. And now I stood in a meadow under the sun's rays. All around were green meadows, covered in beautiful flowers of all kinds. The sun was shining, but not at all scorching. It felt like the middle of spring here. This place was very beautiful. I watched, as if mesmerized, the ocean of grasses and flowers swaying in the wind. I closed my eyes and deeply inhaled the wonderful scent of freshness from all the vegetation in these meadows. The combination of such wonderful scents brought a smile to my face. And then, from the depths of my subconscious, I heard a cry from my mother, "What did you just do? Why did you shake us so much inside?" In one voice, my mother screamed. I used a reverse summoning and found myself here. I thought I warned you, I answered calmly. But where exactly, my papali? I don't know. How beautiful, Mom said. I remember this place, Kurama said in my subconscious. Be careful. Naruto doesn't like strangers here, and most likely, they already know that you entered the valley, having passed the most dangerous forest gate of the Axes. What is this place? Kurama asked in surprise. This is Shintazen Naruto, which was both from me and my mother. And who are they? Maybe you can tell me? I didn't have time to finish, because several creatures with yari and katanas pounced on me from the grass, pointing them at me. On Kurama's advice, I didn't resist, and the creatures that attacked me were of varying heights, from 1.30 meters and up, holding long yari katanas in their paws. These were genuine tanuki of Bakenika. They were yokai. They were dressed in green and blue armor, and their muzzles were wrapped in the same fabric, so they were perfectly camouflaged in the tall grass. Who are you, human, and what do you want here? Another tanuki emerged from the grass demandingly. Judging by his muzzle, he was older than the others and was their leader. He was dressed in the same armor as the others, and his only weapon was a katana hanging from his belt. I was about to reply, but Kurama started giving me instructions on how and what to answer them. She also made me inject some of her dark chakra into my eyes and then squeal. I did so. They were all frightened and recoiled from me in horror. But they were understandable, because in a split second, I began to fanatically attack with Kurama's dark chakra. And their eyes, instead of human, turned exactly like those of some yokai, only a terrifying, demonic red with vertical pupils. I need to speak with the head of your settlement, I said in a slightly hoarse voice, what the Ku was telling me from beneath my consciousness, simultaneously removing the chakra pressure from my eyes. We have achieved the desired effect, a Ku said. They removed the blade's edge from me. I ask you to take me to the leader. I mean you no harm and have not come with malicious intent. I merely teleported myself to you through reverse summons. I explained the method and purpose of my arrival and bowed. Thanks to empathy, I sensed their emotions and intentions. Apparently, my respectful address convinced the leader that I was not dangerous. I have no other choice, the commander shrugged and nodded to his subordinates. They hid their weapons, and that is already a good sign. People have not come to us for many centuries. So, please forgive us for our behavior. We, the border guards, must protect our home. Nothing terrible has happened. I understand you, he answered them and added, I am still a guest here. Follow us, the commander asked. Wait, I have a companion whom I could not leave in my world. Can she come with us? She is completely harmless. Well, so be it. But if she poses a threat, you understand. I nodded and unsealed Karen. Immediately, I covered her mouth with my hand and whispered in her ear, we're in a summoning world. If you don't do anything provocative, no one will touch us. We'll follow them and speak with their head." Karen nodded slightly, after which the yokai turned sharply and headed toward the mountain range looming in the distance. We followed them. According to them, we were heading for Mount Fuji, one of the sacred mountains, where most of the yokai lived. We walked for several hours, enjoying the most beautiful scenery the entire time. Soon, small, neat houses in a traditional style began to appear. This surprised me greatly. The architecture of the buildings was very similar to those in the human world. And when we reached the city itself at the foot of Fuji, my mouth opened in amazement, as did Karen. We stopped and gazed at this splendor. The city was enormous, but that wasn't its main feature. The city gave the impression of reliability, grandeur, and invincibility. It was beautiful, incredibly beautiful, and sparkled in the rays of the sun. The houses were of different sizes, different heights, and different colors. All of this beckoned and attracted. The city was cozy. Despite its heterogeneity and originality, I had never seen such beauty. It is very difficult to describe. It must be seen. The enormous walls protecting the city created the feeling that nothing could destroy them, and you would be safe. There were different streets here, both wide and narrow. The red roofs of the houses that stretched up to the mountain summit gave the impression of ascending to the heavens. Towers rose here and there, enormous buildings there. Many kinds of yokai roamed the streets. Most of them were kitsune. Tanuki and Bakunek cats were slightly fewer. But among them, wolves, okami, and dogs with legs flitted among them. Everyone was dressed in beautiful clothes of various styles, some poorer, some richer. They were all engaged in quite ordinary affairs. There, a two-tailed kitsu isn't hammering at a piece of wood, its little assistant, a tanuki, is hauling the finished product from place to place. Nearby, shopkeepers were beckoning to customers. Residents milled about, going about their business. Many were hurrying toward the shopping district, as we were told. But when they saw Karen and me, many stopped and stared at us with slightly wild eyes. If it was a miracle for us to see so much of her joy and such a beautiful city, then for them it was a miracle to see a living person. It was the most beautiful city I'd ever seen. The city exuded a magical atmosphere, and in the distance, where the houses ended, enormous red gates could be seen, their golden upper portions reflecting the sun's rays. "Wow!" I exclaimed, and Karen's mother and Kurama completely agreed. Although Kurama said she partially remembered the place, our escort grinned. The main street ended, and we emerged into the square in front of the gates. We approached the enormous red gates and stopped. The gates opened, and the nine-tailed kitsune emerged, followed by her large retinue of various yokoi. Judging by the fact that the fighters accompanying us immediately knelt, she was the leader of this city. She had long scarlet hair, falling like a waterfall down her back. Blue eyes with vertical pupils. Her eyes literally glowed with calm and wisdom. Her features were aristocratic, but also slightly predatory. Considering she was a kitsune, this was quite normal. Her ears and ponytails were the same color, like Moiku's. The tips were also dark purple, but there was a bit of white near the very edge. She was wearing a beige kimono with red patterns. It was tied in a strange green yumbi. But what surprised me most was that the hem of her kimono was decorated with the Uzumaki clan symbols in black. I'll definitely have to ask her about that, the thought flashed through my mind. I wonder if the kitsune had spoken in the meantime, and she spoke slowly and in a pleasant voice. "But Boya, you brought people." The squad leader didn't answer, as it was a rhetorical question. "Well then, I am pleased to welcome you to Shintidzuna in the yokai city of Girenji-Oda near Vrajigokumen. Young men, my name is Sak. I am the leader of this city and the supreme ruler of the Okave who live in these parts. I think we should talk in private. Please, follow me." And without another word, they turned, flapping their hair and tails, and headed toward the gates. But the divine made it clear to us that we needed to follow her, which is precisely what we did. I'm sure they don't trust us, people who have arrived so unexpectedly in their domain, and they don't particularly hide it. Behind their politeness and courtesy, their wariness is clearly visible. Everyone except Sakuya treats us quite differently. After passing through the gates, we found ourselves in a huge temple palace, but it was invisible beyond the gates. We also seemed to be in some kind of crater, surrounding the place on all sides. Apparently, those gates were nothing other than enormous spacetime gates, as confirmed by the ligatures of some of the UN constructs I noticed on their enormous temples. Indeed, it turned out to be a temple palace called Enmyuden, located in a crater at the summit of sacred Mount Fuji. And to get here, you have to go through that spacetime gate. There's no other way. We walked into a spacious room with several chairs and a table, and then we began talking. First, she asked me if I was Uzumaki. I confirmed it, and then, on Kurama's advice, I told her all about myself and partly about Karen. Why? There's such a thing as a bond between a child and a mother. And thanks to sensory perception and empathy, it's much easier to sense. And Kurama sensed it perfectly. Also, their chakras and energy are almost identical, like those of a child and a parent. In ordinary relatives, it's more distinct. So I told her. I started with my birth, that I'm the last Uzumaki prince and Kurama's Jinchuriki, how I lived and what my abilities are. I told her about how Yuzashiya was destroyed and almost no one remained, although she already knew that. Towards the end, I activated my eyes and told her how their abilities awakened. She was very surprised by some parts of my story, especially my eyes. He also told me that Kurama had become a kitsune again, even though she could take on a form. Then he released Kurama along with my mother, who had transferred her consciousness matrix into my shadow clone when it was created, allowing her to appear in the real world, albeit as a clone. Saku advised me to do this. And as soon as they both appeared, Sakuya froze for a moment, gazing at Kurama, and then, in an instant, she approached her, embraced her, and burst into tears. When Sakuya calmed down, she told us everything. As it turned out, Kurama was her daughter, born a three-tailed yokai. About 1500 years they were mortal. Unlike him, the clan lived in peace and harmony on their islands, maintaining contact with the yokai and thriving, and they could use and command all the animals subordinate to the yokai along the evolutionary line, foxes, cats, wolves, and so on. Centuries passed, and the moment of the divine tree's rampage and the battle between Kagu and her sons with the Ten-Tails arrived, which led to the Okama's inability to freely leave Shinto Zen, Kurama's capture, and her transformation into a Biju. It was during this time that Saku's brother and the clan's progenitor, Uzumaki, disappeared without a trace. But he left behind his last child, and no one knew who her mother was. From then on, the clan largely stopped using natural energy and began relying on their own chakra, which came from the divine tree, which Yumi bestowed upon them by awakening the chakra sources in their bodies. As Higroma had done with others, that was the name of the last daughter. She simply wanted to give the clan another source of power for its defense, but things didn't turn out quite as she expected. Over time, the clan stopped using natural energy, forgetting its foundations, and relied entirely on chakra, which originally came from the tree. At some point, Yumi was able to travel to the Shinto Zen, where Sakuya raised and trained her as a warrior, a worthy woman, and a princess. After one incident, the power of her eyes awakened, and her eyes were the same as mine. But Sakuya never knew the limits of their power and capabilities because Yumi found her love and lived on the clan's islands, never leaving their pain. Sakuya only knows that Yumi gave birth to a daughter. As for the mother of Ku's young last companion, she was never able to learn anything. But she speculates that it was Atsutsuki Kagaya, and Yumi's eyes, which were Sharingan with some Byakugan abilities, could support this theory. And it was precisely the Sharingan, enhanced with some Byakugan abilities, that Kagaya possessed, and not some new type of eye. This is entirely plausible, as the two types of eyes came from the same person and, one might say, were always one. Yumi was also the only member of the clan who entered into a Sokurov summoning contract and was able to reach Shinzen at all, which gave Yumi the ability to summon Kaif into the human world. The rest of the clan could only enter into scroll contracts and summon only beasts that controlled yokai. All knowledge of the Uzumaki connection with yokai was lost, and the oral tradition forgotten. Yumi died of old age at 350, and about 100 years ago, the last Uzumaki died. He was bound by a written contract with the animals who obey and live in a separate area of Shinzen, in the forest at the approaches to the valley where we emerged, and who are the guardians of this forest and the gate of the axis, serving as the first line of defense against intruders. And when Yuzashiya was destroyed, they sent many guardians of this forest to help, but Yuzashiya was destroyed anyway. And as Sak believes, this happened because of some betrayal, namely, the betrayal of Kanahi. Someone must have broken through the protective barriers from within and then attacked from behind. But she's not sure, so I'll have to figure that out. And why didn't the clan's patrons help them back then? Saku replied sadly that, judging by the fragments of information she had, there were constant clashes between the gods during that period. And that was precisely why the clan's patrons hadn't helped. The Akai couldn't help at all due to their inability to travel to the human world. Also, on her orders, after the animals regained their strength, they began searching for survivors near Uzumaki and have already found some. There are a little over a dozen of them. Later, she'll tell me their location, so I can visit them. In the meantime, they're being secretly watched. Sakuya finished her story and said she'll teach me a lot, even how to harness the energy of nature, and also form a blood contract with me. But that's later. A regular contract at first, and then a blood contract when I grow up a little and learn the art of Senmin. The blood contract would be a gift from her personally, as the last Uzumaki prince. And to my logical question, is it possible to seal a yokai and then unseal it in the human world, like I did with Shrin, only in reverse? Sakuya's answer was very specific. No. Because without a passage, which naturally and continuously stabilized her energy, her high, and gave them the ability to pass from world to world. Immediately after unsealing, they would be torn apart by the destabilization of their own energy. The only way is to summon them, which will provide the desired effect for a while. But after the time allotted by the summoner's chakra energy has elapsed, the yokai will begin to destabilize, immediately transporting back to the Shintenzen and stabilizing their energy. And thanks to empathy, I knew everything Sakuya said was true. After all, helping a family member in everything will be an honor and a joy for me, Sakla said then, after chatting a bit more about various things. We were fed and given rooms to live in, where we all headed. Except for Ku. She stayed with her mother. How unbearably painful. I hadn't seen my mother for 13 years, since she was born. Akuni had seen her for about 1,000. Although she didn't remember it, that hurt even more. After talking with Mom and Karen a bit more, Mom dispelled the clones and teleported to the seal. After which we all went to bed. Equally equal. Naruto, I've considered your powers and abilities, and then decided what I'll teach you first that will work on the other areas in parallel and increase the intensity of our training in a few months. She paused for a few seconds, lost in thought, and then continued, do you like drawing? I didn't understand why she was asking me, but I answered, yes, it's true. I haven't drawn often and for a very long time, and my skill was average. Then she opened a box containing paints, brushes, and other drawing supplies. So, Naruto, you wanted to improve your genjutsu skills. I nodded. I'll teach you that, and I'll also teach you kitsune illusions. They're slightly different from regular genjutsu, but much more powerful. Plus, they can be cast on a specific area, not just a single person. And your eyes will be a great help in all aspects of casting these illusions. Creating them requires a good visualization and imagination, and drawing will help you learn to visualize and create them more easily, Sako explained. What if I can't draw well? I asked. Don't be afraid, little fox. Ham. That's what she sometimes calls Ku. And she also considers Karina's mother and me to be her children to some extent, and not just distant relatives. Well, considering her longevity and our connection with Karama, it's not so strange. If you can't draw well, then not everything we draw is good. For example, Ichi doesn't draw that well. And when he started, I fell behind in his drawing of the fox with strange appendages, which were tails, I couldn't distinguish. After that, I couldn't help but laugh, and Sokoi supported me. But still, he's very good at illusions themselves. And now, if necessary, he can draw good pictures, Seiko added with a smile. The day came to an end rather quickly. I drew a lot. At first it was pencils, then paints, and what haven't I drawn? Although I haven't done this for a long time, I was busy, but it turned out pretty well. Sakoi was also drawing. At first, small sketches in pencil. And then she continued with paints. We met the girls for dinner. They trained separately with mentors, which allocated soku for them. And right after dinner, we went on drawing. But this time Imama Surama and Karen joined us. We finished around 11 o'clock, and now we have a picture drawn by Sakuya, and it depicts me, Saku, Mom, Ku, Karina, another eight-tailed kitsune, very similar to Saku Iku. To all our questions about who this kitsune is, Sakuya answered that it is still a big secret surprise for all of us, and we must be patient to find out everything. Our picture now hangs on the wall of the living room, where we talked with Sakuya yesterday, and the next day she took me with her again. Well, now I will briefly explain the whole thing to you. After waiting for my affirmative nodding, she continued. Our illusions aren't just genjutsu. They're an art that's fleeting, a mind-bending art. There's music, sculpture, theater, painting, dance, and so much more. And the most important thing in all of this is nature itself. After all, it contains the most beauty and, at the same time, the unknown. It's all part of our illusions, which you will comprehend. And I will help you with this. I was about to ask a question, but she beat me to it. The girls will learn this too, but later, when they have a little more success in what they are doing now. So, where was I? Ah, yes, step by step, bit by bit. I will teach you subtly, like an invisible web, weaving our understanding of reality and skills into your understanding of the world and consciousness. Kitsune illusions cannot be learned outside of this place. And if you are not a kitsune or their descendant, you may not succeed at first, but with each passing day, your skill will grow. Without unity with nature, you will not be able to imagine a single image. Every morning we will begin with meditation, feeling how all living things around us awaken, how the first rays of sun touch your skin, how the leaves fall on the grass, dew, and so on. This will also help you in the future when mastering the art of manipulating natural energy. With every word Saku said. I wanted to learn this more and more, and her every phrase enchanted me. We spent the rest of the day drawing, and early the next morning I was awakened. It was even somehow strange to see her up so early. The sun hadn't yet risen in the sky, but it was about to peek over the horizon. I quickly washed up, got dressed, and went out to Tsukuba. We came to a small clearing next to a river, not far from the city. The quiet murmuring was a soothing sound. The birds had not yet woken. Only occasionally could you hear the birds, returning from hunting. We stopped at the edge of the clearing between the river and the forest. Naruto, today we'll begin what I told you about yesterday. You'll be connecting with nature. And most importantly, now is the perfect time. Soon everything around you will begin to wake up. Your main task is to remember in as much detail as possible all the sensations you'll feel during this entire time. Now I'll go about my business. And when the time comes, I'll come for you, Seiko said and smiled. I smiled back, after which she turned and walked deeper into the forest. I sat in the lotus position, closed my eyes, and listened to the murmur of the river. What a beautiful sound, one that brings peace to the soul. I involuntarily imagined myself as one of the seething streams of a turbulent mountain river, crashing against the rocks, scattering into thousands of copals, and then gathering again and continuing its flow towards the valley. Somewhere nearby in the forest, a bird's song began to sound. A light breeze rustled the tree leaves, complementing the sounds of the birdsong, creating a melody unknown to me. Nearby, someone rustled the leaves in the bushes. The wind stirred my long hair with its gentle touch. The first rays of sun touched my face, and I opened my eyes. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky, tinged with a warm yellowish light. My soul felt so light and peaceful. I felt rested, as if reborn. I had never seen the dawn before. I felt every cell of my body waking up to nature. It was truly a wonderful feeling. Although I had meditated in nature before, I didn't think much about the sounds and things around me in those moments. I had never experienced such a variety of feelings, freshness, and sensations. I tried to remember everything I felt and imagined during my time in this clearing. Suddenly, someone began to gently shake me, and I opened my eyes. "Time to get up, Sonia," Sakuya said in a gentle voice. I opened my eyes and looked around. Now I was lying on the grass and looking at the smiling Sakuya. It seems I was so immersed in my feelings of pleasure that I didn't even notice how I fell asleep. Sakuya asked about my feelings. I described them to her in all their glory. She only asked me not to immerse myself so deeply in my sensations next time, as I was not yet ready to learn and use the energy of nature, and today I had almost reached the point of collecting it in my body, which could have ended quite tragically if she hadn't stopped me. On the way back, we met some girls practicing, who waved at us. We smiled and approached them, greeting them. I practiced with them a bit, after which the Sokwai and I went to breakfast, while the girls continued their morning practice, as they had already finished. After breakfast, Seiko took me to the garden, where we had music lessons. I didn't know what we were going to do, as I had never even picked up an instrument, but Seiko promised to teach me many instruments. Even if I wasn't very good, I still needed to know how to play them at least a little. This was all so that I could personally experience each sound of each instrument and understand their harmony. When we arrived, a large number of musical instruments were already laid out on a table. Approaching the table, Seiko began explaining each one. It was very interesting and educational. Although I knew a thing or two about music and instruments, my knowledge in this area was rather limited. At first, I couldn't decide on a first instrument, but eventually settled on a bamboo flute. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get it right, and Sakosmos kept laughing at me. A little later, she told me how to hold the instruments correctly and blow properly. She didn't force me to learn the notes yet, but sat next to me with an identical instrument. Soko played a melody, then broke it down into sections, told me about them, and I repeated them. But later, I would definitely need to learn the notes. And so we trained for a long time. Almost 2 months had passed since we arrived here. Every day I did my standard training and learned something new. Every morning we went to that clearing, where I enjoyed the sensations and memorized them. Then I spent 2 hours training on the slopes. Speaking of which, I've reworked my way of training with them. Now they practice a particular action for about 15 minutes, and then begin dispersing one after another, every minute. This way, they increase their efficiency and learning speed thanks to the frequent increase in knowledge and skills that the clones, along with me, gain from dispersing one of them. In some cases, girls or another yak would join me. Afterwards, I had breakfast and went to school. We dedicated each day to one thing, so that I thoroughly memorized and absorbed every sound and pattern. And it was for this reason that Soko forbade me from using more than one clone at first to speed up my learning of all forms of art. And this clone had to do the same thing as me. We drew, sculpted, and fired clay pottery. I learned to play the bamboo flute. He was a middle-aged tanuki with expressive amber eyes and gave theater lessons. Aya, a 5-tailed kitsune with green eyes, scarlet hair, and a sweet face, taught me to sing. There was also a Nikomata named Toru, who taught me to dance. Girls came to these lessons, and we danced in the pores quite often. She had long, dark blue hair and matching eyes, an upturned nose, and a warm smile. And towards the end of those 2 months, girls joined in my studies, art, and everything else. In addition to all of the above, Sakuya began teaching me about former modern politics and geopolitics, economics, and the system of government and governance. She talked a lot about methods of persuasion, explaining in detail how to behave in any given situation so that people listen and obey me, without using threats or force. I also analyzed all the available information about the Sharingan and Bakugan, and also performed a full body scan. And I didn't really like what I saw, but everything can be corrected and even improved. It all has to do with my eyes and the chakra channels leading to them, which were formed rather crookedly, unevenly, and damaged. Apparently, awakening the Sharingan through stress or strong emotions is fundamentally flawed. After all, given the structure of my eye chakras, the channels, and their damage, it's possible that during a moment of extreme stress, in my case, a meeting with my long-dead mother, my chakra center exploded and gushed into my head, forming chakra channels where it's easiest, not where it's really needed, leaving it to chance. And judging by the description of the evil eye bleeding during the awakening of the Mangekyo and the performance of its techniques, in the information I found in the Naka Temple dungeon, this awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and especially the regular Sharingan, is fundamentally flawed. It leads to extremely painful and inevitable consequences in the form of constant bleeding, fatigue, damage to the eyes and the chakra channels leading to them, headaches, deteriorating vision, and so on. There are quite a few useful conclusions that can be drawn from all of this, which is what I did. First, it's important not to awaken the Sharingan beforehand. As written in all the Uchiha scrolls. And what about the eyeball? The optic nerves and the chakra channels around and within them are developed and branched to utilize the body's ability at the most correct and accessible level. Second, everything depends entirely on control over one's chakra. The Sharingan should only be awakened when the circulatory system in the brain and eyes is sufficiently developed, and control skills prevent one's own chakra from harming the body, especially the brain. Third, Trimi Sharingan is achieved by building a developed and branched system of chakra channels in the head and eyes, as well as in everything that interacts with them, that is, in the eyeball, eyelid, optic nerve, frontal lobe of the brain, and so on. Fourth, damaged chakra channels result in excessive chakra consumption for the normal functioning of the Sharingan and the use of eye techniques. Furthermore, new injuries appear, and development is improper, resulting in pain, fatigue, bleeding, and so on. All of this is even more important in my case, as I have a complex Sharingan, requiring much more effort than a normal one to function properly. Fifth, you need to be extremely careful with the magic Sharingan and conduct diagnostics after each use. At least during the first few months of use, further research is needed to obtain more accurate data and detailed information. And preferably not on me. Rude. Maybe Kakashi should try using it for experiments sometime, if he's already awakened Mayak. So from that point on, I rather meticulously focused on developing my eyes and everything related to them. This, in conjunction with my training, began to bear fruit quite quickly, and with each use the Sharingan became much easier, and there was no longer any eye strain after prolonged use, as there had been at the very beginning. Over the past 2 months, Kurama has finally gotten used to the fact that she has a mother too, and that she's not going anywhere. So now she doesn't follow her around like a little dog and doesn't spend every second of her free time with her, and she actually pays some attention to us. She's also finally stopped sleeping curled up next to Sakuya every night. She does this at least every other day, and today, as Saku said, another one of my teachers will arrive after a long absence. And for that, Saku has arranged a welcoming dinner. However, besides me and Karina Kurama's mother, Sakuya was the only one present. She was an 8-tailed kitsu, somewhat similar to a Sokuya. Only the tips of her ears and tails were golden, her eyes were an intar shade, and her scarlet hair was braided tightly down to her waist. She was also a very close friend of Kurama's in the past. And of Sakuya herself, after the loss of Kurama. Yu was Sakuya's most trusted confidant. Sakuya drew you in the painting precisely because Yuya was considered part of their family, and now mine. I hope we get along well. And tonight, Yu Saku was going to pass on all their memories to Kurama. Related to her. Dinner went just fine. We chatted, had fun, and some even got drunk. We went to bed well after midnight. At that moment, I still had no idea what might await me next, and the next 6 months were truly hellish. After one day of rest, we continued our training with Saku and some other masters of their craft. Sakuya also gave us orders to visit her personal library in our free time and absorb new knowledge. So the shadow clones came in very handy again. True, I couldn't send more than 2 to the library, it was just too tired for my brain, the heavy load. And then there was the library in my subconscious, which I had to study to the end. By the end of the week, she was added to my list of teachers. What can I say about her? Besides what was said earlier. Well, she's a monster. It turns out she's been the best fighter in all of Shintozen for 700 years. If you don't count Sakuya. At first, I couldn't even imagine how much effort my training with her would require, especially in the first week. It was only later that I learned that their competition was incredibly competitive. And to hold the title of strongest after their unrivaled mistress, Sakuya, one must constantly confirm it by defeating contenders. Yuya knew a great deal, and thanks to this, she taught me at Sakuya's level. And this gave Saku much more time to properly govern such a city, its environs, and the inhabitants of these places. You taught me that one must strike a single blow that will kill the enemy. After all, there might not be a second. This is the battle philosophy of all yokai. Trap the enemy, making them feel helpless and unable to escape, and then deliver a single, fatal blow. She enjoys this everywhere, in battle, politics, life, love. A style honed over millennia by rivers of blood. The immortal race, having inherited the short-lived race's greatest virtue, adaptation, survives not the strongest, but the fittest, the most adaptable to rapid change. Those who can survive in any situation. You personally taught me the Nine-Tails dance, which she taught her and Kurama. This style was somewhat similar to a mixture of all the Ushi styles, but more advanced and dangerous. Its power depends not only on the user's strength and skill but also on the number of tails. The more you have, the greater your combat capabilities. You also said that when I make a blood contract, I will most likely have tails appear when using nature energy. And I can say for sure, each of these women will kill all the Kagi in a couple of minutes using only this style. And if they start using offensive techniques and sealing techniques, originally based on nature energy, then each of them will be able to fight the 10 tails on equal terms. I even thought there was no weapon she couldn't wield. Although that was true. I learned from her how to handle all types of bladed weapons and other types of weapons. Sakuya and I were also able to complete the creation of a new chain-wielding stillboy. They had been developing it for a long time, and they called it the Dance of the Rivers. After all, the Supi in this style resembled raging, lightning-fast rivers of blood, washing away all enemies in your path. And yes, they can also use chains, but this only applies to some. Only Kitsune can awaken chains, while other yokai do not have this ability. But Kitsune, in turn, can only awaken theirs after gaining 6 tails. And their tails are also different colors. Most are golden. Only a few are scarlet. More precisely, only Saku and Yui. Kurama's chains should also be scarlet when she awakens them. The scarlet color of the chains, in turn, speaks of the strength of the owner of these chains and the power of the blood that flows within them. And the stronger the blood, the closer they are to the power of their progenitors. This is what weakens the scarlet color of the chains. But scarlet chains can be awakened even if you first awaken the golden ones. To do this, you need to reach a certain threshold of power and meet certain conditions. Chains are a very formidable weapon, but they constantly drain the body's energy or chakra, and that's no good. Even with their unimaginable volumes, sooner or later anyone will be swamped. So, after fully refining this style, you taught me how to kill the maximum number of enemies with minimal effort. And what about her experience in this matter? She also gave me a 3-month course of poison injections. According to her, some of her kai frequently use poisons, so they created the course. After this course, I no longer have to worry about being poisoned, and I don't have to rely solely on Kurama in case of poisoning. So now no one will be able to poison me. Well, unless it's Nyuka or some crazy person like Arokimaru. They're always coming up with something exotic. And since I mentioned Rokimaru, I should probably mention that I was able to learn his technique. Saki, not perfectly, of course, but the main thing is to start. Mama and Karen also trained with me. Only their training was much easier. Kurama underwent rigorous training, just like me, but it was much easier. And for those 6 months, 150 clones trained with me. About a dozen clones practiced the same as me, Taijutsu Ikinzashu. This included the Skobikuribocho style. And several more studied the Kenjutsu Hikage scroll. True, only elemental techniques, while the rest divided into groups. The first group practiced well-known elemental techniques until they became automatic and required fewer hand seals to create them. After all, in a fight, it's not just the element of surprise that counts, but also the speed with which you execute your techniques. In a fight between equal forces, the one whose technique reaches the opponent first wins. What can I say about their success? To create high-class techniques, I perform no more than 5 hand seals. And to create techniques of lower classes, I need a couple, or even just one. The very easiest ones don't require seals at all. I can create them mentally, although it will put additional strain on my brain and use a little more chakra, but with my control, affinity, with the elements and chakra reserves, it won't cost me almost anything. The second group of clones practiced all the Furiers and Juin I knew, which I hadn't had a chance to try yet, and also did it all using blood. There were some problems with the last 2 points due to the lack of test subjects. It was simply impossible to evaluate the Juin's work. But I mastered the essence of the setup perfectly, and the juice really helped me with the blood training. The third group of clones perfected the Rasengan. Mom said he's not a complete father, he wanted to add an element to it, but it didn't work. I decided to give it a try too. What can I say? It's good that I always test new techniques while bending over. Otherwise, would have lost my arms. But I have an idea on how to implement it. First of all, I could try the Veni mods with increased body stats again once I've mastered this art. But to do the same without harming myself and without using Senemod, I need to develop control and elemental affinity even more. I first tried combining the Rasengan with Futon's Chakra, as I have the most control over it, and the affinity is also stronger. Combining the Rasengan with Futon's Chakra resulted in something like a large shuriken, the blade spinning around the enormous Rasengan. It was incredibly destructive. Judging by the number of wind-like needles that formed when the technique was activated, which I was able to see with my own eyes, it acts more like a poison on a cellular level, not taking into account the destructive power, of course. It's precisely because of the latter poisoning effect that I don't plan to use this technique myself for now, as the damage it inflicts on me will still be significant, albeit to a much lesser extent than on the enemy. The only solution for now is to use several suicide clone troopers using this technique. But in the heat of battle, it will be difficult for the clones to use it. I also immediately filed it under Kenjutsu. Like its variations with other Seidatsu Hinko, I won't use them in combat until I master Shinjutsu. Adding the Atona region to the Rasenganchi made it very explosive. The fire Rasengan explodes immediately upon contact, then burns everything within 10 meters of its diameter. But with Raiden's Chekru, it turned into something like ball lightning. It had very high penetrating power. What I liked most was that the ball flew at very high speed, albeit not very far. and it was very difficult to control. But its penetrating power and subsequent effect were very strong. I tried throwing it at a dummy, but it pierced right through and scorched it severely upon impact, after which lightning bolts swept across the entire dummy. This meant that after the technique hit an enemy, even if it didn't kill them, the enemy's body would immediately be paralyzed by a powerful electric discharge for a short time, allowing for a finishing blow. A very powerful technique for the precise and silent destruction of an enemy. Adding chakra and tone to the Rasengan didn't change much. Except that all the currents within the sphere were now made of water, not just chakra. But compared to a regular Rasengan, its offensive capabilities increased by at least twofold. Even the slightest touch of this technique on a weakly protected part of the body, say, an arm, would be enough to simply devour it. This sphere of water, chaotically rotating at high speed, will turn anything it comes into nothing more than additional scarlet liquid for the technique. Adding chakra and doton didn't quite work out. The resulting shapes were simply stone balls. So, I've abandoned the idea of adding doton for now. The remaining variations of elemental Rasengan are now classified as kenjutsu. And until we master jujitsu or improve our control over kaitahenka and seidatsuhenka, I personally won't use them due to the potential for irreparable harm when used. The exceptions are the suicide clones. Another dozen clones were training to simultaneously create 2 Geduden, as it was already taking me just over a minute to create one. Aku said to start the second. And Mom was cursed with Tsunato-style Zutsu Taizutsu. And after I finally managed, with incredible effort, to create a second Geduden, my chakra capacity increased sharply again, and a second tower was added in my subconscious, confirming my suspicions about them. However, I still couldn't manipulate the Gedudem's form and movements, which was a bit disappointing. The Sharingan was a great aid in my training. Speaking of the Sharingan, it evolved, and a second TMAE appeared, which completely confirms my theory and conclusions. Mom also passed on her knowledge to me, which I immediately organized and began to assimilate in my subconscious. Speaking of Mom, quite a lot has happened since I released her from the seal. Mom, it's very strange for me to have someone you can call a mother, just like Kurama. Incidentally, Sakuya also became a mother to me in a way, and after the blood contract, I can truly consider it that way. I grew up without parents my whole life. She was forced to lose them and forget them. But now we both have mothers. Mom was very happy to be involved in my life. She was constantly asking me about everything and anything, from the food I liked to my feelings at certain moments or for other girls besides Kurama. Basically, she didn't have any feelings for me at all. And she's already seen all of this in my memories. But that's not important. I even like it that she's so interested in me and my life. And her reaction to everything that happened to me during my life in the village was very strong. She was ready to kill anyone who treated me even slightly badly, to put it mildly, about everything she wanted to do to them. And certain individuals, like Hiruzen, Danza, Kaharu, Kimura, Jira, and Kakashi, were added to her bloody list. Honestly, I'm even afraid to imagine what happened to those who ever made it onto that list. But those who made it last will beg her for death in the next life. That's what she promised. Her friend Mikado was supposed to be on it too, but her mother granted her amnesty. Posthumously, of course. Tsunade is still somewhere in the gray zone, and after meeting and having a heart-to-heart talk with her, Mom will decide what to do with her. And I think if I can somehow release Mom from the seal in her full power, she'll do something even more terrifying than the knight. When Kurama trampled the village, I'll gladly help her with that, and then the people on her list will experience all possible circles of suffering. I've always had trouble getting along with people because, through empathy, I sensed and knew their attitude toward me. And I almost never trusted anyone. But with Mom, everything is different. I felt immediately pleasant with Mom, and I felt something familiar, close to me. Incidentally, I take after her in personality. Especially if I'm angered, as is my appearance. Kurama's mother accepted her quite easily, and they quickly became close. And considering they believe they live among the yokai, this accelerated their rapprochement. At first, they were awkward about their shared past, but after sharing their life stories, they sympathized and started over. Why did Kurama know so little about Kushina's life? It's just that inside her mother, she rarely had the opportunity to connect with her senses. Then, her mother became determined to make her skinny. She asked Isaku to do this, since she barely had enough as it was. I had to learn a few things here. Always pay attention to how a woman is dressed, her hairstyle, and everything related to her appearance. Kurama now changes her clothes several times a day, just like her mother. Incidentally, I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but then, as she told me, as a mother, I owe you an explanation for your complete incompetence in this matter. And after hours of lecturing, I was automatically complimenting all the girls and trying to notice the smallest details in their appearance. But after that, jealousy often began to creep in from the back of my mind, and from both of them, scarlet hairs. Besides, my mother took a hands-on approach to raising me and introducing me to certain aspects that were foreign to me due to the absence of my parents as a child. And it's impossible to glean everything from books. In literally a month, she instilled in me the spirit and culture of the Scarlet Prince. She also gave me a few lessons in chemistry education. And when I asked why I needed this, she replied that the more knowledge I had, the easier it would be for me to survive. Plus, it would help me better understand girls and how they think. And in the future, during negotiations and so on, I will definitely have to communicate with the other clan systems, and then I will be able to get much more out of them, given my understanding of how they think and what can be expected of them, and from my mother's emotions, which have been added to Kurama's. Every time we talk or simply enjoy each other's presence, I am simply in ecstasy. There is so much love, tenderness, care in them, the desire to be near and protect me from any danger, as well as other positive emotions. Karen, by the way, is not far behind them. I'll have to talk to her about this. In general, I'm already addicted to their emotions and can't live peacefully without them. I even began to realize that I'm an emotional addict. My abilities and the speed of my learning shocked my mother. She was especially thrown off balance by my Sharingan and sensory abilities with empathy. Although many Uzumaki were good sensors. She said that even Mita Uzumaki wasn't a sensor or empath of that level. She was considered the strongest sensor in the world. Then Kurama suggested that this is because Uzumaki originally descended from Kitsune, who are very strong in this area. And when my mother was pregnant with me, she had Kurama in her, so I inherited even more sensory abilities from the Ku. So my sensory abilities are in no way inferior to those of a Kitsune or a Biju. And considering that Kula, the most powerful of the Biju, is also a Kitsune in sensory skills, this gave me an incredible boost in developing these abilities. My control over Seisho Sukanenko's Kaidahenka and the fact that the chains are a Myoton technique, but can be powered not only by chakra but also by the body's own energy, completely finished her off. But not for the last time. My knowledge and abilities in all areas of shinobi made her withdraw into herself for hours. But after my mother saw in practice that I had already mastered all the fu, barriers, and juin in the library, and could even apply them with a single touch, she called me buko and sulked all day. After all, she herself had only mastered about 65% of the Funi knowledge, after which she asked me to help her with it. Kurama, by the way, also expressed a desire to learn Fuin. I was willing. So every night, in the subconscious, we practiced Funi with them. And Sakuya said that once I mastered Nenemuda, she'd teach me the original fun her brother invented. Besides, I finally unlocked the sixth stream of consciousness and sent it to help the other two. Study the knowledge in the library, there's still so much there. It's so good that I have absolute memory, flashed through my head then. In the last week of our stay at Shintiazan was Sakuya's birthday, where I staged several skits for her personally, as a birthday present and for everyone else. After that, I laughed for a long time at the expressions on the girls' faces when I removed all the makeup. It's just that all the actors and musicians were my clones, and a special barrier did not allow the podchak inside to be recognized. We, of course, had such a good time that day that the next morning no one could wake up before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then Soku counted this for me as simultaneous exams in acting, vocals, playing a musical instrument, and art. At this pace, 8 months passed. And tomorrow we were supposed to return. Illusions of Kitsune. Art accessible to few. Art hidden from the world by its owners. Art that I can conquer before the master of illusion Kitsune is still far from me, but my genjutsu is simply very powerful. I continued to develop my imagination and spiritual development. In addition to the bamboo flute, I mastered the semisayum, honed my drawing style, and became very skilled in acting. This completely culminated in my training in geopolitics, economics, systems of power and governance, methods of subjugation, persuasion, and so on. I also made significant progress studying the Uzumaki library, which contained additional knowledge about all of this and the lives of the Uzumaki. Only a few data reports on the activities of the Uzushiya and so on remain. I, of course, continued my other training. In the mornings, I continued meditating by the stream. It became one of my favorite activities. After them, I felt more rested than ever. My thoughts came into order, and studying and training became easier. And now Soku has approached me for a serious conversation. Naruto, I want to initiate you into the priesthood and the two patrons of our clan, Uzumaki and Shinigami-sama. But I won't be able to make you the full head of the Uzumaki clan. That must be done by one of the monks on the Uzushiya Islands, along with your mother, as the previous head of the clan. And if you take a Nezumaki wife, your children, even all your descendants up to the 3rd generation, will 100% be pure Uzumaki. But if she's from a clan with a very strong genome, the children will simply assimilate that gene, and it will become part of them, as their own branch of the Uzumaki gene evolution. So I won't be purebred Uzumaki. This is directly confirmed, but this only applies to powerful priests and members of the main branch. The rest, in the event of such a genetic mix, will be half-breeds. It will also increase the power of your Fuinjutsu and everything associated with it, Sak explained. I'm ready. I replied immediately, without any doubt or hesitation. What do you require of me? Almost nothing, Sak replied. I'll prepare everything. And today, at sunset, we will begin the ritual. She finished. At sunset, Isakuya led me to a secret room in the palace temple, protected by a blood seal. This meant that no one but the chosen ones would ever enter. In the secret hall, the Sakoi initiated me into the priestesses of the Shinigami-sama and Uzumaki. Now Uzumaki will guard and protect her last priest, that is, me, and the Shinigami herself will punish the enemies of Uzumaki with my hand. Another part of the priesthood initiation was the application of special Fuin tattoos. Now, over my heart, I had a red spiral, signifying the Uzumaki. On the right side of my chest were depicted prayer beads, and within them were 2 hands. One held Tanta, the other depicted cursed seals, and between them was an image of the Shinigami-sama mask. All of this was black with sparse scarlet veins, and the mask was white and black, signifying the Shinigami-sama. My subconscious also underwent minor changes. A hall with wall paintings, Uzumaki, and Shinigami-sama appeared. Along with this, I was gifted with unique armor, something resembling a simple, long-sleeved, mesh t-shirt of snow-white color, only from a very rare, durable, and lightweight material. All day after my initiation into the priesthood, we had fun and enjoyed the last hours of our stay on the Synthesin. After all, we must return to Konoha. According to my calculations, we will arrive the day before the start of the 3rd stage. Towards the evening, we said goodbye to everyone we had managed to meet during this entire time. Just before leaving, Sakuyo gave me twin blades made of rolled-in kishi. When I saw them, they were a masterpiece. Matte black blades with a vein of aloha down the center of the blades. The aloha color of the guard in the form of 9 twisted tails. The hilt was also aloha in black. On one side of the blades is the Uzumaki engraving, and on the other a nine-tailed kitsune. The swords are forged from some kind of purest metal and the blood of Sakuyo, and tempered in the crater of a volcano. There are 2 pairs of such blades. One pair belonged to Sakuya, and the other belonged to her brother. It was his pair of blades that Sakuya gave me. The blades are permanently poisoned, and when infused with chakra, they begin to emit a crimson haze and an incredible thirst for blood. They also serve as a conduit and catalyst for the user's fuin, allowing them to burn fuin into an enemy's body during battle by wounding them, rather than having to hide one of them and burn it away with a touch. Sakuya even admitted that she herself doesn't know what her brother did with these blades or how he created them in the first place. Plus, they are now bound to me by blood and special fuin in the form of red dots on my palms, which the swords themselves burned upon contact with my hands. This means I can summon them at any time, and they are invulnerable to harm. They are stored in the same seals. A miracle, not a weapon. Is that normal? I asked, dumbfounded, looking at the masterpiece. In my hands, you became my family, just like the others. And we treat family very reverently, Sakuya answered. I was initially thinking of giving them to you when we made a blood contract, but I decided to do it now. They will be very useful to you. Thank you. I sincerely thanked her and hugged her goodbye. I even thought it embarrassed her a little. Kurama, his mother, and Karen also hugged her and said goodbye. Well, it's time to go, I said. The girls answered, then moved into my inner world. And Karen had to be sealed. Only she was transported here in my seal. If she uses the reverse summoning to return to our world, then who knows where she might end up when she forms the reverse summoning seal. A slight tugging feeling in my chest. I'm in Konoha, on my training ground. Almost a month should have passed here. Just before leaving, Sakuyo gave me twin blades, crafted in Kishi. When I saw them, they were a masterpiece. Matte black blades with a vein of scarlet running down the center of the blades. The scarlet-colored guards, shaped like 9 curled tails, were also scarlet black. On one side of the blades was the Uzumaki sword, and on the other, a 9-tailed kitsune. The swords were forged from some kind of precious metal and Sakuyo's blood, and tempered in a volcano. There are 2 pairs of these blades. One pair belonged to Sakuyo, and the other belonged to her brother. It was his pair of blades that Sakuyo gave me. The blades are permanently poisoned, and when infused with chakra, they begin to emit a scarlet haze and an incredible thirst for blood. They also act as a conduit and catalyst for the user's fuin, allowing them to burn fuin into an enemy's body during battle by wounding them with these swords, rather than having to hide one and burn it away with a hand. Sakuya even admitted that she herself doesn't know what her brother did with these blades or how he even created them. Plus, they're now bound to me by blood and special fuin in the form of red dots on my palms, which the swords themselves burned upon contact with my hands. This means I can summon them at any time and they're impossible to harm. They're stored in the same seals. A miracle, not a weapon. Is that normal? I asked, dumbfounded, looking at the masterpiece. In my hands, you've become my family, just like the others. And we treat family very reverently, Sakuya answered. I thought at first I'd give them to you when we made a blood contract, but I decided to do it now. They will be very useful to you. Thank you. I thanked her sincerely and hugged her goodbye. It even seemed to me that it embarrassed her a little. Kurama, his mother, and Karen also hugged her and said goodbye. Well, it's time to go, I said. The girls answered, then they moved into my inner world. And Karen had to be sealed. Only she was transported here in my seal. If she uses the reverse summoning to return to our world, then who knows where she might end up when she forms the reverse summoning seal. A slight tugging feeling in my chest. I'm in Konoha, on my training ground. Almost a month should have passed here. Just before leaving, Sakuyo gave me twin blades, crafted in Kishi. When I saw them, they were a masterpiece. Matte black blades with a vein of scarlet running down the center of the blades. The scarlet-colored guards, shaped like 9 curled tails, were also scarlet black. On one side of the blades was the Uzumaki sword, and on the other, a 9-tailed kitsune. The swords were forged from some kind of precious metal and Sakuyo's blood, and tempered in a volcano. There are 2 pairs of these blades. One pair belonged to Sakuyo, and the other belonged to her brother. It was his pair of blades that Sakuyo gave me. The blades are permanently poisoned, and when infused with chakra, they begin to emit a scarlet haze and an incredible thirst for blood. They also act as a conduit and catalyst for the user's fuin, allowing them to burn fuin into an enemy's body during battle by wounding them with these swords, rather than having to hide one and burn it away with a hand. Sakuya even admitted that she herself doesn't know what her brother did with these blades or how he even created them. Plus, they're now bound to me by blood and special fuin in the form of red dots on my palms, which the swords themselves burned upon contact with my hands. This means I can summon them at any time and they're impossible to harm. They're stored in the same seals. A miracle, not a weapon. Is that normal? I asked, dumbfounded, looking at the masterpiece. In my hands, you've become my family, just like the others. And we treat family very reverently, Sakuya answered. I thought at first I'd give them to you when we made a blood contract, but I decided to do it now. They will be very useful to you. Thank you. I thanked her sincerely and hugged her goodbye. It even seemed to me that it embarrassed her a little. Kurama, his mother, and Karen also hugged her and said goodbye. Well, it's time to go, I said. The girls answered, then they moved into my inner world. And Karen had to be sealed. Only she was transported here in my seal. If she uses the reverse summoning to return to our world, then who knows where she might end up when she forms the reverse summoning seal. A slight tugging feeling in my chest. I'm in Konoha, on my training ground. Almost a month should have passed here, which makes it possible to burn fuin into an enemy's body during battle by wounding these swords, rather than having to hide one of them and burn the fuin with a touch. Sakuya even admitted that she herself doesn't know what her brother did with these blades or how he created them in the first place. Plus, they are now bound to me by blood and special fuin in the form of red dots on my palms, which the swords themselves burned upon contact with my hands. This means I can summon them at any time and they are impossible to harm me with. They are stored in the same seals. A miracle, not a weapon. Is this normal? I asked, dumbfounded, looking at the masterpiece. In my hands, you have become my family, just like the others. And we treat family very reverently, Sakuya answered me. I initially thought about giving them to you when we make a blood contract, but I decided to do it now. They will be very useful to you. Thank you. I thanked her sincerely and hugged her goodbye. I even thought it embarrassed her a little. Kurama, his mother, and Karen also hugged her and said goodbye. Well, it's time to go, I said. The girls replied, then they moved into my inner world. And Karen had to be sealed. Only she was transported here in my seal. If she uses the reverse summoning to return to our world, then who knows where she might end up when she forms the reverse summoning seal. A slight tugging feeling in my chest. I'm in Konoha, on my training ground. Almost a month should have passed here, which makes it possible to burn fuin into an enemy's body during battle by wounding these swords, rather than having to hide one of them and burn the fuin with a touch. Sakuya even admitted that she herself doesn't know what her brother did with these blades or how he created them in the first place. Plus, they are now bound to me by blood and special fuin in the form of red dots on my palms, which the swords themselves burned upon contact with my hands. This means I can summon them at any time and they are impossible to harm me with. They are stored in the same seals. A miracle, not a weapon. Is this normal? I asked, dumbfounded, looking at the masterpiece. In my hands, you have become my family, just like the others. And we treat family very reverently, Sakuya answered me. I initially thought about giving them to you when we make a blood contract, but I decided to do it now. They will be very useful to you. Thank you. I thanked her sincerely and hugged her goodbye. I even thought it embarrassed her a little. Kurama, his mother, and Karen also hugged her and said goodbye. Well, it's time to go, I said. The girls replied, then they moved into my inner world. And Karen had to be sealed. Only she was transported here in my seal. If she uses the reverse summoning to return to our world, then who knows where she might end up when she forms the reverse summoning seal. A slight tugging feeling in my chest. I'm in Konoha, on my training ground. Almost a month should have passed here.